I have the strongest sect. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226 Isolated Island. Blood and Killing. Lin Xiao once again felt the difficulty of survival in the Luoxinghe Islands. The human race here is in an absolute disadvantage and is on the verge of collapse under the siege of aquatic monsters. The defense of Dajin Island has been going on for more than 2 years, and countless monks and mortals have been killed and injured. Lin Xiao has been on Dajin Island for more than 3 months. As expected, the agreement to rescue a group of people and materials in 3 months has expired. The Alliance organized 7 treasure ships to break through the siege, but they were stopped by monsters in the thousands of miles of sea. Many 5th level monsters took action personally, not only preventing the fleet from breaking through the siege, but also losing 2 treasure ships and thousands of monks. Now the Alliance has determined that the next island that the monster army will focus on is Dajin Island. For this reason, the monster army has assembled millions of aquatic monsters around the Dajin Island waters, surrounding Dajin Island. There are also more than 100,000 land monsters from all over the country, which are transported to the island to attack the city. Sir, the Guardian monks are reporting. Only 10 people are left. Yes, there are only 10 people left. The rest have been transferred to the city wall. Understood. Go down and rest. Thank you, sir. Lin Xiao sighed. The reinforcement and supplies that were supposed to come had not arrived, making the situation on Dajin Island difficult. There were still more than 2,000 wounded in the city waiting to be transferred for treatment, but there were probably not many healing pills left. There was no other way except to keep them alive. As for the lightly wounded, they were all on the front line and would not be easily transferred. Of the 50,000 troops in the city, it was estimated that no more than 30,000 were intact. Especially in the past month, the monsters had increased their attack power, and monks above the Purple Mansion had begun to fall. Therefore, even the Guardian monks who protected the Array Master had been reduced by half, which made Lin Xiao's pressure increase sharply. You must know that the Array Master cannot be distracted when operating the array. Once distracted, the array will be left unattended, and it is easy to be hit with loopholes, so all the monsters that have broken through must be dealt with by the Guardian monks. 1 month. At most 1 month. This is Lin Xiao's estimate of the strength of Dajin Island. At most 1 month, Dajin Island will fall, and will not be able to hold on unless reinforcement arrive. Hello, everyone. Hello, fellow Daoist Guo. When Lin Xiao was in a daze, 2 spiritual monks from Dajin Island and Guo Dahe and his party came over from the city wall for inspection. Lin Xiao quickly stood up and saluted. Fellow Daoist Xiao, there is no need to be so polite. This is just a normal inspection. Fellow Daoist Xiao, how are the conditions on your side? Everything is normal, but there are too few Guardian monks. If a large number of monsters break through the city wall, it will be very dangerous. We know that, but we don't have enough manpower. There are less than 40,000 monks in the entire Dajin city now, and there are nearly 3,000 seriously injured who cannot fight. We have even withdrawn most of the logistics battalions in the rear. So Xiao would like to apply to join the guard team and let fellow Daoist Lee at the formation center take over my shift. That won't work. Fellow Daoist Lee's previous injuries haven't healed yet. He can still stabilize the formation center, but with your position, there might be omissions. The city defense formation is related to the safety of the entire city and cannot be neglected. Then can you give me the authority to act at my own discretion? If something bad happens, allow me to kill the monster? That's fine. Fellow Daoist Xiao has a superb level of formation skills, and his fighting skills are also stronger than ordinary monks. You can act at your own discretion. Thank you very much, sir. No need. We'll continue our inspection. Farewell, sir. Lin Xiao bowed and watched the few people leave. Even the spiritual light monks appeared to appease everyone, which shows how bad the situation on the island is. Dang dang dang, monsters are attacking the city. All units are ready. The black crystal cannon is ready. Fire the god killing crossbow is ready. Precise strike. Free aim, fire. Not long after the spiritual light monks left, the warning bell rang again, and teams of monks rushed to the city wall again. At this time, there were no crossbows to fire for the large crossbows. Even the god-killing crossbows and black crystal cannons could not be fired as casually as before, because the reserves of black crystals were running low. 3 days ago, the city had issued a decree to collect the black crystals on the monks to support the defense, but the effect was extremely poor. Tens of thousands of people only collected less than 1 million black crystals. Even if the price of merit was higher, no one was willing to sell. Everyone knew that Dajin Island had become an isolated island and would have to break through sooner or later. What if there were no black crystals on the body and the black energy was insufficient on the road? You should know that most people no longer have the elixir to restore their Zuan Qi. In addition to absorbing Zuan Qi from the air, the fastest way is to absorb Zuan Qi from Zuan crystals. Without Zuan crystals, the absorption speed will be very slow, which is fatal. The prices of various materials in the black market have also skyrocketed. Take Huan pill as an example. The normal price outside is 80,000 Zuan crystals per pill, but in the black market, 400,000 Zuan crystals are not available. Moreover, the other party cannot take out 400,000 Zuan crystals, and basically uses various spiritual materials to pay off the debt. In fact, the total value will exceed 500,000 Zuan crystals. Lin Xiao has already made a lot of moves secretly. The price difference alone has made Lin Xiao earn a lot of money, but he has also been targeted because of this. Therefore, Lin Xiao has not been to the black market for many days. If he goes again, people will not buy it, but directly rob it. Sir, be careful, the city wall can't hold up, it's poisonous sea cucumbers. Lin Xiao was distracted for a moment, and there were screams on the city wall. A hole was opened in the protective shield, and hundreds of poisonous sea cucumbers were thrown in. This kind of sea cucumber is extremely poisonous. When a sword is cut, the juice splashes everywhere, which can pollute a large area. The monks will also be poisoned after touching it, which is extremely difficult to deal with. There are still a large group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals behind. Be careful, the formation master will do his best to maintain and fill the gaps in the protective shield. Quick, guardian monks, form a formation to protect Lin Xiao. Personally probed out his spiritual consciousness, controlled the city defense formation, and transmitted the energy from the formation center to the surrounding of the gap to repair it. With the concerted efforts of many formation masters, the gap became smaller and smaller, and the subsequent shrimp soldiers and crab generals could not keep up. Those who had already rushed in were also killed by the supporting monks. Boom, boom. However, there are still huge monsters that have rushed to the bottom of the city wall, hitting the city wall with their huge bodies. Many flying monsters have also appeared in the sky, constantly grabbing the protective shield or releasing spells in an attempt to break the protective shield. From node 1 to 5, the focus is shifted to area 6. Quickly, disperse the attack strength, otherwise the protective shield will not be able to hold up. Guardian monks, notify the guards on the city wall to attack the flying monsters. Don't let them attack the formation recklessly. Yes, sir. Lin Xiao hurriedly commanded, and more than 20 people on the city wall were separated. They took out bows and arrows, and kept firing arrows. A Daogang monk even directly picked up a god-killing crossbow, and bombarded those flying monsters. Flying monsters kept falling down. Under the control of the formation master, they quietly opened the hole and let those flying monsters fall into the city. Now they have to take risks. The fur, flesh, bones, and inner elixir of the monsters are all important materials, which are of great use to the monks in the city. Otherwise, Lin Xiao would not take such risks. A 5th level flying monster has appeared. Notify Lingguang Patriarch to intercept it. Nodes 6 to 9, move to area 6, and prepare to meet the attack of the 5th level monster. Boom. As soon as Lin Xiao gave the order, an extremely huge flying monster appeared in front of everyone. Its claws, taller than a human, grabbed the protective shield, and kept tearing it, trying to tear it apart. More than a dozen formation masters, including Lin Xiao, worked hard to gather endless energy to the flying monster, so that the protective shield would not be torn apart. Evil beast, your opponent is me. A loud shout sounded, and the Lingguang monks in the city took action, soaring into the sky, and countless sword lights flew, sweeping away the low-level flying monsters. The 5th level flying monster saw it, and immediately cried out, fluttered up, and shot a divine light from its mouth, and rushed towards the Lingguang monk, but the monk was not afraid at all. He split the divine light with a sword, and rushed to the monster. The flying monster was terrified. Its body was very large, but it was also, because of this, that it was inconvenient to move in close combat. If it was approached by a monk, it would probably die in the hands of this Lingguang monk, so it could only raise its arms and fly up. The Lingguang monk followed and forced the monster back continuously, and then retreated decisively. If it rushed out again, it would be greedy and reckless, and it would be lured away. Today's monster siege was 3 times more fierce, and even 5 5th level monsters appeared. The 3 Lingguang monks were exhausted, and did not dare to stay away. They could only keep blocking around the sky above the city. There were even more 3rd and 4th level monsters, and most of the Daogang monks were also dispatched. The lightly injured did not even have time to rest. Quick, set up a formation to support Ancestor Chen. Ancestor Chen is trapped suddenly, the commander's anxious voice came. A Daogang ancestor who was fighting outside was besieged by 3 4th level monsters, and could not rush out. Under the commander's command, 3,000 monks held formation flags and continuously gathered the mysterious energy into the formation flags, and then formed a huge lightsaber. Under the commander's command, the giant sword slashed at the surroundings of Chen Laozu, and hundreds of low-level monsters were killed along the way. Not enough. Another set of formations. Quickly, not enough people. Only 2,000 people. 2,000 people also. Quickly. Chen Laozu is injured, however. A giant sword can only restrain a 4th level monster. When he wanted to organize the giant sword again, he found that there were not enough people. A moment later, a smaller giant sword appeared to stop another 4th level monster. Ancestor Li, Ancestor Wang, quickly support Ancestor Chen. Hurry up. Destroying God crossbow. Clear out the monsters behind Ancestor Chen. No need to save Zuanjing. Hurry up. Boom. The commander on the city wall tried his best to rescue, but the Zizu monsters on the opposite side were also mobilizing troops. In the end, the seriously injured Ancestor Chen chose to self-destruct. After a loud bang, a starlight sprinkled in the sky, which made the cultivators stunned. The first sacrificed Daogang cultivator appeared. Other commander punched the city wall with grief and anger. Although Ancestor Chen took away 2 4th level monsters, this loss was insignificant to the monster army. On the contrary, it was one less Daogang of the human race who died. Chapter 227 Bloody Breakout. On Dajin Island, 3 spiritual monks gathered together, with a glittering mirror suspended between them. This mirror was called the Mysterious Light Mirror, a special 6th level magic weapon, and its function was similar to the Spiritual Sound Jade Book, but it was much stronger than the Spiritual Sound Jade Book. If Lin Xiao understood it from his previous life, the Spiritual Sound Jade Book was like texting each other on a feature phone, and there was a word limit, while the Mysterious Light Mirror was like a video call on a smartphone, where they could see each other. Dajin Island can't be defended anymore. Since Chen Qianlei died in battle half a month ago, 3 Daogang monks have died in the past half month. Most of the other Daogang are also injured. Even the 3 of us are seriously injured. So we have to break out. Has the alliance built the 3rd line of defense? Is the situation really so bad? If Dajin Island retreats, the 2nd line of defense will collapse immediately, and the defenders of the other islands will also have to break out. More than 30 islands will have to abandon tens of thousands of monks and millions of mortals. The entire Luoxinghe archipelago will be in trouble. If you want to hold on, the alliance must break through the siege within 3 days to provide us with support. The total number of people must be no less than 20,000, and there must be no less than 10 Daogang monks. There must also be a few Lingguang monks. It would be best to send a senior Shengsu. You know this is impossible. In Luoxinghe, the Shengsu monk represents the decisive battle. Once we have a Shengsu monk, the demon race will have at least 2 6th rank demon kings. It's okay not to have a Shengsu monk, but we need the others. It's difficult. We have organized 6 support operations in the past 2 months, and none of them was successful. Instead, we lost 13 treasure ships. In that case, the Alliance doesn't want to abandon tens of thousands of us, right? One of the Lingguang monks sneered. There are still tens of thousands of monks on Dajin Island, and there are 3 Lingguang ancestors. If the Alliance dares to give up, it will chill their hearts, and don't blame them for using any means necessary. The Alliance will not give up on anyone. Since you have decided to break out, then do it. It's time to end this beast tide. How are you going to leave? In 3 days, we will officially break out. The 6 treasure ships can accommodate more than 30,000 monks. We can take all the monks away. For the remaining mortals, I have people open tunnels and underground fortifications everywhere. They must hide underground. It depends on their fate, whether they can survive. What about the mineral vein on Dajin Island? The entrance to the mineral vein has long been blown up. If the monsters are still able to mine, then I can't do anything about it. Okay. In 3 days, we will break out to the northwest. I hope the Alliance can send someone to pick us up. Finally, we will stop at Treasure Island, and then withdraw to the rear to rest. Going to Treasure Island is fine, but only the wounded will be allowed to leave for rest. By then, Treasure Island will be an important support point for the 3rd line of defense, and heavy troops must be stockpiled. Okay, that's it. The spiritual light monk withdrew his Zuan key, and the Zuan Guang mirror retracted its light, and flew back into his hand. Do you think the Alliance will cheat us? They don't have the guts. This happened in the Beast Tide before, and it eventually led to many humans surrendering to the demons, causing heavy damage to Luo Xinghe. Luo Xinghe has been conquered 3 times in history, and twice for this reason. If they dare to do this again, then don't blame the monks for doing whatever it takes to save their lives. Another Lingguang monk sneered. Luo Xinghe has been conquered 3 times in history, and twice because the Luo Xinghe Alliance's high-level officials were despicable and shameless, making many monks cannon fodder. So many monks directly surrendered to the demons, resulting in the capture of the entire Luo Xinghe Islands. It's just that this history is extremely shameful, so it has never been recorded, and only the core personnel of some sects with a long history know about it. In that case, that's fine. How do we arrange the breakout in 3 days? There are 6 treasure ships, and we only have 3 people. We can only focus on protecting these 3 treasure ships. Concentrate all the Dao Gang monks on these 3 treasure ships, and then protect the other 3 in a V-shaped formation. How about that? Okay. This is the only way. The 3 of them nodded. This was also a very cruel approach. If the breakout was not successful, then the other 3 treasure ships would have to be abandoned. It was already very good to be able to keep half of the force. The last question, after we break out, what should we do with Dajin City? Otherwise, we'll blow it up, and give a big gift to the monsters. Forget it. The monsters can't occupy Dajin Island forever. It won't be long before we counterattack, and it will still be our territory then. If it blows up, we won't be able to explain to the monks on Dajin Island. What explanation do you need? With proper design, we can kill tens of thousands of monsters this time. It's very worthwhile. The ones that can be killed are land monsters, which have nothing to do with our breakthrough. Forget it, we don't want to be the bad guys. Humph. 2 people objected and 1 agreed, which made that person very uncomfortable. He had a very radical personality and an endless hatred with the monsters. If he could make the decision alone, he would definitely play a big one in the end and blow up all the monsters that rushed in. Everyone, the higher-ups have already decided that we will break out in 3 days. If there are monsters attacking the city again during the day, then we will start after the monsters have retreated. If not, then we will start at midnight. There are still 66 formation masters on Dajin Island, all under the command of a few of us, so we will have to take these 66 away when the time comes. Fellow Daoist Xiao will lead the 13 formation masters from the eastern node to the Bailing treasure ship. Remember, the flag is a white lark, you can't go wrong. Fellow Daoist Wang will lead the 16 formation masters from the western node to the Wang family's treasure ship. This is fellow Daoist Wang's family, so he should know this. The remaining formation camps and formation centers will be led by fellow Daoist Zhang, and I. Before we leave, we will close the city defense formation. You must pay attention to speed. Once the protective shield begins to fade, you must get to the treasure ship. Time waits for no one. Understood, Lord Guo, except for us. What about the other cultivators? We don't care about this. The adults have other arrangements. You just need to take care of yourselves. In addition, this matter must be kept strictly confidential. It can only be told to the people below at the last moment of evacuation. Yes, I understand. Okay, that's it. It's the last 3 days. Be careful. Guo Dahe nodded. He had guessed a little about the arrangement from above. He had always said that he would not abandon anyone, but if the main combat power was concentrated on 3 treasure ships, wouldn't it mean that the other 3 treasure ships could be abandoned? However, as a vested interest, he could not refute it. If he were the decision maker, he would also be very embarrassed. Dajin Island had so few people. If they were dispersed into 6 treasure ships, it might be possible that none of them could escape. Lin Xiao left the camp and returned to his post. He had guessed a little about the arrangement from above. There were still tens of thousands of cultivators in the city. It would be difficult to evacuate safely. Fortunately, he was not on the list of those to be abandoned. After all, Daogang cultivators were still very valuable. As for saving everyone by force, Lin Xiao had never thought about turning the tide. If he was a spiritual cultivator, there would be some possibility, but now, he really didn't have the ability. There were millions of monsters distributed in the thousands of miles of sea outside Dajin Island. Without the help of a large army, he couldn't rush out alone, no matter how powerful he was. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 3rd day, the monsters attacked the city again. The attack was extremely fierce. The cultivators in the city paid a huge price to repel the monsters. Hundreds of seriously injured people were added to the city, and even more people died. My fellow Daoists, the defense of Dajin Island lasted for 2 years, 7 months and 13 days. In order to defend Dajin Island, our human cultivators paid the price of more than 23,000 people. Now Dajin Island can no longer be defended, and countless surrounding islands have fallen. So the alliance has decided that Dajin Island will break out today and withdraw to the defense of Jinayan Island 10,000 miles northwest, opening the 3rd line of defense of the Luoxinghe Islands. Everyone, the evacuation begins. All Daogang cultivators are requested to arrange their respective troops and immediately go to the city center to board the treasure ship. The treasure ship will set sail in half an hour. The monster had just retreated when the guarding Lingguan cultivator made a voice that could be heard by all cultivators. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiao and other Daogang cultivators immediately organized their troops to go to the city center to prevent the already shocked cultivators from being prepared. Sir, my senior brother is still in the wounded camp. Can I go pick him up? Sir, my elder brother is still on the city wall. I want to pick him up, sir. My father is still in the city. I want to go find my father. Half of the city was in chaos for a while, and similar words were heard everywhere in the city, but all the Daogang monks refused sternly. The evacuation plan has been formulated. If you want to go, you can go. If you can't get on the ship at that time, don't say that you didn't give you a chance. Lin Xiao also said this to his 13 formation masters. If you leave, you will be responsible for your own life and death. In the end, 2 people left to find their loved ones. Lin Xiao couldn't wait for them, and he had to be responsible for the remaining 11 monks. He immediately took them to the center of the city. On the way, Lin Xiao saw many monks destroying the black crystal cannon and the god-destroying crossbow. Because there were not enough black crystals, these things had become decorations, and could not be left to the monsters. Who knows if those intelligent monsters can use these things to attack the human race. Teams quickly gathered in the center of the city. Lin Xiao soon found the treasure ship. Lark handed in the token, and after confirming his identity, Lin Xiao took 11 people on the treasure ship. Fellow Daoist Xiao, from now on you are a combatant. The rest of the formation masters, those with purple mansion, stay, and those below purple mansion, go to the cabin and wait immediately. Yes. Lin Xiao nodded, leaving 2 purple mansion monks behind, and asked the rest to go to the cabin and wait. The steward on the ship quickly handed over to Lin Xiao and his group to maintain order. At this time, the center of the city was in chaos, with tens of thousands of people crowded together. Many people couldn't find the treasure ship they were going to board, and the list of treasure ships was confirmed. The quarrels became louder and louder, and even the spiritual light monks found it difficult to maintain order. The monster has discovered our actions. Hurry up, speed up. Suddenly, two people flew over the city wall, shouting as they flew, which made the chaotic crowd even more chaotic. The spiritual light monk decisively removed the protective shield of the treasure ship, and many people flew directly to the treasure ship. Enough people, let's take off. When Monk Lingguang saw that more than 5,000 people were crowded on the bailing treasure ship, he immediately came down to open the protective shield and then let the spaceship take off. When the rest of the people saw this, they immediately turned around and flew to another treasure ship. Chapter 228 A Bloody Road. Because of the decisive handling of the Lingguang monk, the efficiency of boarding the ship was greatly increased, but the original plan was messed up. Except for the early boardings, everything was messed up afterwards. The monsters have entered the city. The black crystal cannons. Fire. All ships will set sail after half an incense stick. Those who are late will have their own faults. Lingguang monk ordered with a cold face. He overestimated the organization of these monks. The plan was originally well planned, but because many people had to go to their relatives and friends, the plan was messed up and too much time was wasted when boarding the ship. Boom, boom, boom. The black crystal cannons on the 6 treasure ships began to fire, sniping at the monsters that had already poured into the great golden city, and the remaining monks rushed to the remaining treasure ships, and there were even many who fought each other, which made several Lingguang monks look pale. Disrupting the team, disrupting our army's morale. Dire spiritual light monk couldn't stand it anymore and slapped a monk who was killing monks for a place to board the ship, and the whole city center was quiet. What are you still standing there for? Get on the ship. If anyone dares to kill our own people again, I won't forgive him. The spiritual light monk roared again, really pitying their misfortune and hating their lack of struggle. At this time, they are still such a mess. Half an incense stick of time has come. Set sail. Go. The monster was getting closer and closer, and the simple black crystal cannon could no longer stop it. So when the time came, the spiritual light monk immediately ordered to set sail, and didn't care that there were still hundreds of monks in the city center who hadn't had time to board the ship. These hundreds of monks were immediately desperate and began to curse those spiritual light monks. Vicious words kept coming out of their mouths, but there were still more than a dozen people who had flying boats, and they immediately set up the flying boats and followed. The spiritual light monks could no longer care about so many things. As soon as the treasure ship flew out of the range of Dajan City, it was intercepted by flying monsters. Tens of thousands of flying monsters kept rushing towards the treasure ship. The treasure ship opened fire at full power, and the black crystal cannon and the god-destroying crossbow kept firing. The monks on the ship who used bows and arrows, or could carry out long-range attacks, also took action. Charge, quickly, charge out. The treasure ship is moving at full speed. The 3 spiritual light monks took the lead and flew directly out of the treasure ship, killing their way out in front, and countless flying monsters fell one after another. After more than 10 minutes, the treasure ship flew out of the range of Dajan Island, but it still did not fall, but continued to fly, followed by dense flying monsters behind it. The monsters in the sea also had aquatic monsters similar to flying fish, and began to pounce on the treasure ship. The 5th level Demon King is coming. Organize the formation to contain the Demon King. Quickly. There was a commander on each ship. When he saw the 5th level demon beast attack, he immediately organized the formation to contain it. The long prepared formation flags were distributed to everyone. Everyone sent Zuan-Ki into the formation flags. 5 giant swords appeared and chopped at the 5th level demon kings. Faced with the joint attack of thousands of monks, the 5th level demon kings did not dare to fight head on easily. They dodged or cast spells and fought each other. The 6 treasure ships used all their strength and flew northwest at a very fast speed. After flying hundreds of miles, the monks in the formation center of the treasure ship reported that the Zuan crystal had reached the critical point. If they continued to fly, it would not be enough for normal operation. So the monk Lingguang ordered the treasure ship to land and return to the sea. As soon as the treasure ship arrived in the sea, countless aquatic monsters pounced on it, and the formation formed by everyone began to strangle those aquatic monsters. Charge. Don't worry about others, just charge forward. Quick. The Lingguang monk had already risked his life. The three of them had restrained at least 5 5th level monsters, and they were already exhausted. The rest depended on the monks on the treasure ship. White shark. White shark is trapped. It's a 4th level octopus. Oh my god, such a big octopus. The treasure ship had only sailed a few hundred miles when it was entangled by a huge octopus. Two large octopuses with tentacles, as long as 100 meters directly attached to the white shark treasure ship, seriously affecting the speed of the treasure ship, causing it to break away from the fleet and be overwhelmed by the endless monsters. Boom. A moment later, the treasure ship made a huge explosion, and then 500 or 600 flying boats appeared. These flying boats were all owned by individuals, some large and some small, and probably brought out 2,000 or 3,000 people. Don't worry about the white shark, go full speed ahead, disband the formation. Dao gang monks fly out of the window to escort, and prepare to meet the monks on the flying boats. The commanders of the remaining 5 treasure ships gave orders almost at the same time, and the formation was disbanded instantly. Lin Xiao and other Dao gang monks flew out of the treasure ships, and began to clear the monsters around the treasure ships, to escort the treasure ships. The flying boats behind were desperately trying to catch up. The monsters on the side naturally kept sending monsters to block them, and flying boats fell every second. Boom. Boom. Purple Mansion monks began to self-destruct and fell into the group of monsters. Even the most talented Purple Mansion monks could not escape. Many people with strong personalities saw that they could not survive, so they directly self-destructed and died together with the surrounding monsters. Soon, the people with fast flying boats had caught up with the treasure ship, and a hole was opened on the treasure ship for them to enter, but most of the flying boats were not so lucky. They fell behind in the endless blocking of the monsters, and then were killed by the monsters who broke through the protective shield. Sir, there are unusual movements at the bottom of the ship. Small aquatic creatures annoying at the bottom of the ship. How long can it last? I don't know. I'm afraid the speed will get slower and slower. If monsters such as sea maggots and barnacles appear, they will directly eat the bottom of the ship. Let the formation master increase the protection of the bottom of the ship, and organize the monks to go into the water to clean the bottom of the ship. Yes, sir. I need 2 more Dao gang monks and 10 Zifu to go into the water with me. The Dao gang will provide cover, and the Zifu will clean the bottom of the ship. Who wants to sign up? Me. Count me in. I'll go too. I'll do. At one time, so many people signed up. Everyone knew that once the treasure ship was damaged, no one could escape. No one would be timid at this time. You, follow me. Xiao Dao, you cover the other 5 people, and go into the water from the other side. The things attached to the bottom of the boat are either sea maggots or barnacles. They are very easy to clean up. Just use Zuan key to sweep them. Go quickly and come back quickly. The Dao gang monk randomly selected 10 monks and Lin Xiao's name, and then rushed out of the treasure ship, fighting a bloody road with the 5 Zifu, and then rushed into the water. Lin Xiao also did the same, and rushed into the water with the other 5 people. Lin Xiao waved his long sword, and killed all the aquatic monsters that he could see. The 5 Zifu dived to the bottom of the boat, and began to clean up the creatures on the bottom of the boat. Be careful, sir, it's a jellyfish, transparent, specializes in breaking the protective shield, and is poisonous. Not long after entering the water, a Zifu monk reminded Lin Xiao that there is a kind of jellyfish in the aquatic tribe, which is transparent and invisible, but very vicious, and has already rushed up. Lin Xiao sneered, and turned on the system protective shield. He really didn't believe that these jellyfish could even break the system's protective shield. I can't do it anymore. Retreat quickly. Boom. However, Lin Xiao could block it, but those Purple Mansion monks could not. One of them was stung by the jellyfish, and the poison quickly spread throughout his body. Seeing that he could not bear it, he exploded directly. The big octopus is coming. Retreat quickly. Where are those sea maggots and barnacles? Most of them have been cleared. You go. I'll cover you. Lin Xiao roared, and rushed directly into the arms of the big octopus. Countless pairs of tentacles entangled Lin Xiao, but they could not break through Lin Xiao's protective shield. Lin Xiao chopped and chopped in the arms of the big octopus, and streams of blood flew out. Lin Xiao directly activated a 4th level explosion talisman, stuffed it into the wound of the big octopus, and then turned and rushed out. Boom, the 4th level explosion talisman exploded. The big octopus was torn into pieces and blood gushed out. Lin Xiao rushed out of the sea and jumped into the treasure ship. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please take a rest. The commander was relieved when he saw Lin Xiao coming out. Lin Xiao immediately took out 2 healing pills and stuffed them directly into his mouth. He also held a handful of Zuanjing in his hand and quickly recovered Zuan Qi. From Dajin Island to here, Lin Xiao had been fighting for several hours and his Zuan Qi was mostly empty. Only 6 people came up from the Zifu that had just entered the water, and all of them were injured. They had already entered the cabin to heal their wounds. Another Daogang cultivator was also covered in blood, lying next to Lin Xiao and gasping for breath. Eat it. Lin Xiao took out a Beimei pill and a healing pill and threw them to him. Thank you very much, I'm Lin Zongjin, and I will definitely repay you in the future. Let's talk about it while you are alive. My name is Xiao Lin. Thank you very much. Lin Zongjin laughed miserably. He had no healing pills on him. Lin Xiao's move was like a timely help, which moved him greatly. At this time, he could still take out the precious Beimei pill and Huan pill. He must be a good person. More and more monks sat down to recover their profound energy or heal their wounds, which made the commander on the ship more and more worried. Due to the lack of supplies, the combat effectiveness of thousands of monks on the ship could not be fully exerted. Rotation. Wounded monks without profound energy, go down to the cabin. Let the people in the cabin come up quickly. The commander gave the order, and soon the monks in the cabin came up, and most of the monks on the deck went down to the cabin. However, those who stayed on the deck before were all elites, and those in the cabin were originally old, weak, sick and disabled. As soon as they appeared, the casualties on the ship immediately soared. Especially those monks who opened their meridians. Except for blocking and restraining the monsters, they could not effectively kill those monsters. The defense line on the ship began to collapse, and the loopholes in the protective shield became more and more, and aquatic monsters began to appear on the ship. Get started. Clear out the monsters on the ship. Formation masters, alchemists, weapon refiners, and talisman makers, hurry up. Seeing that the situation was becoming more and more dangerous, the commander had already begun to mobilize technical personnel. Fortunately, the technical personnel in the world of immortal cultivation did not mean they were powerless. People like Lin Xiao were more courageous than ordinary cultivators. Sir, the Wang family's treasure ship sent a message for help. They are about to be trapped. Adjust the direction, move closer, and prepare to attack from the front and back. The commander gave the order decisively. The Wang family's treasure ship was a treasure ship that was given special care and must not be lost. Chapter 229, Escape from Death. The Wang family was the overlord of the treasure island, and the monks on the treasure ship were the elite among the survivors of the treasure island, including many high-level cultivators such as alchemists, weapon refiners, array masters, and talisman makers. Therefore, the commander of the bailing treasure ship did not dare to give up the Wang family treasure ship easily. Once the Wang family treasure ship was lost, the bailing treasure ship might not be able to break out of the siege, so the commander decisively ordered the treasure ship to approach and prepare for rescue. Mysterious crystal cannon. Fire boom, boom, boom. The mysterious crystal cannon near the side of the Wang family treasure ship opened fire again, but only fired one round, and Lin Xiao and other monks flew out again, desperately hacking and killing the aquatic monsters that were boarding the ship. Pick up the speed. Rush out Wang family cultivators. Follow me, don't save the talisman. Throw it out. Quickly, who will go to the front to clear the way and smash that big black fish? I'll do it, let's go together. Lin Xiao had just cleared the aquatic monsters on the side of the Wang family treasure ship, and immediately flashed to the front of the treasure ship, and sent a fierce sword to a fish monster that was hitting the treasure ship. Golden word divine light. Lin Xiao roared, and used his trump card. The sword light was accompanied by a touch of golden light. With a puff, the huge fish monster was split by Lin Xiao. The fish monster has been eliminated. Retreat. The Zuan Qi in Lin Xiao's body was empty, and he didn't care about so much. He went back to the bailing treasure ship and hid in the cabin. If he didn't leave, he, a Dao Gang, would also be in danger of falling. Lin Xiao exchanged 10 soul-returning pills in the system, stuffed 3 into his mouth, and immediately circulated the technique to refine them. The huge medicinal power washed over Lin Xiao's meridians, making him look red all over, and his meridians felt a faint tearing pain. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiao felt 2 unusual auras, and hurriedly went up to the deck, and saw 2 spiritual lights blooming. His heart suddenly ached, and 2 more Dao Gang monks had fallen. Don't worry, everyone, someone from the Alliance will pick us up, and they will be here soon. Kill them. The Alliance is already halfway, breaking through the siege, not far from the treasure island. Only a few thousand miles left. The commander on the ship shouted loudly. The fall of the Dao Gang monks was a huge blow to morale, and there were only more than 20 Dao Gang in the 6 treasure ships. Dao Zhao, can you still fight? Wait a moment. Lin Xiao shook his head. The divine technique to restore the mysterious energy and the refining of the pills were very powerful, but not so fast. The mysterious energy in the body was less than 20%. It was too dangerous to go out. Then take a rest. The commander did not push too hard. In fact, he did not have the absolute right to give orders to Dao Gang monks. Basically, it depended on the self-consciousness of Dao Gang monks. If something unexpected happened, it would be normal for Dao Gang to abandon them and escape. Lin Xiao looked up and saw that the Bailing was in the front, followed by 3 treasure ships, and 2 were already at the end. It was very dangerous, but no one dared to order to slow down and wait for them. More and more monks fell, and the Purple Mansion monks began to die in batches. It was estimated that the number was no more than 100. As for the Keimei and Ningmei monks, they were even more miserable. Most of them were injured, and a small number of them had exhausted their Zuan Qi. There were very few who could really fight. Basically, they relied on the protective shield on the treasure ship to resist. Sir, the black crystal is gone, and the black crystal cannon can no longer be fired. Sir, the spiritual talisman reserves are empty. Proceed as planned. Discard the supplies in the bottom of the cabin as planned, and the bodies of the monks. Reduce the load, and raise the sails. As the unfortunate news came one after another, the commander took out the last resort. Boxes of supplies were thrown into the sea, as well as the bodies of those who died in the battle. If the situation permits, they will naturally be brought back, but now, they can only take care of the living. The last 3 sails were raised. The treasure ship has sails, but in the war, the sails will definitely be the focus of the monsters' attacks. If they are taken out too early, the situation will be very dangerous. The behavior of the Bailing reminded the other treasure ships, and they all did the same. The speed of the ship was suddenly increased, and the monsters' offensive became more fierce. Lin Xiao and others began to fight around the sails, killing the monsters who tried to destroy the sails one by one. 2,000 miles away. Hurry up. The Alliance's support force is coming soon. Hold on for a while. The commander suddenly roared, because the fleet had already rushed out 2,000 miles from Dajin Island, and the Alliance's fleet would come to support it in a few hundred miles. My lord, look. Hateful. The commander saw a treasure ship that was capsizing, and punched the deck hard, and lost another treasure ship. My lord, move the black crystals in the cabin up, and kill them with the black crystal cannon. Move it up, but don't fire. Wait for my order. This is the last resort, someone suggested, and the commander agreed. The black crystals in the cabin were used to charge the treasure ship. It was originally insufficient. If it was all used up at this time, it would really be waiting for death. Ship, look, there is a ship. The monster over there is moving. The observation post standing on the sail suddenly shouted excitedly, because a fleet appeared 100 miles away and was raiding, and the monsters in the distance were fiercely blocking it. Charge, charge forward, don't turn around. Zuanjing, run and fire, quickly, quickly. The commander was overjoyed and shouted hurriedly. The monks who had been prepared long ago stuffed handfuls of Zuanjing into the Zuanjing cannon. Soon, the Zuanjing cannon roared again, opening a bloody path in the group of monsters. Formation master, open a hole to welcome the reinforcement. Not long after they rushed far, more than 20 monks from the fleet flew in first. Each of them had at least the cultivation level of Dao Gang. The leader was the Lingguang monk. They came to the Bailing treasure ship, and the protective shield on the ship opened a hole to let them in. We are the reinforcement of the Alliance. This is the supplies for you. Distribute them quickly. As soon as the people boarded the ship, they immediately took out dozens of large boxes from the storage bag. After opening them, they were all boxes of Zuenjing, elixirs, and talismans. Needless to say, the people on the ship immediately began to distribute them. Lin Xiao also took 3 bottles of elixirs and a large stack of talismans. Where are Dao Yaokai and the others? Senior Kain and his men have fallen behind. In order to stop the 5th level monsters, they are estimated to be 200 miles away. Got it. Support the monks. Follow me after distributing supplies, and go to meet the 3 ancestors. After the Lingguang monk boarded the ship, he asked about the whereabouts of the 3 Lingguang monks. Knowing that they were behind the fleet, he was even more anxious and immediately took more than 20 Daogang to meet them. However, just as they left, a dazzling light appeared in the distance, followed by a huge rain of spiritual light. Everyone's heart was choked. This was the scene after the death of the Lingguang monk. Even the Lingguang monks can't survive? Lin Xiao asked in his heart. He was still full of confidence before, thinking that with the function of the system, it would not be a problem for him to escape. Now he realized how ridiculous it was. Among these millions of monsters, even the Lingguang monks could not say that they would survive 100%. Charge again. Full speed, the commander ordered in grief. At this point, it was useless to be sad. Only escaping was the most important thing. Without the commander's order, the rest of the monks attacked fiercely again. Lingguang was dead. If they stayed here, wouldn't they be waiting to die? 10 minutes later, the supporting fleet passed the bailing from the side and intercepted all the monsters behind it. 20 treasure ships began to clear the monsters in this area. 3 treasure ships will be sent to lead the way. The commander of the reinforcement gave another order, so the 3 treasure ships drew a circle and appeared in front of the bailing and on both sides to lead the bailing. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Many people collapsed on the ground and gasped for breath because everyone survived. Under the protection of the 3 treasure ships, the bailing quickly rushed out of the monster assembly area. There were enough black crystals on the ship, which was full of power. With the sails, the speed was extremely fast. It didn't take long for the monsters to be left far behind. Fellow Daoist Xiao, we survived. Fellow Daoist Lin, you are seriously injured. Be careful. It's okay, as long as you don't do anything, I won't die. Lin Zongjin laughed bitterly. He was covered in blood, and he didn't know whether it was his own or the monsters. Anyway, he was extremely tired. Let the doctor in the cabin come up, and the other monks who can still move help take care of the wounded. Give priority to rescuing the seriously injured, and keep them alive. Everything will be fine when we reach Treasure Island. Yes, sir. Many monks responded. Without the threat of monsters, these things can be done slowly. Fellow Daoist Xiao, I'm going to heal my wounds first. What about you? I'll go back to the cabin. Lin Xiao nodded. He suddenly found that the several Daogang monks on the ship were all seriously injured, and he was the only one who was intact. Although he looked quite embarrassed, he was really not injured. It was better to keep a low profile. The commander also saw this strange phenomenon, but he didn't say anything. Lin Xiao was not injured, that was his own problem, and he didn't shy away from fighting. In fact, Lin Xiao's fighting ability was obvious to all. Even the cultivators of the 9th and 10th levels of Daogang could not compare to Lin Xiao. One day later, Lin Xiao left the cabin again and came to the deck. There were not many cultivators stationed on the deck. Dozens of miles behind the bailing, 2 treasure ships also appeared. The fleet of Treasure Island has appeared. We are completely safe. Yes, it's not easy, the commander said to Lin Xiao with a smile. Lin Xiao nodded. In the distance, Treasure Island was already visible. A fleet was approaching rapidly. It was the fleet of Treasure Island. Sure enough, half an hour later, the fleet of Treasure Island appeared. A ship led the bailing into the port. After arriving at the port, cultivators from Treasure Island also came to meet it. Lin Xiao followed the crowd into one of the big cities. Using the excuse of internal injuries, he asked for a room to retreat. Lin Xiao felt that he needed to improve his cultivation, otherwise he would not be able to cope with the upcoming battle. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 Treasure Island. Treasure Island is located in the Luoxinghe Islands and is already a rare area. The island is much larger than the Great Gold Island, with a radius of about 20,000 miles, which is 1/3 larger than the Loot State. There were originally 5 major forces distributed on Treasure Island. The highest spiritual vein on the island has been cultivated to the 5th level middle grade, but this spiritual vein is in the center of the island, which does not play a big role in the defense of the entire Treasure Island. Now the defense of Treasure Island is mainly in 3 cities not far from the coastline, located in the shape of a Chinese character on Treasure Island. The nearby mortal villages and towns have long been relocated. There is no mortal within 2,000 miles along the coast. There are barren farmlands and empty villages everywhere. Lin Xiao retreated for 3 months. After 3 months, Lin Xiao's cultivation level was raised to the 7th level of Daogang, and then he went to report to the Luoxinghe Alliance in Shijin City. Congratulations, brother Daoist Xiao, on reaching a higher level of cultivation. The fall of Dajin Island is a great humiliation to cultivators of our generation, so please stop making fun of me. Brother Daoist Xiao, there is no need to be like this. The demon clan is powerful and there is nothing we can do about it. Okay, please check on my merits. Brother Daoist Xiao, please wait a moment. Lin Xiao took out his token and had handed in the photo stone long ago. It was time to check his merits. After all, this was why he came to Luoxinghe. I have checked. Fellow Daoist Xiao is a 4th rank formation master, stationed on Dajin Island, with 3,000 merit points a day. In total, he has been stationed in Luoxinghe for 4 months and 17 days, so his basic merit points are 411,000. In addition, fellow Daoist Xiao was invincible in the breakout battle, killing countless enemies. His various merit points are around 630,000, with a total of 1,046,000 points. According to the Alliance's regulations, merit points are equivalent to black crystals. If fellow Daoist Xiao needs to make an advance payment, we can give you black crystals, or equivalent spiritual materials. Here is the catalog for merit exchange, the steward said to Lin Xiao after checking. He was also extremely shocked. However, he has made 1,000,000 merit points in just 4 months, which is more than 1,000,000 in black crystals. This is a huge amount. Lin Xiao glanced at the exchange catalog and was shocked. There were many extremely precious resources on it, including various spiritual materials of the 5th and 6th levels, including minerals, spiritual medicines, etc., as well as magic tools, spiritual talismans, and elixirs. There were even precious resources such as Lingming pills. Of course, the price of Lingming pills was extremely expensive, requiring 10 million merit points, which was twice as expensive as what Lin Xiao had gotten before. In addition, there were various flying boats and treasure ships. Flying boats and treasure ships were necessities for any force that wanted to survive in the Luoxinghe Islands. The price of treasure ships was extremely expensive. A 4th level high quality treasure ship would cost 2 million merit points. If it was equipped with a black crystal cannon and a god destroying crossbow, the price would double. In addition, there were warships. A 5th level warship required 18 million merit points, not counting weapons. This was obviously prepared for large forces, not individual cultivators like Lin Xiao. The war is not over yet, so we won't change it for the time being. By the way, how many people came back from Dajin Island before, and how is the war going now? Of the 6 treasure ships on Dajin Island, 4 have returned with heavy losses. 1 Lingguan monk died in battle. 5 Daogang monks died, more than 120 Zifu monks, more than 6,000 Ningmei and Keimei monks, and more than 500 people died of serious injuries after returning to Gold and Silver Island. There are less than 20,000 people who actually survived. As for the war, it is still in a stalemate. Gold and Silver Island is the 3rd line of defense of the Luoxinghe archipelago, and will not let monsters surround the island easily. Now Gold and Silver Island and the Alliance have concentrated 30 treasure ships on the sea, one of which cost more than 40 million ZUN crystals and its grade reached the lower 6th grade. It is fighting in the waters outside Gold and Silver Island. A 6th grade treasure ship, how big must it be? That's huge, more than 1,000 meters long and 600 meters wide, with 4 decks. Each deck can be equipped with 300 black crystal cannons on one side. But this thing can't be fired. If it really opens fire at full strength, it will have to fire out tens of millions of black crystals in an hour. It is mainly used to build mobile islands for monks to rest and recuperate. The manager explained that the main treasure ships of the Luozheng Islands are basically at the 4th level, and there are fewer 5th levels. It's not that they can't afford to build them, but that they can't afford to use them. The cost of a 6th level treasure ship is less than 50 million black crystals, but 50 million black crystals can be used up in one day for combat. No matter how rich the Luozheng Islands Alliance is, it can't afford the cost. I understand. Xiao wants to continue the battle. If there is a suitable position, you can notify Xiao. Of course, the beast tide will not end so quickly. It is estimated that it will take at least half a year. There are still some battles. I will notify Xiao Daoya when there is news. Thank you very much. Lin Xiao nodded. This beast tide is enough to make Luozheng Island seriously injured. It has been more than 3 years now, and at least more than 10 billion ZUN crystals have been spent. If it continues for another 3 years, the entire Luozheng Islands will go bankrupt. As for the loss of personnel, it is even more. Lin Xiao knows that more than 200,000 cultivators died in the battle, almost as many as the cultivators of the entire Lu Kingdom. There are more than 30 Daogang cultivators, and there are 2 or 3 Lingguan cultivators. Lin Xiao strolled around Chijin City. The reason why Chijin City has this name is because there is a red gold mine nearby on the island. Red gold is a relatively precious spiritual material. At least it is level 3, and the best quality can reach level 5. It is widely used in refining equipment and formations. Originally, the red gold in Red Gold City was relatively cheap, at least 30% cheaper than that in Zhangzhou and Nanzhou. However, now that the war has started, the price has skyrocketed, and all of it is used for war preparations. Of course, because the production in the place of origin is small, it is estimated that the price in Zhangzhou and Nanzhou is even higher. Lin Xiao bought a lot of raw materials for making talismans, preparing to raise the level of talisman making to the 4th level. Talismans are consumables, especially in war. You really need as many as you can get. There is no oversupply. They are very easy to sell, and the sales volume far exceeds that of formations, and even cannot be compared with elixirs. Moreover, talismans are indeed useful in war. A wealthy cultivator throws out a handful of talismans, and the pile can kill people, while the poor cultivator has to fight one by one. In the end, it is self-evident who will survive. Lin Xiao spent 2 months drawing a large number of talismans to raise the level to the 3rd level upper grade, and he has a good success rate. At this time, the defense battle of Treasure Island also moved to the surrounding areas. The outlying islands and reefs have fallen one after another. The 30 treasure ships have not been able to stop the army of monsters. They will soon have to defend the island. The Alliance also arranged a new task for Lin Xiao. Because Treasure Island is already the 3rd line of defense that cannot be lost, the Alliance has stockpiled heavy troops for this purpose. In terms of manpower, it is necessary to set up defenses everywhere, and set up war fortresses along the thousands of miles around Chijin City. Therefore, it is necessary to cooperate with formation masters, equipment refiners and construction masters among the hundreds of craftsmen. This task is safe and easy, but it is very challenging for the level of formation masters. Lin Xiao also gladly accepted it. So Lin Xiao took a group of formation masters and rushed to various places to build war fortresses in accordance with the instructions of the Alliance. This is the closest 3rd grade superior spiritual vein to Chijin City. According to the intention of the Alliance, it should be set up as a 4th grade mountain protection formation. Fellow Daoist Xiao, is it feasible? Okay, I will set up a spirit gathering formation to gather all the mysterious energy. Now that the spiritual fields have been harvested, as long as we don't plant anything else, it can support the normal needs of the 4th level formation. When the war starts, we can use the mysterious crystals to make up for it. That's fine, but what about after the war? This family has some connections. I hope we can get rid of it once and for all. War fortresses are different from ordinary protection methods. If the spiritual veins here don't improve after the war, we can only reduce the level of the formation. How about this? I will write down all the arrangements of the formation at that time. As long as they withdraw a few key positions, the level of the formation can be lowered, and the removed components should not be thrown away. When the spiritual vein level is upgraded, they can be used again, which can save hundreds of thousands of mysterious crystals. That's the best. Is it too troublesome? No, the trouble will be for the equipment refiner fellow Daoist Wen, who has to refine the formation components. Then it's decided. Okay, I'll go survey the terrain, and I'll get the formation map out in the evening. Lin Xiao nodded, and personally took a group of formation masters to survey the terrain, mainly the distribution trend of the spiritual veins, and the distribution trend of the spiritual veins should be used to design the formation. In one day, Lin Xiao finished the formation diagram. The construction master began to draw the fortress design according to Lin Xiao's formation diagram. There were particular requirements for where to leave the black crystal cannon, and where to leave manpower for guarding. The weapon refiner began to refine the formation components according to the formation diagram. After refining, Lin Xiao just engraved the formation pattern on it. 2 days later, Lin Xiao received the goodwill of the local family, a total of 30,000 black crystals, because Lin Xiao didn't need to be so troublesome. This was to help them save money, otherwise they would have to rebuild the mountain protection formation after the war, which would be a huge expense. In the remaining time, Lin Xiao went to the second fortress to draw the formation diagram. After the drawing was completed, he went back to engrave the formation pattern and then laid the formation. Together with the formation, the construction of the fortress was also rushed, day and night, because at this time the monsters had begun to surround the island, and the fleet had basically shrunk to the vicinity of the port. Lin Xiao continued to rush to the third fortress, and after drawing the pattern, he went back to carve the array pattern of the second fortress. He kept alternating like this. After a month and a half, the array of the 12 war fortresses had been arranged, 6 of which had been completely built, and the remaining 6 were under intense construction. At this time, the remaining fleet had completely withdrawn from the city, and the sea was already dominated by monsters. The 30 treasure ships blocked the monsters for half a year at the cost of more than 10,000 monks from 7 treasure ships, and killed more than 200,000 aquatic monsters. However, this number was not enough to hurt the monsters, because the reproductive capacity of some aquatic monsters was too terrible. Some fish could produce hundreds of thousands of fish eggs at a time, and it only took 2 or 3 years to become a first or second level monster with sufficient food. Although the growth potential of this kind of monster stopped there, the food brought by their huge number could not even be provided by the monsters, so they needed to be consumed continuously. Chapter 231 The Third Line of Defense. The third line of defense of the Luoxinghe archipelago is located in the north of the archipelago. It has been developed for many years. The spiritual mountains and veins are very mature. There are many monks and mortals. After thousands of years of land reclamation by monks, many of the scattered islands have been connected to form a huge island. The larger the territory, the more difficult it is for the aquatic monsters to break through. If they can't defend the coast, they will retreat to the center of the island. The number of land monsters on the aquatic monster territory in the Luoxinghe area is limited. As long as these land monsters are consumed, the beast tide will retreat. The Luoxinghe area has encountered beast tides no less than 1,000 times. There are only 3 times that the third line of defense can be broken. 2 of them were caused by internal strife in the alliance and human traitors. The remaining one was a battle in which the monsters were out in full force. Even the 7th and 8th level monsters were dispatched. However, later the top forces in Zhangzhou intervened and quickly recaptured most of the islands. Therefore, most monks are very confident about the third line of defense. As long as a larger scale war does not break out, it will never fall easily. The third line of defense is supported by 7 large islands with a radius of more than 20,000 miles. Together with the remaining 28 small and medium-sized islands, with a total of more than 1 million cultivators, more than 300,000 miles from east to west. and a vast depth, so the monsters can't attack. Take the Gold and Silver Island as an example. There are more than 100,000 cultivators on the Gold and Silver Island, distributed in 3 coastal cities. To break through these 3 cities, the monsters will have to pay at least hundreds of thousands of costs, and the total number of land monsters of the monsters is no more than 1 million, and they are not attacking only one island. Moreover, even if the 3 coastal cities fall, we can still retreat to the Gold and Silver City in the middle. The Gold and Silver City is more than 5,000 miles away from the coast. At that time, the water monsters among the monsters will not be able to provide any support. If they dare to go deep into the inland, they may be eaten by us. So don't worry, we will definitely win this beast tide. In the Red Gold City, Gu Odahe said to a group of formation masters. Similar statements filled the entire Red Gold City, and most cultivators were optimistic about it. Lin Xiao didn't think too much. He also felt that he was not so unlucky. The first time he came to Luo Xinghe, he encountered a rare beast tide in 1,000 years, and even the 3rd line of defense was breached. Lin Xiao had completed the task of the war fortress, and once again received a task to protect the city defense formation of Chijin City. This time, Lin Xiao was responsible for 18 nodes. He had as many as 50 formation masters under his command. The manpower was sufficient, and they could be rotated frequently. The task was very easy. Within 3 days of the fall of the port, the water monsters transported hundreds of thousands of land monsters to the shore and began a tentative attack, but they were repelled by the war fortress on the road before they even reached Chijin City. When the total number of land monsters exceeded 500,000, a more fierce general attack began. Under the command of the intelligent monsters, the monster army began to pull out the fortress to Chijin City. Obviously, they regarded Chijin City as the main attack direction. The alliance would not sit idly by and let the war fortress be destroyed. Not only did they organize reinforcement in Chijin City, but people from the other 3 cities also came to support. This time, they mainly used large flying boats. The combat capability of large flying boats was not as good as that of treasure ships, but they were faster and more maneuverable. Carrying thousands of monks, they could continuously harvest monsters outside the monster group. When they reacted, they could quickly leave on the flying boats, using guerrilla warfare to the fullest extent, making the monsters constantly exhausted. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with guarding in Chijin City, and that the daily merit points had also dropped to 1,000, Lin Xiao simply applied to fight on the front line, and this application was quickly approved. After getting the approval, Lin Xiao found 5 Daogang monks to form a team, and used a 5th order small flying boat that was known for its speed to hunt monsters freely. 6 Daogang monks were already a very strong force. An ordinary 4th order monster could not hold out for a stick of incense under the siege of 6 people, so as long as they were careful not to be surrounded by a large group of monsters, they could basically look down on them. In fact, this was true. Lin Xiao and his 6 companions were rampant and often killed the monsters in a state of disarray. By the time the monster army reacted, the 6 had already left on a flying boat. Among the land monsters, there were very few 5th level monsters. There were only 3 among the 500,000 monsters, and there were only 6 flying monsters in total, while there were 6 spiritual monks on the treasure island. These 5th level monsters did not dare to leave the depths of the army easily, otherwise they would be easily surrounded and beaten by the spiritual monks. Therefore, the final result was a sharp decrease in the number of monsters. After a month, the number of monsters had fallen below 400,000. This made it difficult for the monsters to advance or retreat. Even with the wisdom of the intelligent monsters, it was difficult to deal with such a thorny problem. However, Lin Xiao and his companions did not stay proud for long. Under the command of the intelligent monsters, dozens of 4th level monsters secretly gathered and ambushed the human monks who kept harassing and attacking them several times, resulting in the loss of many people on the human side, and even 2 Daogang monks died. The result is that a small team like Lin Xiao can no longer carry out the mission. However, when the number of people is large, it is impossible to guarantee the secret, fast and flexible tactics. In the end, it becomes a head-on confrontation between the 2 sides. The war fortresses are saved, but the losses of both sides are also great. So the commander of the alliance changed the tactics again, no longer focusing on eliminating the number of monsters, but focusing on containment. As long as they continue to harass them, they can't really attack those war fortresses with all their strength. 8,000 miles away from the treasure island, a huge sea turtle floated on the sea. How big is this sea turtle? It is more than 3,000 meters long from front to back, and thousands of meters wide. It is larger than an ordinary island. This sea turtle is a different species among the turtle monsters. It is basically used as a mobile palace by high-level monster kings. Yes, the monsters also have palaces. The 6th level monsters can transform into human form, and their IQ is no different from that of humans. Many higher level monsters know how humans enjoy, so building palaces is very popular among higher level monsters. At this time, there is an extremely luxurious palace on the back of this sea turtle, which not only has a magnificent hall, but also has a small garden and other buildings. Your Majesty, according to the news from the ZHI clan in front, the attack of the land monsters was thwarted, and they did not even clean up the war fortress outside the Red Gold City, but lost a lot of low-level monsters. Waste, it's been more than a month, why can't you even take down the treasure island? Your Majesty, Venerable King Xiao, it doesn't matter if those low-level monsters are not concerned about this matter, but the treasure island is indeed difficult to attack. The treasure island is too big, and our children from the water tribe can't go up. A high-level monster on the side hurriedly rescued the monster who reported. Venerable King Xiao was an 8th level monster, but he had not dealt with humans for too long, and did not understand the specific situation on the front line. How big is the treasure island? Is this the only trick my demon race has? Tell the leader of the ZHI tribe in front, that I will give him another half a month. If he fails to take it down, I will have to replace him with another ZHI tribe leader. Yes, Your Majesty, Venerable King Xiao, how about we do it together? The high-priced demon race looked around the palace. The 6th level demon race was not qualified to come in, and could only become the servants of Venerable King Xiao. The demon races that could be in this palace were all 7th level demon races, and there were more than a dozen of them. No, the Supreme and the human race have an agreement that the war between the two races cannot send demon races above the 6th level to fight, otherwise it will be a war of genocide, and the Supreme is not ready. King Xiao shook his head. In their eyes, only those above the 6th level are considered demon races, and those below the 6th level are monsters, wild beasts, and food in their mouths, and they are not worthy of being compared with them. So they don't care how many monsters below the 6th level die, but they are very distressed when a demon race above the 6th level dies, which is to reduce the number of their people. Once the war of extermination breaks out, the demons above level 6 will also die in large numbers, which is something the Supreme cannot allow. Even he, King Xiao, cannot bear the wrath of a level 9 Supreme Demon Beast. In that case, how about taking out the human captives? The human captives have all been sent to the Supreme. I only have a few hundred people, which is not enough. In that case, we can only use some small strategies. Your Excellency, let me go. Even if we can't capture Treasure Island, we can make them suffer heavy losses. Can you guarantee that you won't be caught by the human race? Of course, I will just find a few people from my tribe to take a bath and play in the water outside Treasure Island. Isn't that okay? Very good. Go ahead. I'll wait for your good news. King Xiao looked at the man's cunning smile and immediately knew what he wanted to do, and immediately agreed. On Treasure Island, hundreds of thousands of land demon beasts were attacking the war fortress outside the Red Gold City. They were not without any achievements. After more than a month, they had already taken down 6 fortresses, but they were still some distance away from the Red Gold City. Woo woo. Suddenly, a clear roar of beasts came from the sea, and the monsters on land kept responding. The attacking monsters slowly retreated and squeezed to the coast. Thousands of large sea beasts appeared on the sea, including giant whales, turtles, etc. They slowly swam to the shallows, and the land monsters jumped on their backs one by one, and then swam away one by one. It took a day, and all the land monsters were taken away. This shocked the observing human cultivators. They didn't understand what these monsters were going to do. The decisive battle hadn't started yet. Did the beast tide retreat? The observation post didn't dare to be careless and immediately reported to the Red Gold City. Several spiritual light cultivators discussed it once, but couldn't come up with a reason, so they decided to send people to investigate. The two spiritual light cultivators with the fastest escape speed personally checked. When they arrived at the sea, they found that the monsters were scattering, and suddenly a bad feeling arose in their hearts. What is that? Oh no. The 6th level, no, 7th level monsters have also regained their animal form. What are they doing? A tsunami, it's a tsunami, they want to flood the treasure island. Hurry, go back, be alert and prepare for battle. The two Lingguang monks were suddenly terrified. Without saying a word, they directly sent a sound transmission note back, and turned around and ran. Behind them, a tsunami hundreds of meters high was forming. Chapter 232 Flooding of Treasure Island. Dang 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 level 1 alert. The formation is fully activated. Guard monks go up to the city wall. The spiritual light monks in the city received the early warning and immediately sounded the alert alarm. The bell sounded throughout the city, and teams of monks rushed out of the camp and rushed to the city wall urgently. All fortress monks retreat into the city quick. I'm Ma Guanghu. All fortress monks listen to my orders. All retreat from the fortress and enter Chijin City. People in Chijin City listen. The tsunami is about to arrive. The treasure ship is in the air. Prepare to rescue the monks who fell into the water. Hurry up, retreat. Retreat quickly. Two spiritual light monks flew back from the sea, shouting all the way. But all the monks were confused and had no idea what was going on. It was not until they heard the word tsunami that the monks who reacted quickly immediately abandoned the war fortress and flew towards Chijin City. Most people only reacted after seeing the tsunami water wall of the spiritual light monks that was hundreds of meters high, and then rushed to Chijin City. Chaos, too much chaos. There were nearly 20,000 monks in dozens of war fortresses. There was no unified command, and they all scrambled to escape. How could it not be chaotic? The monks above the purple mansion could still fly, but those who had condensed and opened meridians could only fly with their body movements. At this time, it was so chaotic that there were countless incidents of collisions. The monks in the war fortresses were in chaos, and Chijin City was also in chaos. Most of the monks in Luoxinghe had experienced tsunamis, but not such a severe tsunami. The hundreds of meters high water wall seemed to be able to destroy the world. Many people were so scared that their hands and feet were cold, and they could not move. The monks who were not in Chijin City also scrambled to escape to the inland of Treasure Island. Don't panic. Formation Master, hold up the formation. You must hold up. Quickly, the treasure ship is in the air. The monks enter the treasure ship. Quickly, the flying boat is not allowed to take off. Guard team, shoot down the flying boat for me. All monks are not allowed to leave Chijin City. The formation is closed. Several spiritual monks in Chijin City were all roaring, trying to restore order in Chijin City, but with little effect. In the face of such a disaster, even the words of the spiritual monks were useless. For this reason, the spiritual monks had to stay in the air and personally shoot down several flying boats to curb the escape tide, but there was still not enough order in the city, and the organization was gone. Fellow Daoists, let's work together to break the water wall. No, it's too difficult. This will drain all our energy. Besides, there is more than one water wall. The monsters will take the opportunity to attack the city. What should we do? Fight hard. Send a message to the people in Jinan City to prepare for support. Okay, you and I will go to the formation nodes and control the formation masters. Several spiritual monks quickly reached an agreement. Several people rushed to the various nodes of the city defense formation to control the formation masters and not let the formation master team be in chaos. Boom. 10 minutes later, the water wall hundreds of meters high rushed to Chijin City. There were still thousands of monks outside Chijin City who could not enter the city. They were washed away in the first time. Many people were directly washed onto the city wall by the sea water, and their heads were broken and bleeding. It is unknown how many people died on the spot. Lin Xiao's consciousness has penetrated into the city defense formation. He deeply knows that the energy of the city defense formation is disappearing rapidly, and the energy transmitted from the formation center is negligible. The first wave of water wall has passed. Hurry up. Throw the black crystal. Hurry up, the second wave of water wall is coming. Prepare for the impact. Boom, another water wall came. Lin Xiao felt that the protective shield was collapsing, but the water wall was unstoppable, and it would not return after crossing the red gold city, so he overcame the second water wall. The third water wall is coming. Prepare for the impact. In less than 3 minutes, another water wall rushed over, and this time the city defense formation could not hold up, and collapsed in the endless sea water. Puff as a formation master, Lin Xiao was attacked by the formation and spit out a mouthful of blood. The other formation masters were even worse. The third level purple mansion was shaky, and the second level formation master was directly unconscious. Lin Xiao grabbed 2 formation masters at random, and then forced his body skills to rush up, quickly broke through the water surface, and floated in the air. There were many cultivators like Lin Xiao. Those above the purple mansion basically rushed out at the first time, but those below the purple mansion were hard to say. Boom, boom, the treasure ship rushed out, and many flying boats also rushed out, but with the flow of the sea water, countless flying boats have been destroyed. The flying monsters are coming. All the monks gather on the treasure ship. Quickly, let's go. Lin Xiao picked up 2 people and immediately flew to the nearest treasure ship. He threw the people on the deck, took out the Xiao bow, and shot a string of arrows with a whoosh, whoosh, shooting all the arrows in his hand. Then Lin Xiao spit out blood again. Countless flying monsters appeared and attacked the suspended Zifu monks in those flying boats fiercely. Those monks were still in shock and could not form an organization. It was unknown how many were broken by the flying monsters. Lin Xiao saw one figure after another falling into the water. Kill the treasure ship moves forward to cover the monk's Zuanjing cannon. Fire Mi Shen crossbow. Shoot down the monsters. For me, Monk Lingguan took action himself, rushing into the flying monsters to rescue the monks one by one. Most of these monks were purple mansion monks, the backbone of the human race, and any death was a loss. The monks who had previously hidden in the treasure ship also flew out of the treasure ship to meet those monks. The black crystal cannons and the god-killing crossbows on the treasure ship also kept firing. Lin Xiao, who was no longer able to fight, also rushed to a god-killing crossbow and kept controlling it to kill those flying monsters, wanting to kill more people. Let's go. The treasure ship retreats. Dao Gang monks follow me to meet the enemy. Dao Gang rescue the monks who fell into the water. Quickly soon after, another water wall appeared. This water wall was less than 100 meters high, but countless water monsters appeared in the water wall. They took advantage of the chaos in Tiansheng City and wanted to take the opportunity to kill them. If they didn't retreat, the monks on the treasure ship would not be able to escape death. There were originally more than 40 treasure ships in Tiansheng City. This was the number that could only be obtained by gathering multiple forces. Originally, they were intended to chase the monsters when the beast tide receded and expand the results of the war. However, at this time, they became the only hope for the monks in Tiansheng City to survive. But Lin Xiao counted and found that less than 30 treasure ships actually escaped. More than 10 treasure ships were destroyed by the tsunami before they could start. The monks on the ship found bamboo poles or other long objects and pulled the seriously injured monks out of the water. Many monks did not die directly. Some struggled in the water and some clung to huge trees. However, such lucky people were still a minority. Lin Xiao's treasure ship only pulled up more than 100 people after advancing hundreds of miles. It is estimated that the number of people pulled up by all the treasure ships is less than 3,000. In addition to the number of monks on the ship, it would not exceed 15,000 at most. Before Tiansheng City, there were no less than 20,000 monks in the war fortress outside the city alone, and no less than 30,000 monks in the city including the other 3 cities to support. Even if some of the monks who were washed away could survive, Lin Xiao estimated that the loss of troops this time would exceed 20,000. A tsunami was equivalent to wiping out the entire Xianyantao. This was unimaginable to Lin Xiao. The monks were still too weak in the face of a natural disaster like a tsunami, although this natural disaster was caused by a monster. Soon, the treasure ships of the other 3 cities arrived, and the total number of treasure ships reached 50. At this time, the treasure ships no longer retreated and began to attack those aquatic monsters. A war that was no less than a decisive battle broke out. The other 3 cities almost exhausted all their mobile forces and brought most of their resources. The Lingguan monks even stopped looking for opponents of the same level and began to attack those low-level monsters. Lin Xiao on the treasure ship vomited blood again, and the whole person was shaky. The god-destroying crossbow had been snatched away by another monk. Someone helped Lin Xiao walk into the cabin. Lin Xiao wanted to refuse, but found that he was powerless to push that person away. After entering the cabin, Lin Xiao was not treated preferentially at this time. He was squeezed among the densely packed wounded. Lin Xiao quickly took out the Beimei pill and swallowed it. After refining a little bit of the medicine, he began to look for the missing pill, a pill for healing the divine consciousness. The backlash of the previous formation caused his divine consciousness to be cut a lot, and his soul was traumatized, so he did not dare to delay at all. Lin Xiao began to heal his wounds, but the battle outside did not stop at all. The tsunami turned half of the treasure island into an ocean. Countless aquatic monsters took the opportunity to rush in and broke out a decisive battle with the monks of the treasure island. As high-level monsters continued to appear, the casualties of the human monks increased rapidly again. In terms of numbers, the number of humans will never be better than that of the monsters. In addition to having superb wisdom to invent various weapons and equipment, the human race relies on organization, forming a large army, and then using various weapons to play their own advantages and constantly kill those monsters. However, now, most of the weapons and equipment of Tiansheng City were scattered, and not even 1/10 of the supplies were snatched. The monks also responded hastily. Some ships did not even have commanders. The monks of the human race were offset to the extreme. After fighting for more than half an hour, the human monks slowly retreated again. Such a long time was enough for the people of the other 3 cities to rescue most of the monks who fell into the water. The fleet slowly retreated to the inland of Treasure Island. The further in, the weaker the power of that tsunami. The villages, towns, and mountains along the way were all powerful weapons to reduce the power of that tsunami, so the water level was getting lower and lower. After the water level was low, large aquatic monsters could not enter. The fleet immediately began to counterattack and killed all the small aquatic monsters that dared to advance. After that, they retreated again and lured those monsters forward. They really succeeded several times until they were discovered by the intelligent monsters and stopped the actions of those monsters. After the fleet arrived at this position, the battle was over. Even though 6th and 7th level monster kings had to pay a huge price for this level of tsunami, and it was impossible to use it without limit. Without a new water wall, the water level would only get lower and lower, and the advantages of the water monsters would slowly turn into disadvantages, so the water monsters began to retreat. Just when everyone thought they were going to win, 2 pieces of bad news came. The monsters took advantage of the power of the other 2 cities and successfully stole the city. Chapter 233, Tooth for Tooth. Tiansheng City was flooded by the tsunami and suffered heavy damage. The surviving monks were in a bitter battle, which forced the monks of the other 3 cities of Treasure Island to send troops to rescue. So when all the troops were withdrawn, there were less than 2,000 guards in each city. At this time, the land monsters that had been transported away before appeared and divided into 2 teams. One team had more than 100,000 monsters. With just one wave of attack, they took down the empty city and were heading towards the treasure city in the middle of Treasure Island. When the fleet received this news, several Lingguan monks were about to vomit blood. No one expected that the monsters of the ZHI clan were so powerful and could deploy troops and generals. The human race suffered a great loss due to carelessness. Then all the treasure ships started at full speed and were also divided into 2 teams. One team went to rescue Treasure City, and the other team went to the rear of the monster group to kill. As long as the monsters were prevented from joining together, a small number of monsters would not be able to break through Treasure City. When the reinforcement arrived, Treasure Island could be defended. 2 hours later, more than 20 treasure ships encountered a herd of beasts in the inland of Treasure Island, and a war broke out again. Without the help of the aquatic monsters, the treasure ships were suspended in the air, desperately firing black crystal cannons and god-destroying crossbows, and the monsters were immediately killed and injured. When the flying monsters came again, the almost crazy spiritual light monks rushed directly into the flying monsters, setting off waves of bloody storms, and the monsters' offensive was curbed. After a long battle, The fleet fought and retreated, and finally retreated into the treasure city. After withstanding several waves of monster attacks, the monsters' offensive slowed down, allowing the human monks to breathe a sigh of relief. A day later, the war damage statistics came out. Before that tsunami, there were about 110,000 monks on Treasure Island, and the main force was in Shijin City. However, a tsunami destroyed Shijin City. In addition to the continuous fierce battles, stealing cities, and blocking, when all the monks entered the treasure city, the total number of monks on Treasure Island just exceeded 50,000, and more than 60,000 monks died. Among them were 3 Daogang monks and hundreds of purple palaces. 21 treasure ships were destroyed, and countless other supplies, with no less than 10 million black crystals alone, as well as countless spiritual talismans, magic tools, elixirs, formations, and various spiritual materials. In the battle to defend the treasure island, the human race lost a lot. This news quickly spread throughout the Luoxing Sea Islands, causing an uproar among all the monks. Brother Dao, let's start. We haven't practiced swords for a long time. Haha, okay, let's try Brother Li's high moves today. Boom, boom. On the sea, after a brief exchange, the two monks each launched their own moves, with sword energy running wild and sword lights flying. However, the real victims were the monsters on the sea, which died in large numbers. Old drunkard, didn't you want to drink with me? Where's the wine? Here it is, but it's cold and not tasty. That's easy. Look at my golden sunfire. Oh, my hand is shaking. How did I spill this precious wine? On the other side, two monks were talking. One of the monks emitted a blazing fire. A drunk monk's hand shook and spilled the wine pot in his hand. As soon as the wine in the wine pot entered the sea surface immediately became boiling. Groups of monsters turned upside down. When the golden sunfire burned, hundreds of miles of sea area became a sea of fire, and countless monsters fled in a hurry. Stop, what do you humans want to do? This is against the agreement of the Supreme. Do you want to start a war? Seeing the heavy casualties of the monsters, several half-human half-monster figures flew over from a distance, shouting loudly. Old Jinlin, what are you talking about? This is the inner sea of my Eluozing Haze cultivation world. Can't we old guys drink here? Yes, Jinlin, it's well known in Eluozing Hay that we are not on good terms. What's wrong with sparring here? Why are you only allowed to bathe and play in the sea, but we are not allowed to spar? Several cultivators were not angry, but laughed and mocked. After the result of the battle on Treasure Island came out, the high-level cultivators in Eluozing Hay were furious, and the radicals even threatened to raid the palace of King Zhao and have a world-shaking war. However, this opinion was rejected. Before the top sects in Zhangzhou clearly agreed to intervene, Eluozing Hay's strength alone was not the strength of King Zhao. If a fight really broke out, I'm afraid they would be wiped out. However, if the human race did not make any movement, it would be too much. The hearts of the low-level cultivators would be chilled, and the third line of defense might also collapse. So the alliance ordered the other islands to step up their vigilance and continue to migrate mortals inland, while sending 4 Shengsu cultivators to fight back. Tit for tooth. If you, Jinlin, dare to play on the sea and cause a tsunami, then my human race will dare to fight on the sea. As for affecting some low-level monsters, that's none of my business. Despicable and shameless human race, you dare to violate the agreement of the Supreme, then don't blame me for being rude. What a joke. Do I need to say who is despicable? Jinlin, I have wanted your skin for a long time. Do it if you have the guts, then I'll reserve his tendons. Pull out his tendons and peel off his skin. This is good. Take it back and twist it into a rope, just right for harnessing a kahi. Then I'll remove his bones and use them to brew a jar of Jinlin wine. Maybe it tastes good. Why are you like this? Then I have to take the inner elixir reluctantly. Take it back to make a furnace of elixir looking for death. Jinlin saw that several human cultivators mocked him like this and wanted to peel off his skin, pull out his tendons and remove his bones. He was immediately furious. A long spear appeared in his hand and rushed towards the 4 people. The 4 of them were not afraid at all. Although Jinlin was a 7th level demon and stronger than any of them, they were also at the peak of the Shengsu period. The 4 of them could still fight together. The 5 strong men fought each other with earth-shaking momentum. The suffocating spiritual pressure could be felt thousands of miles away, and the aquatic monsters in the nearby sea were unlucky. The momentum alone killed countless low-level monsters, and the aftermath of the battle was even more unbearable for some 4th level monsters. This damage was much greater than that caused by the 4 people before. Before, they didn't dare to fight freely. Now, it was not difficult to secretly find a few 5th level monsters and kill them. When Jinlin found that 2 5th level monsters had died, his face turned even more livid. He knew he had been fooled. In just a short while, at least hundreds of thousands of aquatic monsters were killed or injured. Despicable guy, if you have the guts, let's fight in the sky. No, I'm thirsty lately and want to drink some water. Seawater seems to be nice too. Yeah, I'm afraid of heights and I can't fly up. The 4 people kept mocking. How could they fight in the sky? How could they get revenge like this? Retreat. Let the monsters retreat. Oh, it's so boring here. Let's fight somewhere else. Okay, Jinlin was furious and shouted for the intelligent monsters to command the water monsters to retreat. The 4 of them immediately chased and fought, and even found the intelligent monsters that were hiding very deeply among them, and killed several of them in succession. When the other monsters above the 6th level came to support, the 4 of them ran away decisively. After a few battles, at least millions of water monsters were killed or injured, which was considered a relief. Jinlin and several other monsters couldn't swallow this breath and wanted to chase them, but not long after, there were more powerful auras in the distance, and Jinlin stopped abruptly. That was the aura of a cultivator in the 7th or even 8th realm. If he chased after them, it would be dangerous. Jinlin retreated and didn't catch up. He doesn't dare. He created a tsunami and killed tens of thousands of my human cultivators and millions of mortals. He has already incurred public anger. If he really dares to come, the seniors will dare to keep him. It's a pity that Luo Xinghe is located in a remote area and has few resources. It can't produce cultivators of the 7th level. Otherwise, we don't have to rely on Zhang Cao. What's the point of fighting with King Jiao? The King Jiao is an 8th level monster. The 7th level is useless. How can the 8th level be so difficult? Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the present. After this battle, Treasure Island can only defend. There is a loophole in the 3rd line of defense. How to make up for it? Draw another 50,000 cultivators over and let them eat the land monsters on the island and repair the defense line. The beast tide has been going on for 4 years now. Both sides can't fight anymore. Jinlin doesn't dare to launch a tsunami anymore. It is estimated that he will retreat in half a year at most. Okay, send someone over and tell the people on Treasure Island to be more motivated. Not only must we annihilate those land monsters, but we must also participate in the counter-attack when the monsters retreat. If we don't leave 2 million monsters on the entire defense line, we won't even be able to give out rewards and pensions. Yes, they will do it. Okay, then notify them. After discussing for a while, the 4 returned to their respective islands, and then dispatched 50,000 monks to take 10 treasure ships to Treasure Island. After going through many difficulties, the 10 treasure ships safely reached Treasure City, and the number of monks in the city once again exceeded 100,000. With sufficient monks, Treasure City began to launch a local counterattack. Originally, the monks on Treasure Island basically had relatives and friends who died in the mouths of monsters. With extremely strong anger, they began to hunt monsters continuously, and countless heroic figures emerged. Even when they were besieged by monsters and unable to break through, they decisively chose to self-destruct and perish together with the monsters. Under the fierce attack of the monks on the island at all costs, the land monsters on the island suffered heavy casualties. More than half of the monsters were lost in less than a month. The remaining monsters began to panic and slowly retreated from the inland, wanting to leave with the support of the aquatic monsters. The monks on the island deliberately revealed a flaw, allowing the land monsters to walk on the backs of large sea beasts. However, at this time, dozens of fleets suddenly attacked, mainly attacking those large sea beasts. After a fierce battle, more than half of the large sea beasts were killed, and the remaining large sea beasts also threw the land monsters on their backs in panic. Countless land monsters drowned in the sea, and there were few survivors. The monks of Treasure Island took revenge for themselves, and the morale of the monks was unprecedentedly high again. Not long after, Treasure Island recaptured the two cities that were taken away by surprise, but Treasure Island was destroyed and could not be rebuilt in the short term. It is estimated that it will have to be after the war. Chapter 234, Counterattack Horn. Treasure Island, with the basic destruction of the land monsters in the monster army, no longer poses a huge threat to Treasure Island. Aquatic monsters alone cannot land to fight, and the number of flying monsters is not enough to break through the city. So Treasure Island began to prepare for a counterattack. The beast tide has been going on for more than 4 years. Both the human race and the monsters are exhausted. The beast tide will retreat sooner or later, and most of the islands that have been breached must be recovered, so a counterattack is necessary. In addition to the accumulation of resources, it is to deal with the trauma of Treasure Island. A tsunami destroyed the Red Gold City. In addition to the death of tens of thousands of monks, there are also millions of mortals. If these corpses are not dealt with, it will cause great harm. Although the plague and the like are not a threat to monks, they are a great source of danger to mortals. In addition, it is necessary to restore production on the island. The Battle of Treasure Island lasted for so long, and the recuperation of mortals has been greatly hindered. If production is not restored immediately, famine will also occur. Therefore, handling corpses and guiding the resumption of production became a very important matter, and also a good job. The reason why it was a good job was that the Red Gold City was washed away, and the materials were scattered everywhere. The Alliance had long lost the data. If there were any leaks in the process, no one would know. The top leaders of the Alliance naturally knew about this situation, but they could not stop it, and chose to default. First, they all knew that most of the cultivators suffered heavy losses in this beast tide. Countless people from the sects, families, relatives, and friends died in the war. After the war, they needed to recuperate. It was impossible without sufficient financial resources. Most of the merits of the cultivators were not enough to recover. According to past practices, no one knew how many sects went bankrupt after the war. Secondly, they did not have enough manpower to collect these things. For example, elixirs would become ineffective if they were used for a long time. Instead, it would be better to give them cheaply to the cultivators on the island. Therefore, the Alliance only collected the treasure ships and large flying boats, and did not care about the rest. Lin Xiao also grabbed this good job. In the process of picking up leaks, Lin Xiao found that he could use the system's search function to search for treasures, which gave him a great advantage. In 5 or 6 days, he picked up more than 200,000 Zuan crystals, as well as numerous elixirs, magic tools, and various spiritual materials. Lin Xiao stopped when he saw that he was ahead, and seriously guided those mortals to resume production. After all, Lin Xiao was the leader of a sect, and he was very good at leading this job. Whether it was vision or means, he was much better than ordinary cultivators. The Alliance fully affirmed Lin Xiao's work. A month later, because of the help of a large number of immortal cultivators, the situation of mortals entered a stable state. High-level cultivators like Lin Xiao no longer participated, but only sent a large number of open meridian cultivators to help. Lin Xiao returned to the Gold and Silver City again, and participated in the preparation for war. During this period of time, Lin Xiao had recovered from the injuries he suffered in the war. After all, healing pills were not a problem for Lin Xiao. Most healing pills below the 5th level, no matter how expensive, could be exchanged in the system. As for points, Lin Xiao's balance of points exceeded 90,000. 7 years ago, when Lin Xiao was in Zhongzhou, his points balance exceeded 60,000. In the past 7 years, there were another 600 to 700 disciples from Tiansheng Sect. All these points were contributed by the new disciples. Lin Xiao knew through the system that in the past 20 years, since he went out to travel, 2,000 new disciples had been admitted, and there were also 1,000 disciples who died in battle, or died of old age. The total number of disciples in Tiansheng Sect exceeded 7,000. There were 2 more Dao Gang monks, Beizichan and Li Mingyang, and there were also a dozen disciples at the 12th level of Zifu fighting for the remaining Daojiden. Lin Xiao set the Daojiden exchange merit points to 500,000. The average annual income of a 12th level Zifu monk was only about 40,000 to 50,000. Without more than 10 or 20 years of accumulation, it was impossible to exchange for Daojin. However, this price was normal. If we did not put some pressure on those Zifu monks, it would be too easy for them to relax. If the Zifu monks lost their fighting spirit, it would not be of any benefit to the sect. After most of the wounded had recovered, the alliance conducted several joint drills of the treasure ships. A treasure ship is equivalent to a combat platform. If it is not drilled, it will be a mob, so how to cooperate with each other is also a science. There is no shortage of talents who can command battles in the alliance, so the drills of the treasure ships are in full swing. Dozens of treasure ships come and go on the treasure island like the wind. A month is enough for the treasure ships to advance and retreat in an orderly manner. During the period of recuperation on the treasure island, the offensive and defensive battles on other islands are also in full swing. Treasure Island receives a lot of news every day, including news of the death of Daogang monks, news of small islands being breached, and news of monsters hitting their heads and bleeding on major islands. Half a year later, when the 5th year of the beast tide occurred, the monsters' attack became very weak. At least 70% of the land monsters were consumed, and the casualties of the aquatic monsters were no less than 7 or 8 million. The monsters were no longer able to bear large-scale attacks. So the human race started a local counterattack, especially the 7 large islands that were important nodes of the defense line. They began to attack actively and hunted monsters. In this local counterattack, the monsters showed very weak strength, and they could not even surround a fleet of about 20 ships. This weak performance made the alliance very happy, and the counterattacks of the islands became stronger and stronger. The local counterattack lasted for 2 months, and the aquatic monsters lost hundreds of thousands of them. The aquatic monsters could not sit still. After obtaining the consent of the 8th level monster King Jiao Venerable, the monster army began to retreat slowly. The retreat of the monsters was a signal for the human race to launch a large-scale counterattack. The treasure island and other large islands accumulated enough resources, moved them all to various treasure ships, and began a counterattack. The treasure island dispatched 40 treasure ships at a time. Under the leadership of the 6th level treasure ship King Gaian, they left the treasure island and began a large-scale hunting of monsters. Treasure ships number 1 to number 6 shrink the net and form an encirclement. Treasure ships number 7 to number 20 spread out and hunt lone monsters outside the encirclement. For the remaining treasure ships, the monks take flying boats and enter the encirclement to hunt monsters. On the vast sea, 6 treasure ships used giant nets several thousand meters long to form a huge encirclement. These giant nets were no less than the 4th level magic tools. Even 4th level monsters could not easily break through. They were not convenient to use during the Beast Tide War, but they were a sharp weapon for hunting monsters when the human cultivators had the upper hand. There were at least tens of thousands of monsters in the encirclement of the 6 treasure ships. As the giant nets shrank, the activity space of these monsters became smaller and smaller, and there were countless flying boats circling in the air. From time to time, attacks fell and killed monsters one by one. Bang! Lin Xiao shot an arrow with the Chixio bow, and a monster that looked a bit like a sea monkey was nailed to death by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had been watching for a long time. That guy was the intelligent monster among this group of monsters. Ordinary monsters are not a concern, as long as they are less than the 6th level. Only the intelligent monsters are the enemy of the human race. These monsters are born with intelligence and are extremely smart, almost the same as humans. Moreover, under the instruction of monsters above the 6th level for many years, ordinary monsters have developed a sense of fear and obedience to the intelligent monsters. Even if there are no higher level monsters present, the intelligent monsters can command most of the ordinary monsters. Dao Zaro, kill the intelligent monsters. The great trouble has been eliminated. Kill them. A Taoist monk on the King Gaian shouted loudly. When everyone heard it, they were immediately excited and no longer hesitated. They rushed into the sea to fight with the monsters. The scene was extremely bloody. Lin Xiao stopped killing after a while and returned to the treasure ship. Some familiar monks came to congratulate him. After all, the Alliance's reward for intelligent monsters is the highest. One intelligent monster is comparable to the price of more than a dozen ordinary monsters. The intelligent monster that Lin Xiao just killed has reached the 3rd level upper grade, and its value is not worse than the 4th level lower grade monster. Friend Xiao, you have made a lot of gains today. Friend Lin, don't laugh at me, I'm just lucky. Friend Xiao, I wonder what your plans are after the beast tide? This if it's inconvenient, forget it. Actually, it's not that inconvenient. I'm used to wandering alone. In fact, I really want to settle down, but the Luozing is too dangerous. Alas friend Xiao, that's wrong. A beast tide like this one only happens once every 1,000 years. Generally speaking, a small beast tide that happens once every 200 or 300 years can't break through the first line of defense. There's not much danger at all. Besides, when it comes to danger, which place in the 5 continents of Southeast, Northwest, Northeast and Central is not dangerous? Moreover, I'm afraid that friend Xiao doesn't know the benefits of the Luozing Islands. Although people outside say that Luozing is poor, that is for cultivators above the 6th level. In fact, the lives of cultivators below the 6th level are much better than elsewhere. Except for the areas around the islands, you can do whatever you want in the vast ocean. And the monsters in the ocean seem to be endless. As long as you have the ability, you can drive a treasure ship out and earn hundreds of thousands of black crystals at a time. It is not a difficult task, not to mention the natural treasures in the ocean. Friend Daoist Lin, your words make my heart move. Is it really that good? Friend Daoist Xiao, you saved my life. How could I lie to you? I really hope you stay. I won't hide it from you. I want to be your neighbor. Neighbor, I don't understand. Friend Daoist Xiao, although you and I have known each other for a short time, we have a life and death friendship, and I have also seen friend Daoist Xiao's abilities. Ordinary Daogang 10th level cultivators are not your opponents, and I'm much weaker. Moreover, the family I belong to has suffered heavy losses this time. If a neighbor with bad intentions towards me comes, what do you think I should do? Lin Zongjian tried his best to persuade Lin Xiao. He was not a lone man, but a disciple of a powerful family. There were more than 1,000 cultivators in the family, including 3 Daogang and dozens of Zifu. However, they suffered heavy losses in this beast tide. 1 Daogang died, more than a dozen Zifu also died, and more than half of the mortals were consumed. They were no longer able to maintain their previous status. Instead of having a strange neighbor, it would be better to have Lin Xiao as a neighbor. Chapter 235 After the beast tide. The human race's counterattack did not last long, because the sea is the world of aquatic monsters. Once they are too far away from the 3rd line of defense, they may be eaten by the monsters. After all, the treasure ship cannot be compared with the island, and cannot provide a reliable guarantee for the monks. However, during the human race's counterattack, at least 2 to 3 million monsters were left behind, which made up for the loss of the Luoxing Islands. After the counterattack, the major forces returned to their own islands, and began to rebuild, appease the mortals, resume production, and strengthen their territories. However, in this beast tide, countless forces were still completely destroyed, or the surviving forces were not enough to defend the previous territories, so they applied for bankruptcy to the alliance. Because they knew that with their current strength, returning to the previous territory would sooner or later be taken away by others, it would be better to directly exchange the island with the alliance for a sum of resources, or directly exchange for a smaller place, which can both keep it, and prevent others from coveting it. For this reason, the alliance has thousands of islands of various sizes, some of which are tens of thousands of miles in radius, and some are as small as 2 or 3 miles in radius. These islands, big and small, will be awarded to all cultivators in the form of military merits. Many local forces will rise as a result, and there will also be foreign cultivators who will take root here. In the 2nd month after the war, Lin Xiao learned about his hard work in the war for more than a year. The merits he was assessed to have reached as many as 435. This result is considered a lot among Daogang cultivators. Many Daogangs have participated in the war for 3 or 4 years. Most of the normal Daogang cultivators have merits of 2 to 3 million. In the 4th month after the war, the merit exchange ratio announced by the Luoxing Alliance was still 1 zuanjing for 1 merit, but the prices of resources such as martial arts, elixirs, magic tools and treasure ships were increased a lot. The merits have depreciated a lot compared to the war. As for the exchange of island territories, it has been reduced a lot. It can be seen that the resources in the hands of the alliance are not many, and they want to encourage cultivators to exchange islands as much as possible, rather than real resources. Lin Xiao immediately decided to exchange for an island. According to the exchange rate, 4 million merit points can be exchanged for an island with a radius of about 4,000 miles and a spiritual vein of no less than the lower grade of the 3rd order, and only 3.8 million merit points are needed. However, such perfect conditions are also difficult to come by. Lin Xiao finally chose an island with a radius of about 4,000 miles and a spiritual vein of only the 2nd level middle grade. In the 2nd line of defense, it was 13,000 miles away from Dajin Island and less than 5,000 miles away from the previous territory of Lin Zhongzhen's family. In Luoxing, a distance of 5,000 miles is considered very close. A faster flying boat can reach it in 1 day, and a treasure ship can reach it in a little more than 1 day. It can be regarded as a neighbor of Lin Zhongzhen. Because there is a dead volcano underneath the island, and it is windy, it is named Fenghuo Island. Lin Xiao did not change the name. He also thought that this Fenghuo Island was a good name. Fenghuo Island was originally controlled by 7 small families. 3 of these 7 families were directly wiped out in the beast tide, and the remaining 4 families also suffered heavy losses. Only 1 in 10 of the family members survived, so they filed for bankruptcy because they could not keep Fenghuo Island. In the Luoxing Islands, the size of a force depends on how big the island it controls is. The spiritual veins are secondary because the spiritual veins can be improved, and it is very difficult to expand the area of the island. Without enough area, it is impossible to feed enough mortals, and mortals are the foundation of cultivators. The more mortals there are, the more cultivators there will be. This is an eternal truth. There are still a group of mortals alive on Fenghuo Island. The number is not large, only about 70,000 to 80,000. Among them, the mortals of the 4 remaining families account for more than 30,000. They all want to take these mortals away, so the mortals left for Lin Xiao should not exceed 40,000. This population is too small for a medium-sized island with a radius of more than 4,000 miles, so Lin Xiao used the remaining 500,000 merits to exchange for 50,000 mortals, about 20,000 young and strong. With some women, children and very few elderly people, because in the beast tide, the elderly are the first to be abandoned. Although this fact is very cruel, it is a fact that cannot be changed. In any disaster, the first to survive are the young and strong. As for whether the women, children, or the elderly are behind, it depends on the specific situation. Lin Xiao exchanged all the remaining merits for monster meat. The Luoxing Islands are now short of everything except monster meat. Monster meat is even so cheap that it is almost the same as the rations of mortals. Fellow Daoist Xiao, I didn't expect that we would become neighbors. This is really rare. Fellow Daoist Lin, I know nothing about Luoxing. Do you have any advice for me? I dare not say I can give you any advice. I just want to remind fellow Daoist Xiao that for cultivators like fellow Daoist Xiao who have settled here from outside, the alliance will issue a flag and grant a 10-year protection period. During these 10 years, no one will easily attack your Fenghuo Island, unless they are your mortal enemy, or are extremely vicious, and do not want to gain a foothold in the Luoxing Islands. So fellow Daoist Xiao must cultivate a force that is sufficient to defend the territory within these 10 years. Fellow Daoist Lin, do you mean for me to recruit independent cultivators or cultivators from small families? That's right. How many cultivators from small families suffered heavy losses in a beast tide? The merits of their entire family may not be enough to exchange for an island, so they become wanderers. These families can be absorbed in. As long as a good balance is struck, 10 years will be enough for fellow Daoist Xiao to gain a foothold. But the loyalty of these family cultivators may not be reliable. The most important thing for a force should be loyalty. Lin Xiao shook his head. This move could certainly develop strength quickly, but it would be difficult to gain the loyalty of these family cultivators. Most of the family cultivators put their family first. This is a temporary measure. When your headquarters is powerful enough, they can either integrate into it or leave, and you will be the master of the island. As long as they don't produce cultivators stronger than you, there will be no problem. Forget it, fellow Daoist Lin. To be honest, I don't want to play this kind of intrigue. It's too tiring. It's better for disciples to train themselves. That's true. Everyone has their own aspirations, and can't be forced. If there is anything my Lin family can help with in the future, fellow Daoist Xiao can just ask. Since fellow Daoist Lin said that, I won't be polite. Now I lack rations and seeds for mortals, as well as oxen, which are tools for reclaiming farmland. Where can I get these? My Lin family can give fellow Daoist Xiao the tools for reclaiming farmland. We have iron ore and low-level black iron ore on our island, but we are also in urgent need of rations and seeds for oxen. We may have to go to the several large islands of the third line of defense to get them, but now they should hold on to these things and use them to exchange for resources for cultivation. They are very shady. There's nothing I can do about it. Hey, I understand. It seems I have to go earlier. If I go later, the price may be more expensive. Goodbye, brother Lin. Okay. Lin Xiao quickly went to Dafeng Island, the third line of defense. Dafeng Island is larger than Treasure Island, with a radius of about 50,000 miles. There are hundreds of forces controlling it, among which 3 families are the most powerful, and the rest are their vassals, including the Hua family. When Lin Xiao was traveling in Zhongshan before, he met Hua Kangchang and Hua Kangji, who were from the Hua family. They had agreed to play together before. With such a big beast tied in Luoxinghe, they should be back. Lin Xiao went to Dafeng Island and sent a sound transmission talisman to the Hua brothers and sisters. In less than an hour, he met the Hua brothers and sisters. Brother Lin, it's really you. Why are you in Luoxinghe? Xiaoji, Brother Lin should not be new here. Brother Hua is right. I have been here for almost 2 years. I have been playing in the Alliance before, and fighting in the Treasure Island area. Treasure Island. Brother Lin is on the Treasure Island. That's the most tragic place in the entire Beasttide. Brother Lin, are you okay? It's okay. It was indeed tragic on the Treasure Island. I was in the city when Shijin City was flooded. I almost lost my life. After that, I made some merits and exchanged for an island in the Alliance. It's called Fenghuo Island. By the way, my previous alias was Xiao Lin. Lin Xiao nodded, recalling that it was indeed very dangerous in Shijin City. Many Daogang monks had died, and who knew how many were seriously injured. According to what Lin Xiao had seen himself, at least 10 Daogang monks had their foundations damaged, and there was no hope for them to continue on the path of Taoism in this life. Xiao Lin. Lin Xiao. Brother Lin, your alias is not very good. I just picked it casually. I didn't want to hide it from anyone. It's just that it's more convenient to have an alias. Then we will call you Xiao Lin from now on. It will be better this way. Thank you for your understanding, Brother Hua. Brother Xiao, is there any difficult matter that makes you come to my brother and sister this time? One thing, I plan to gain a foothold in Luoxinghe, so I can't do without mortals. There are about 90,000 mortals on Fenghuo Island now, and we are in urgent need of food, seeds, and cattle. I know Dafeng Island has them, so I would like to ask Brother Hua for help. You should pay as much as you should. That's easy. It's nothing more than some resources for mortal survival. This kind of thing is not valuable at ordinary times, but it is valuable at this time. Brother Lin, ahem. Brother Xiao, I want Qianling wine. You can just exchange it for Qianling wine. I have drunk the one you gave me before. Okay, but there is not much Qianling wine left. I can only give you 50 kilograms. I still have a lot of Beiwu tea. Do you want it, Brother Hua? Of course. Fellow Daoist Xiao's white mist tea has a unique flavor and tastes very good. Okay, I'll use these to pay off the debt when the time comes. Sorry to bother fellow Daoist Hua. No problem, this is a small matter. I'll write a note and someone will deliver it naturally. Fellow Daoist Xiao, let's go eat. I don't know how you survived the hands of that demon cultivator. Okay, this matter is quite interesting. I'll tell you in detail. The three of them found a restaurant and sat down to eat. Lin Xiao talked about how he survived the hands of the demon cultivator, but he concealed the blackmail of Lan Lingai and Ling Mingpil. It would not be glorious to tell it out. Who knew that Lan Lingai really took it seriously? The Hua brothers and sisters knew those stories about Lin Xiao and shouted that it was exciting and a pity. If they had known that Lin Xiao had such means, they would not have escaped. They could also get to know the masters of Tiansheng Sect and Tiansheng Sect. Although these two sects are not the top sects in Zhongzhou, they are also first class, stronger than the entire Luoxinghai. At least Luoxinghai does not have a cultivator of the 7th realm. Chapter 236 Wind and Fire Island. Hua Kangchang had a high status in the Hua family. After he wrote a note, a steward immediately prepared the corresponding rations, oxen, and various tools for the 100,000 people, and borrowed a third-order treasure ship and the corresponding monks to operate the treasure ship. Lin Xiao also paid the corresponding price. In addition to Beiwu tea and kindling wine, there were some other resources. Lin Xiao was embarrassed to give all of them to Beiwu tea. After that, Lin Xiao stayed at the Hua family for 3 more days. The Hua family was still very polite to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's more than 4 million merit points had proved Lin Xiao's combat effectiveness. In addition, Lin Xiao was young, had a high level of cultivation, and had unlimited potential. Naturally, they wanted to make a good relationship. After leaving the Hua family, Lin Xiao went to the Alliance to rent 5 large flying boats, hired monks to drive the flying boats, and then received the Alliance flag and 50,000 mortals from the Alliance, and set off for Fenghuo Island. Fenghuo Island was still 50,000 to 60,000 miles away from the Alliance. It took Lin Xiao almost a month to get to Fenghuo Island. The main reason was that those mortals were not like cultivators. They could not travel for a long time, so it took a lot of time. Even so, there were frequent problems on the road. Before they arrived at Fenghuo Island, thousands of people fell ill and more than 100 people died. After arriving at Fenghuo Island, Lin Xiao met the cultivators of the 4 small families that had survived before. They had all moved away. It can be said that they scraped the ground 3 feet and took away a lot that did not belong to them. However, Lin Xiao was too lazy to argue with them. This was the vision of these people. Those cultivators gave Lin Xiao a general introduction to Fenghuo Island. They had been based on Fenghuo Island for more than 100 years before, but they had not fully developed Fenghuo Island. Only about 1/5 of it was truly developed. Senior Xiao, Fenghuo Island is more than 4,000 miles in radius. We have mainly developed the southeastern coastal area. There are mature farmlands, spiritual fields, and spiritual veins here. Senior, please take a look. I know there are many mundane affairs on the island, so I will not keep you. Please do as you please. After knowing the general situation, Lin Xiao issued an order to expel the guests, and several people left in disappointment. As soon as the people left, Lin Xiao immediately arranged for people to unload the supplies, move the rations and other things to the dock, and then let the treasure ships and flying boats go back. Lin Xiao promoted many managers among the 5 mortals, and met with prestigious figures from the original indigenous families on Fenghuo Island, and then announced martial law. Lin Xiao recruited 30,000 young and strong people, and asked them to build villages and towns. The required materials were all on the island. Some people went to cut wood, some went to quarry stones, and some went to dig pits. This was a test of Lin Xiao's management level, but Lin Xiao was not stumped in this regard. Tiansheng Sect was also established by him, so all kinds of incentive measures were used directly. In a month, Lin Xiao asked them to build 7 large villages and restore some of the previous villages and towns, allowing more than 80,000 people to live in. As for the accommodation conditions, they didn't care and would let them sort it out themselves in the future. Anyway, the climate of Luoxinghai was similar to that of Nanzhou, and it was not cold in winter. As long as it could shelter from the wind and rain, it would be fine. After the villages and towns were built, Lin Xiao had to divide the fields. Because there were mature farmlands before, they were definitely different from the newly reclaimed ones, so Lin Xiao directly and roughly confiscated all the previous farmlands, redistributed them, and distributed them according to the number of 10 acres per person, and drew lots. This was fair and equal. With this move, Lin Xiao directly split up some indigenous tribes and then adjusted the residents in the village. Those who did not get mature fields moved to the new village and prepared to reclaim. Tens of thousands of young and strong men spent only 1 month to reclaim hundreds of thousands of acres of farmland, enough for the current population to cultivate. Then Lin Xiao asked them to build water conservancy projects, open mountains and build roads. In short, now all their food, drink, defecation, and urination are provided by Lin Xiao, so they can't be idle. Young and strong men do heavy work, and women and children can't be idle either. Mortal life requires a lot of things: firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, tea, needles, thread, clothes and so on. Lin Xiao arranged people to get them one by one. Lin Xiao sent a message to Lin Zongjun, asking him to send a large batch over, and Lin Xiao also paid for them. After finishing all this, Lin Xiao set up a large formation on the island. Because there were not enough defensive manpower, Lin Xiao expanded the range of the formation a lot and surrounded all the mortal villages and towns. The Alliance's flag was planted on the highest peak of Fenghe Island, shining brightly, and all the monks passing by could see it. This flag was the witness of Lin Xiao's new coma. He was not allowed to take the initiative to attack Fenghe Island within 10 years, otherwise the Alliance would retaliate and kill him. After the formation was set up, Lin Xiao personally found children among the mortals to test their spiritual roots. No matter whether they were male or female, or what their status was, they all had to be tested. In the end, Lin Xiao found 15 children with spiritual roots, but their qualifications were not very good. There was only one with medium-grade spiritual roots, 2 with low-grade spiritual roots, and the rest were ordinary spiritual roots. Lin Xiao arranged for literate people among the mortals to teach them literacy. In addition, he rewarded these 15 families with a large amount of money. In addition to giving them another 100 acres of land, there were also some living supplies such as monster meat, which invisibly raised their status. If nothing unexpected happened, these people would be grateful to Lin Xiao and support him. In fact, this was also the case. The loyalty of the 15 people was more than 40 when they entered the door, which was much higher than the disciples recruited in Tiansheng. After the big things were settled, Lin Xiao mobilized the young and strong to build houses on the hill with the spiritual vein. Before, the 7 families did not completely occupy the hill with the spiritual vein, but only opened up spiritual fields on it, and then divided the spiritual fields to obtain the benefits. Lin Xiao couldn't stand this. Since it was a spiritual vein, he had to be under his control. Otherwise, what about the mountain protection formation? 3 months later, 15 disciples received basic literacy enlightenment, and a hall and a row of houses were initially built on the mountain. As for the rest of the institutions, they could only come slowly. The next step was to teach them to practice. Lin Xiao gave everyone a marrow cleansing pill to improve their qualifications, and arranged 20 mortals to solve their life problems. Every meal they ate was either spiritual rice or spiritual meat. The treatment was excellent. This was a matter of opportunity. If Fenghe Island became stronger in the future, there would not be such a good treatment. For example, now in Tiansheng Sect, the marrow cleansing pill also costs 20,000 to 30,000 merit points. Not everyone can eat it. Either someone supports them, or their qualifications and comprehension are very outstanding, and the sect is willing to lend them. Under Lin Xiao's personal guidance, 2 months later, some people opened their meridians one after another, and reached the first level of opening meridians. Half a year later, all 15 people became cultivators. At this time, the mortal villages and towns at the foot of the mountain also welcomed their first harvest. For the mature farmland before, Lin Xiao collected 40% of the tax, and for the newly reclaimed farmland, only 1 layer of tax was required. With this batch of supplies in hand, Lin Xiao ended the military control, and allowed them to reproduce freely. At the same time, he selected batches of management personnel such as village heads and town heads. With food supplies in hand, Lin Xiao used this as wages, and asked the mortals to continue to refine the division of labor. The hunting team went into the mountains to hunt wild beasts, and those with skills were supported to use their skills. They also had to build sea vessels, so that they could go out to sea to fish. Even the salt fields were gradually established, and the entire Fenghuo Island showed a thriving posture. Friend Zhao, this is incredible, incredible. I only knew that you were unparalleled in combat power before, but I didn't expect that your management skills were so outstanding. In more than a year, there is such a scene. It really makes us ashamed. Friend Lin, you don't know how tired I have been this year. I have been working non-stop and basically have no rest. This is much harder than practicing. Haha, fellow Daoist Zhao, please stop complaining. I know it's difficult, but all things are difficult at the beginning. Isn't the beginning over? How can it be so simple? Things are a mess. Mortals eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, clothing, food, housing and transportation have not been solved except for eating. Then why didn't you say it earlier? My Lin family can help. Haha, that's okay. We will have to rely on fellow Daoist Lin then. This is a small matter. I came here today to ask fellow Daoist Zhao if he is willing to form an alliance. Alliance? Yes, it's an alliance. The Luozinghe alliance is a very loose alliance. It will only be established when it is related to the life and death of Luozinghe. After that, everyone will do their own thing. Fellow Daoist Zhao's Fenghuo Island has a 10-year safety period, but we don't. In order to prevent being annexed by others, we have to stick together for warmth. Therefore, my Lin family and the other 6 island forces have discussed the alliance, and now I would like to invite fellow Daoist Zhao to join as well. How does this alliance work? 8 families form an alliance. The 8 families jointly invest to build treasure ships, to patrol and protect the waters of our 8 islands. At the same time, they can hunt monsters. The 8 families are of the same blood, and will jointly deal with foreign enemies, and advance and retreat in unison. Lin Xiao talked about the strength of the other 6 families. Among the 8 families, only 4 have Daogang cultivators, and the level of Daogang cultivators is generally not high. That is why the 8 families want to form an alliance. Lin Xiao immediately agreed to the strategy of this alliance. After asking how long it would take to build a treasure ship, Lin Xiao even promised to send people when the time comes. This shocked Lin Xiao. Where would Lin Xiao, a lone family, get the troops? Lin Xiao just said that the friends he met when he was traveling before were loyal and reliable. Lin Xiao also decided to establish a sect here. Lin Xiao didn't say anything. He quickly arranged for the 8 families to discuss. Finally, they decided to invest 8 million Zuan crystals to build 4 treasure ships of about level 3, which were equipped with weapons, not empty shells. It would take about 2 years. After that, these 4 treasure ships will cruise in the waters of the 8 families, resist foreign monks, and protect mortal fishing boats going out to sea. If a family is attacked by the enemy, they will jointly send troops, etc. When discussing the distribution of benefits, Lin Xiao appeared extremely strong, and promised that within a year, Lin Xiao's men would arrive, showing the strength worthy of this benefit. In fact, half a year later, the Tiansheng Sect support troops arrived, with a total of 315 people, 300 condensation vein monks, and 15 purple mansion monks. This force is enough to rank second in the 8 alliance, second only to the Lin family, and the other families have nothing to say. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Building Channels. Luozinghe is too far away from the Lu Kingdom in Nansao. Lin Xiao wrote a letter back to Tiansheng Sect when the beast tide ended. However, Tiansheng Sect did not receive the news until half a year later. Then they organized people to come. With the help of Night Owl, it took more than a year to reach Fenghuo Island. Beizahua meets the master. The leader of the 15 purple mansion cultivators was Beizahua of the Bei family. After years of practice, he has become a cultivator of the 12th level of the purple mansion. Because this mission has a lot of merit points, he accepted this mission. I haven't seen you for more than 20 years. Zihua's cultivation has improved. How is he? How is the sect? Master, everything is fine in the sect. There are more than 100 people in the sect's purple mansions. Uncle Lee refines a furnace of Keifu pills every 2 or 3 years, and the sect is not short of Keifu pills. What about the Chen Kingdom? The situation has been stable. 7 years ago, the Seven Alliance launched a counterattack and even dispatched several Dao Gang monks. Uncle Lee, Senior Wang Dao, and Basic C took action and almost killed one of the opponent's Dao Gang, and repelled their attack. Very good. Tell me about the general situation of the sect. Yes, the sect's disciples have exceeded 7,000 people. There are currently 5 Dao Gang monks, 123 Purple Mansion monks, and more than 3,000 Condensing Veins monks. At least one Purple Mansion monk can be added every year. Beiwu Mountain upgraded its spiritual vein to the 4th stage 3 years ago, followed by Xianyang Mountain, Bailing Mountain and Qian Mountain. The output of Kindling wine has stabilized at around 1.5 million copies, and Beicheng Business has opened branches or cooperative agents in more than 30 immortal cultivation cities and markets in 4 countries. Because of the cooperation with local forces, the channels are very stable. In addition, the planting area of graded Beiwu tea has exceeded 5,000 acres, with an output of more than 300,000 catties. There are more than 2 million acres of non-grade tea, with an output of 10 million catties, and it is still increasing year by year. Xianlang country has consumed 5 million catties, which has reached its limit. The rest basically goes through the channels of Gangming City and Beicheng Business, with an annual backlog of less than 100,000 catties. Gangming City's permanent population has exceeded 10,000 people, with a floating population of at least 1,000 people per day. It has become the largest city in the south of Lu State, and the mortal population has increased significantly, almost reaching 3 million. In addition, Beizahua talked about the development of the sect in these years. During the years when Lin Xiao was away, the Tiansheng Sect did not stop developing and maintained a high speed of development. The annual financial income climbed to more than 3 million Zuan crystals, and the expenditure exceeded 2 million Zuan crystals. Although the number of disciples did not increase much, the quality was getting better and better. Especially the descendants of the sect disciples. 90% of them joined the Tiansheng Sect. These people had the support of their parents and elders, and their paths were smooth. The strength of the sect increased a lot, and no matter which aspect, it had left the Danliang sect behind. Very good. Has the communication channel been set up for this trip to Luoxinghe? It has been set up. From Lu State to Qi State to Qin State, then to Qianshan Island, and then to Fenghuo Island. There are special people to do the communication. Each node has at least one Purple Mansion cultivator in charge, and there is a complete backup plan. It uses the secret code of the Night Owl to transmit, so it can be safe and worry-free, and the people in the middle will not know the specific content. That's good. Now I have established a piece of territory in the Luoxinghe Islands. This will be a branch of the sect, one of the 3 burrows of a cunning rabbit. It needs the secret support of the sect. You will not return to Tiansheng Sect for hundreds of years. Do you disciples have any objections? No, the disciples selected this time are all of mortal origin, and are loyal to the sect. Many of them are single, and have lost both parents. I have told them before they came, that they are willing to obey the orders of the head. Okay, then starting tomorrow, Fenghuo Island will be brought under the rule of the sect. You, Beizahua, will be the elder, and be in charge of the general affairs of Fenghuo Island. All rules will be followed by Tiansheng Sect, and disciples here must be treated equally. In addition, you must start selecting talents. After you have polished yourself, I will send you to Dao Gang. Thank you, Master. Beizahua was overjoyed. Lin Xiao's words meant that Lin Xiao was willing to support him. He still needed at least 300,000 merit points for the Dao Foundation pill, so it seemed that he would not have to worry about it. Don't be happy too soon. If things are not done well, I will punish you. Now Fenghuo Island has formed an alliance with the 7 forces including the Lin family. From today on, you have to contact them on behalf of Fenghuo Island. The complexity of Luoxinghe's forces is far beyond that of Lu State. It will be difficult to handle it without a certain level of competence. Don't worry, Master. Zihua will never dare to let you down. Okay, I believe you. Without further ado, you should learn about the specific situation of Fenghuo Island yourself. Within 2 years, I want you to set up the framework of the sect and effectively manage the mortals. The management must be stronger than that of the Tiansheng Sect. In addition to a significant increase in population, it is also necessary to prevent the emergence of large clans. Yes, Master, Zihur understands. Okay, I won't say anything else. You are not a newcomer anymore. I will delegate power to you. I only look at the results. Lin Xiao nodded. Over the past year, Lin Xiao has become disgusted with managing those mortals. Compared with cultivators, they need too many things and are too fragile. They are simply like being a nanny. Zihur is not a newcomer. Of course he knows how troublesome it is to manage mortals. In Tiansheng Sect, it is now handed over to the retired disciples to do it. It is troublesome and tiring, and the effect is very slow. However, Zihur is full of motivation. Working in front of the head is naturally different. If you do a good job, the head will always be very generous. With more than 300 helpers, Lin Xiao's task became easier. He began to focus on building the mountain gate on Fenghe Island, improving the spiritual veins, opening up spiritual fields, planting spiritual medicines and rice, and building the sect. The sect needs to set up another formation. Even if the spiritual veins are insufficient, Lin Xiao has prepared a set of 4th level formations, temporarily using Zuanjing to provide source power. In addition, the school, library, spiritual medicine garden and the like must all be built. Another point is the alchemy room. The reason why Fenghe Island is named Fenghe Island is because there is a dead volcano on the island, but a dead volcano is also a volcano, and the firepower below can be used. Lin Xiao plans to build a large-scale alchemy room, and then rent it out to alchemists such as casual cultivators, to make pills and charge fees, which will become a stable source of income for Fenghe Island. It is not a trivial matter to stir up the earth veins and open up the fire eye, especially the formations required, must be well controlled. If you accidentally turn a dead volcano into an active volcano, you will be dumbfounded. For this reason, Lin Xiao also exchanged the relevant formation information in the system. After 3 months of research, he had some experience. After the research, Lin Xiao went to Dafeng Island, Tiansheng Island, Jilin Island and other large islands to purchase supplies. If Lin Xiao wants Fenghe Island to produce as soon as possible, he has to invest huge resources. Lin Xiao casually invested 2 million Zuan crystals. When he returned to Fenghe Island, Lin Xiao immediately began to improve the spiritual veins and buried the treasures that improved the spiritual veins. The Zuan Qi on the mountain immediately surged, and half a month was enough to upgrade to the 2nd grade upper grade. But this is still too low. The 2nd grade upper grade spiritual veins are not enough to satisfy Lin Xiao's cultivation alone, not to mention more than 300 disciples, as well as spiritual fields, spiritual medicine gardens, mountain protection formations, etc. For this reason, Lin Xiao had to send a message to Hua Kangchang, asking him to help purchase treasures to improve the spirit veins. Lin Xiao could buy them at a premium and at a high price. The spirit vein upgrade could not be done for a while, but Lin Xiao could not wait for the alchemy room. After returning, he began to refine the formation and engrave the formation pattern. Then he found the crater on the island, opened a gap, and put the formation column in. Then he started to build the alchemy room. Because the alchemy room needed to use a fire eye, it had to be specially made. It had to be combined with the fire eye formation to control the size of the fire eye. This was an extremely complex combination formation. Lin Xiao did not have this experience, so he relied on his own exploration. It took a year to build 3 alchemy rooms, and the grades were low, only suitable for refining 2nd level pills. Lin Xiao himself was also a 2nd level alchemist, so the first experiment was to soak in the alchemy room for a month, and then improve the formation. After more than a dozen repairs, the alchemy room was considered a success. There were also alchemists among the 300 disciples. Lin Xiao selected them to make alchemy. Although they brought a lot of elixirs and magic tools from the sect, they could not just sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. The spiritual fields on Fenghe Island had already harvested a crop of spiritual medicines and spiritual rice, but the yield was very low. The lack of Zuan Qi not only affected the yield, but also the quality. For this reason, Lin Xiao was very helpless. The only thing that made Lin Xiao feel relieved was that among the 15 disciples he had accepted before, the disciple with a medium grade spiritual root performed very well. In 2 years, he had reached the 5th level of Kame. Once he reached condensing May, he could gain another batch of points. The treasure ships of the 8 alliances had also been built. 3 of the 4 treasure ships were used for ordinary cruise missions. Beizahua selected 5 purple mansions and 150 condensing May to go there. The other ship was used to go out to sea to hunt monsters. Beizahua also sent people there. He also knew that Fenghuo Island was all funded by Lin Xiao alone. If he did not speed up production, Lin Xiao's personal financial resources would also collapse. In fact, Lin Xiao's decades of accumulation have been almost spent. If he wants to spend money again, he has to exchange it with points. This is something Lin Xiao is reluctant to do. Points are easy to spend, but hard to earn. For this reason, Lin Xiao began to refine the 4th level formation and the 3rd level spirit talisman for sale. After a whole year, Lin Xiao only earned less than 500,000 black crystals, after deducting the cost. This is also the normal ability of Daogang cultivators with skills to make money. If they don't have these skills, it is estimated that they can't even earn 200,000 black crystals. Of course, if it is Li Muxu's alchemy, it can earn more black crystals. Like the previous blue spirit jade, the 5th level alchemy, 1,000,000 black crystals are like a piece of cake. So far, the beast tide has been over for almost 5 years, and most of the protection time of the Alliance flag has passed. In these 5 years, no one has come to cause trouble, but there are many who covet Fenghuo Island. If it weren't for the arrival of Beizahua and his group, it is estimated that they dared to monitor openly, so the benefits of the 8 alliances began to show. Chapter 238 Trade. While Fenghuo Island is growing stronger, other forces are also stepping up efforts to restore their power. After more than 4 years of operation, Lin Xianzhen's Wanhu Island has already breathed a sigh of relief. The ancestors of the Lin family on Wanhu Island started out as spiritual plant husbands. Relying on their skills in planting flowers, they planted no less than 1,000 kinds of spiritual flowers on Wanhu Island. Some of these spiritual flowers have higher medicinal value, and the rest of the flowers also have other uses. They also raise 7 kinds of bees, one of which is Beifeng, which has the highest value. The honey of Beifeng can not only be used for alchemy and medicine, but also nourish the body and nourish the meridians, even if it is taken on a daily basis, so it is extremely popular. In the previous Beast Tide War, Wanhu Island fell, and various flowers suffered heavy losses. After the war, they hurriedly replanted them. It took 3 years to cultivate them again. Now that they have the first batch of harvests, they are in urgent need of selling them. Therefore, the Lin family initiated a trade event and invited the other 7 families to participate in trading on large islands such as Tiansheng Island and Dafeng Island, which can also ensure safety on the road. The other families also agreed. It is difficult to develop commercial activities such as market towns on a small island of thousands of miles. Only large islands can do it, so there must be trade activities. Lin Xiao also agreed and would go there in person. The income of Fenghuo Island is very small. At this time, it is all supported by Lin Xiao alone. Lin Xiao can't hold on any longer, so Lin Xiao has ordered Tiansheng Sect to transport resources again, to provide blood transfusion for Fenghuo Island, but it will take at least more than a year to go back and forth. So Lin Xiao is also in urgent need of trade. In addition to Lin Xiao's talismans and formations, the only items that Fenghuo Island can show off now is kindling wine. Lin Xiao has always had a secret recipe of kindling wine. Before Lin Xiao traveled, any new formula research would be divided into 3 parts, one in Beiwu Mountain, one in the sect treasury, and one in Lin Xiao's hands. So Lin Xiao asked to brew kindling wine after Beizahua and others came. Now it has accumulated 2 years of production, about 100,000 bottles. According to the previous market price of Lu State, it should be able to sell for 300,000 or 400,000 zuanjing. Lin Xiao took a dozen disciples to help, and then went to Wanhu Island. Lin Xianzhen took Lin Xiao to visit Wanhu Island. The scenery of thousands of flowers blooming was very beautiful, which was also what Lin Xiao did not expect. The 4th level White JP Queen. Wow. Fellow Lin, your Lin family is really hidden. After Lin Xiao saw the White Jade Peak of the Lin family, he was even more shocked to find that the Queen Bee of the White Jade Peak was actually at the 4th level, which was very valuable. What do you mean hidden? Our Lin family has cultivated this Queen Bee for 300 years to reach this level today. I don't know how much effort we have spent. Moreover, it has been less than 20 years since it broke through the 4th level. In the middle, there was a beast tide, and even the capital has not been recovered. Lin Xiao said with a smile, but his expression was still very proud. The 4th level Queen Bee is the most important property of the Lin family. If nothing unexpected happens, it can live for at least 300 to 500 years. The future prosperity and glory of the Lin family depends on this Queen Bee. Haha, then brother Lin, please sell me some royal jelly. Of course. Our Lin family doesn't need much. We mainly rely on selling honey and royal jelly to exchange for resources. Our Lin family is still short of a few sets of 4th order formations, and we will have to rely on Brother Xiao at that time. Okay. Have the other families arrived? When will we set off? Soon, the day after tomorrow at the latest. This time we will requisition a treasure ship. I want to go too. With 2 Dao gangs, it is enough to ensure my safety. I heard that the Lin family is going to normalize this trade. How does the Lin family plan to operate it? Once every 3 years. If there are not enough goods, the round trip cost will be too high. Once every 3 years is about the same. The other families are almost the same. What about Brother Xiao? That's fine. The output of Fenghuo Island is really too little. 3 years is actually a stretch. Lin Xiao nodded. If they traveled once a year, Fenghuo Island would not be able to gather enough goods, and the cost on the road was not low. At the speed of a 3rd level treasure ship, it would take more than 2 months to go back and forth. The mysterious crystals to drive the treasure ship alone would cost tens of thousands. If the treasure ship had to be airborne and to fight, the cost would have to be multiplied dozens of times. 2 days later, the other 6 families all brought goods. They did not have enough storage bags, so they all used sacks and wooden boxes to load goods, and they also needed treasure ships. Lin Xiao learned about their goods, and found that they were all bulk goods with low value but huge quantities, such as low-level spiritual medicines and spiritual rice. Lin Xiao also told Lin Xiao about the situation. The situation in the Luoxinghe Islands was very complicated. The spiritual veins on many small islands were of very low level, and the terrain was also different. Some small islands did not have any plains, which were not suitable for growing bulk goods such as spiritual rice, so they were all used to grow other things. Spiritual rice was very popular. Big islands like Dafeng Island would buy a large amount of spiritual rice from Zhongshankin every year, especially higher level spiritual rice above level 3. The supply was in short supply, and they would sell as much as they could. However, only the sects in Zhongshan were willing to use spiritual fields above level 3 to grow spiritual rice. Lin Xiao also told Lin Xiao about the taste of level 3 spiritual rice. It was not comparable to level 1 spiritual rice. It was big and full crystal clear, like pearls. Even Daogang cultivators could be full after eating a small bowl. It was full of mysterious energy, extremely mild, and did not have the poison of elixirs. It was very popular with high-level cultivators. If they could take it all year round, it would be of great benefit to their cultivation. Of course, the price was also very expensive. 1 pound of level 3 spiritual rice cost hundreds of mysterious crystals. If they calculated 1 pound a day, Daogang cultivators would have to spend 40,000 to 50,000 mysterious crystals on spiritual rice a year. This was not something that ordinary Daogang cultivators could afford. After the cargo was loaded, the guards of each family also went up. The 8 families gathered 160 guards, and there were 20 monks who operated the treasure ship, a total of 180 people. After leaving the port, the treasure ship raised its sails. The treasure ship had a lot of cargo, and it was extremely wasteful to use the black crystal to drive it completely, so the normal voyage relied on the sails as the main force and the power as the auxiliary. At this time, the Luoxinghe Islands were still safe. According to Lin Xiao, the beast tide made a large number of small forces bankrupt, and reduced to scattered cultivators. Many of these people would become wanderers, and become a safety hazard. But not yet. Firstly, the resources they exchanged for their previous merits have not been used up, and secondly, many forces like Fenghuo Island are protected by the alliance, and they dare not act easily. But after another 5 or 6 years, once the protection period of the alliance is over, they will have no resources in their hands, and the probability of these people becoming robbers and bandits will be very high. The 8 alliances are also preventing this situation. Lin Xiao hinted to Lin Xiao that in the next 5 years, Fenghuo Island must have its own treasure ship to protect Fenghuo Island, otherwise the crews may not be reliable. The 8 islands are not gathered together, and the distance between them is about 10,000 miles. If the treasure ship cruises to the farthest island, what should the robbers do? Lin Xiao agreed with Lin Xiao's suggestion. Fortunately, he was not really alone. He just needed to wait for the second batch of support from Tiansheng Sect to arrive. A month later, the slow-moving treasure ship arrived at Dafeng Island, which was the first stop for trade. At that time, it would have to go to more large islands. On Dafeng Island, Lin Xiao temporarily separated from Lin Xiao and the others, and contacted the Hua brothers and sisters. Not long after, Hua Kangji appeared, and Hua Kangchang did not come, saying that he was in seclusion. Brother Lin, can you brew kindling wine now? It's not brewed by me, but by my subordinates. Due to the limitation of raw materials, the annual output is only tens of thousands of bottles, and it's the worst kind. Ah, the worst. What about the good ones? Hua Kangji was a little disappointed. Kindling wine is also divided into grades. After drinking the good one, how can one get used to the bad one? Hey, this is my life, Brother Lin. I give it to you. Wow, Brother Lin, you are so cunning. It's even better than before. How much did you hide? Really, there is nothing left. This is the last one. But Xiaoji, how about doing business with Brother Lin? What business? Is it profitable or not? Of course. You also know the taste of kindling wine. It is very suitable for female cultivators. But I have no one in this Dafeng Island, and no time to promote it. So I want you to be a distributor, just to help me sell this kindling wine. I will sell it to you at a low price, and you can decide how much to sell it for later. How about it? That's fine. My parents have a lot of shops under their names, and they are all managed by my relatives. But how much are you willing to pay? I will sell you this kindling wine for only 4 black crystals, all of which are 1 catty. In addition, you can ask your relatives to help me collect spiritual fruits and spiritual water. I want as many as I can. It doesn't matter whether the quality is good or bad, but they must be divided into levels and cannot be mixed. If there are high level spiritual water and spiritual fruits, I can brew the kindling wine you drink now. Really? Can it really be brewed? I'm not trying to trick you. It's true. If this cooperation is reached, you will be our big customer in the future. You can buy at wholesale prices and drink as much as you want. Okay, then you have to supply me with good kindling wine in the future. I can only give it to others if I can't finish it. Of course, it's a must. Okay, I'll find someone to talk to you. I don't know how to do business. Hua Kangji was very satisfied, but she was not stupid. She quickly sent a message home. Soon 2 people came. They were all her relatives who were in charge of the store and were veterans. Lin Xiao finally sold 100,000 portions of kindling wine to Hua Kangji at a price of 4 Zuan crystals per portion, but the profit was actually not as good as that of Tiansheng Sect, because the cost here was much higher. For low-level kindling wine like this, the cost of Tiansheng Sect has been reduced to a little more than 1 Zuan crystal, but on Fenghuo Island, the cost exceeded 2 Zuan crystals, and the profit of 100,000 portions of kindling wine was only about 100,000. Lin Xiao spent another 200,000 black crystals to buy a large number of spiritual fruits and spiritual water. As for the remaining kindling wine, Lin Xiao asked his disciples to sell it. The main purpose was to cultivate some potential customers and build up his reputation. Even if he didn't rely on Hua Kangji in the future, he still had to have a market. In addition, Lin Xiao also sold the spiritual talismans he drew, and the formations he refined. After staying in Dafeng Island for another 7 days, the treasure ship set off for the next island. Chapter 239. The situation worsens. It took a month for Fenghuo Island and other 8 forces to go around the big islands. sell out all the goods they brought, and then exchange them for various resources to take back home. Lin Xiao's storage ring also contained various materials, but very few Zuan crystals. What Fenghuo Island needed now was various resources instead of Zuan crystals. Fenghuo Island needed to accelerate the accumulation of strength. After returning to Fenghuo Island, Lin Xiao accelerated the speed of training disciples, and once again detected 9 children with spiritual roots from mortals, and the number of monks on the island increased again. A year later, the support from the Tiansheng Sect headquarters came again. This time, no monks were sent, but various materials worth more than 3 million Zuan crystals, including 20 Keifu pills. With this batch of resources, Lin Xiao no longer had to rush for resources for the time being. Conservatively, it could last for 7 or 8 years, and the consumption of more than 300 was indeed not large. Lin Xiao was busy with the alchemy room. With his previous experience, Lin Xiao's speed became very fast. In 1 year, he built more than 30 alchemy rooms, from the first to the third level. The fire source was stable and safe, which was much better than using spiritual charcoal or the true fire released by the Purple Mansion monks. Moreover, Lin Xiao estimated that the fire eye of Fenghuo Island could allow a 4th level alchemist to refine pills at the highest level, but Lin Xiao had not yet reached the level of being able to use the 4th level fire eye. In addition to the alchemy room, there is also a weapon refining room. Refining also requires a fire eye. Lin Xiao was busy for another half a year and built more than 20 weapon refining rooms. After these things were built, they could not be rented or sold directly to the outside. With Lin Xiao's level, he knew that this would not bring the greatest benefits. So Lin Xiao also selected young and strong people to open up wasteland outside the alchemy room, level the land, and build a small market. For the time being, there was only a small cross street with dozens of shops. After it was done, Lin Xiao asked those disciples to participate in training and prepare to build a market. Master, this market is very similar to the previous Gangming market. It's not similar, it's a replica of Gangming market. The design drawings are the same. It's fine as long as it can be used. Why bother about so many things? Yes, Master is right. Among the 15 people you brought, have anyone worked in Gangming City? Pick them out when the time comes, and let them take 2 newly promoted Purple Mansion monks to take charge of this market. Although our market is small, safety must be guaranteed. In addition, there must be at least 2 Purple Mansion monks in charge of the alchemy room and the weapon refining room. Master, in this case, we will not have enough manpower. With the 2 people who have just broken through this year, we only have 17 Purple Mansions. That's enough. When I founded the Gangming market, I was the only Purple Mansion monk, but I made it. The level of these 300 people is good. Soon there will be a steady stream of Purple Mansion monks, and that will be enough by then. Okay, I won't waste time talking to you. I have to go out for something. Please guard Fenghuo Island. Lin Xiao shook his head. 17 purple palaces were not enough. It seemed that they had been used to a good life in Tiansheng Sect and didn't know that they had been through many years of hardship before. Lin Xiao drove the flying boat to Dafeng Island and sold the kindling wine accumulated in the past 2 years to Huakangji, and then bought a lot of spiritual fruits and spiritual water. Fenghuo Island had planted spiritual fruit trees, and it was expected that there would be production in 2 or 3 years, but there was no spiritual spring at all, which also caused the cost of kindling wine to not go down. Lin Xiao had no choice but to delay it for the time being. Later, Lin Xiao bought a lot of materials related to the formation and treasures for improving the spiritual veins, and returned to Fenghuo Island. Under Lin Xiao's large investment, the spiritual veins of Fenghuo Island were finally upgraded to the 3rd level. Lin Xiao intercepted a section of the spiritual vein and led it to the market, and then began to set up the protective formation of the market. Because of the lack of Zuanqi, the protective formation could only be set up with the 2nd level upper grade, because this was the limit that this section of the spiritual vein could provide. If Zuanjing was needed even for normal operation, it would be a loss. After everything was done, Lin Xiao sent a message to the 7 forces including Wanhu Island, asking them to help promote the idea, saying that Fenghuo Island had alchemists and weapon refiners for rent at a favorable price. The 7 forces did not refuse this small favor. Under the promotion of the 7 forces, in the second month, low-level alchemists and weapon refiners began to come to Fenghuo Island to make alchemy and weapon. Lin Xiao gave them generous treatment. Not only were the prices very cheap, but he also took over most of their elixirs and magic tools, which would be useful in the future anyway. It was under this preferential treatment that Fenghuo Island gradually began to have independent cultivators come to trade and settle down. Lin Xiao also opened restaurants and inns in the market to ensure their food, clothing, housing and transportation. However, the most commendable thing about Fenghuo Island market is not the alchemy room and weapon refinery room, but fairness and safety. As mentioned before, as the time after the end of the Beast Tide War became longer, some independent cultivators used up all the resources they had obtained in exchange for military merits, and the fighting among independent cultivators became more frequent. They did not dare to attack the islands, but it was no problem to attack independent cultivators. Most of the Luoxinghe Islands are just out of the sea. If you kill someone and throw him into the sea, he will be eaten by fish and shrimp in a few days. It is very convenient to destroy the body. Therefore, the life of the independent cultivators began to become difficult. But Fenghuo Island Market has 3 purple palaces, one for the alchemy room, and one for the equipment room. There are 5 purple palaces in a few square kilometers, which is enough to ensure safety. Lin Xiao's usual strategy is to pay great attention to fairness. The name of Gangming City also comes from this, so it is still the same here, which greatly increases the favorability of independent cultivators towards Fenghuo Island. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years have passed. On this day, a cultivator from the Alliance came to Fenghuo Island and took back the flag that the Alliance had given before. This means that 10 years after the war have passed, the Alliance no longer provides safe shelter. In the future, the safety of Fenghuo Island will be the responsibility of the person himself. Life and death are determined by fate. Lin Xiao has nothing to say about this. At this time, the number of cultivators on Fenghuo Island has reached more than 350. Last year, more than a dozen children with spiritual roots were detected. In addition, some of the first batch of disciples 10 years ago have broken through to the condensation vein stage. Lin Xiao got 1000 points from the system. 3 of the 300 disciples broke through the Purple Mansion, and the number of Purple Mansion cultivators reached 20. The Lin family of Wanhu Island only had 21 Purple Mansions. In terms of high-end combat power, Fenghuo Island was actually not inferior to the Lin family. When the market of Fenghuo Island began to become famous, and many independent cultivators came to make pills, practice key, trade and live, the Lin family and other 7 forces opened shops in the market as soon as possible, and Lin Xiao still gave them generous treatment. The increase in foreign cultivators is a great challenge to the safety of the island. The independent cultivators of Luoxinghe Islands are more sturdy, otherwise they dare not go out to sea to fight the sea and monsters, and they are also more unruly, so Lin Xiao attaches great importance to the safety of the island. He personally divided the mortal area and the cultivator area. The development direction of the mortal area will develop to the east and north, while the cultivator area will develop to the west, staggering the two, and dividing them with formations. At the same time, the patrol mission of Fenghuo Island has been increased. Now Fenghuo Island does not have the power to patrol the surrounding waters, and can only stay on the island. As the 10-year protection period passed, unrest began to occur in various places in the Luoxinghe Islands, especially the islands that foreign cultivators like Lin Xiao exchanged for their military merits. At least half of them have changed hands. Just think about it, how much resources Lin Xiao has invested in Fenghuo Island. Almost tens of millions of Zuan crystals, and there are more than 300 disciples supported by the sect. But what about those real independent cultivators? They can't compare with Lin Xiao in terms of financial resources. They may have more manpower than Lin Xiao, but their cohesion and loyalty have to be discounted. Once they encounter a strong enemy, can they really fight to the death? It is precisely for these reasons that many foreign cultivators have had their islands taken away. The lucky ones survived, but they just wasted more than 10 years of hard work. The unlucky ones also died there. Under this background, the life of independent cultivators has become more difficult, and they began to look for safe islands for shelter. Large islands like Daffing Island and Treasure Island are naturally the first choice, but those places also represent high living expenses, which not every independent cultivator can afford. Therefore, small and medium-sized islands like Fenghuo Island became their first choice, which caused the population of Fenghuo Island to increase rapidly. In just 2 or 3 years, Lin Xiao had to expand the market again. With the increase in population, Fenghuo Island also entered the eyes of more people. Especially Fenghuo Island is an island with a radius of 4,000 miles. The area is not small. If it is fully developed, it can accommodate tens of millions of people. But now there are only a few people on Fenghuo Island. There are only a little over 100,000 mortals. The developed land of Fenghuo Island is not even 1/10. This is a waste in the eyes of many forces. Lin Zhongjin suggested to Lin Xiao that he let Lin Xiao rent out those undeveloped lands so that he could develop Fenghuo Island with the help of those weak forces and collect certain benefits. Moreover, if there is a strong enemy attacking, they can also contribute. However, Lin Xiao refused. Fenghuo Island is an important part of Lin Xiao's plan, and no one else can get involved. He still has great use. Lin Xiao repeatedly rejected the forces that wanted to rent the island, which also made many forces start to set their sights on Fenghuo Island. After all, there were too few guards on Fenghuo Island. More than 300 people had to be divided into several places. How much strength could they have? As for Lin Xiao's combat effectiveness, it was even less worth mentioning to them. The beast tide had been over for more than 10 years, and even those who remembered had long forgotten it. Besides, they were all desperate criminals fighting for their lives on the sea, and no one was really afraid. So Fenghuo Island became a fat piece of meat in the eyes of some people. After several months of planning, 3 groups of scattered cultivators formed an alliance and made a plan to capture Fenghuo Island and divide it together. The 3 groups of scattered cultivators cooperated tacitly and had a clear division of labor. One group sneaked into the market of Fenghuo Island, and the other 2 groups ambushed in the middle of the road between the market and the spiritual vein on the mountain. When the market was in chaos, they would kill them halfway. However, they did not know that, wherever the Tiansheng Sect went, Lin Xiao would appear. When the group of independent cultivators who sneaked into the market began to secretly connect with each other, they were detected by Lin Xiao. Faced with this Zuanjing that was delivered to his door, Lin Xiao had no reason to give up. Chapter 240 Purple Light Divine Eyes. As night fell, the bell of Fenghuo Island Market rang. This was the bell for closing the market. Fenghuo Island Market was not open at night. This was the default rule of all small markets. Only those large markets with strong strength dared to operate all night. The scattered cultivators in the market returned to their rented courtyards or inns one by one. Among these scattered cultivators, the trajectories of dozens of people were particularly special. They were in groups of 3 or 5, distributed in various corners of the market, and vaguely surrounded the law enforcement team, shops, restaurants, and inns of Fenghuo Island in the market. When it was completely dark, a patrol team of more than 10 people from the law enforcement department came out and began to patrol the entire market. If anyone was found to violate the curfew rules, they would be fined or even expelled from Fenghuo Island. Kill them enemy attack. Be alert when the patrol team reached the gate of a small courtyard. More than 20 people broke through and attacked the patrol team. The leader, the Purple Mansion cultivator, reacted the fastest. He roared and blocked the sneak attack of one of them. At the same time, many cultivators also rushed out of several other places in the market, rushing towards the inn, restaurant, and law enforcement office of Fenghuo Island. All of them added up to no less than 150 people. Many scattered cultivators were alarmed and stared at the scene in front of them in amazement. Boom. Soon, the protective formation in the market was activated, covering the entire market. A layer of thick fog appeared outside the protective cover, making it difficult to see the situation inside. Only the roars, screams, and screams of fierce fighting could be heard. The scoundrels attacked the market. Scattered cultivators should not panic. Stay at home and don't move, otherwise there will be danger of being killed. A voice came from the law enforcement office and spread throughout the market. Then, a light curtain rose from the flat cross street, dividing the entire market into 4 parts. Not good. The news has been leaked. The other party is prepared. Retreat. The scattered cultivator leader who was attacking the law enforcement office reacted very quickly. He knew that things were bad at first sight. The other party was obviously prepared. However, he wanted to leave, but it was too late. The rising light curtain merged with the entire formation, and it was not something that dozens of people could easily break. Brother, we can't break the formation with just a few people. What should we do? Go back and break through the law enforcement office. The formation center is right there. Just smash the formation center. The leader of the scattered cultivators knew some knowledge of formations and had extraordinary experience. He knew that the law enforcement office was the center of Market Town and the formation center. As long as the formation center was broken, the protective formation would be broken. You really don't know how to live or die. Kill them all. At the gate of the law enforcement office, Bezihu looked at the scattered cultivators who turned back again. With a wave of his hand, dozens of cultivators rushed out, including him and 6 purple mansion cultivators. After Lin Xiao detected the news, Lin Xiao mobilized a large number of troops to sneak into the market town secretly. At this time, there were not 3 purple mansion cultivators in the market town, but 10 people, and there were many masters above the 9th level of purple mansion. The leader of the scattered cultivators saw the 6 purple mansion cultivators and wailed. He was a little desperate. He didn't know what went wrong. Why were the enemies prepared? Bezihu and others were all from the Tiansheng Sect. The treatment of the Tiansheng Sect was naturally not comparable to that of the scattered cultivators. They were fully equipped with defensive magic tools, talismans, and inner armor. Under the leadership of the 6 purple mansion cultivators, the other condensed meridian cultivators were also very brave and soon killed all the dozens of people. Let's go to the next place. Bezihu looked indifferent. He took out a talisman from his storage bag and stuck it on his body, then passed through the light curtain. The other cultivators followed suit. Bezihu and others began to sweep the entire market. With the addition of their new force, the morale of the Fenghuo Island cultivators who were originally in a difficult battle was greatly boosted, and the pressure was immediately relieved a lot. At this time, more than 200 monks were lying in ambush on the roadside 1 mile outside the market. There were also formations hidden around them. Even if they walked to the side without making any noise, no one could find them. They listened to the fighting in the market and looked at the whistling sound coming from a few miles away. Everyone held their breath. The 2 Daogang monks came up with the idea of sieging and attacking the reinforcement. They knew the importance of the market to Fenghuo Island. Once there was a problem in the market, the monks on the mountain would definitely come to the rescue. The other side had only 1 Daogang, and there were fewer purple mansion monks than them. In addition, they could attack by surprise, so they thought they would not make mistakes. As the whistling sound got closer and closer, the 2 Daogang monks were about to show their joy, because their plan was about to succeed. As long as the 2 of them worked together to sneak attack and kill the other side's Daogang, then the battle would be won. How is it possible? How? Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the 2 Daogang monks screamed, because the sound of breaking through the air they saw was not the appearance of the Daogang monk, but 3 extremely sharp arrows. The first arrow broke through the formation where they were hiding, and the second and third arrows were aimed at the same Daogang cultivator. In such a fast sneak attack, they did not have a moment to react, and the arrows broke through their protective shields and inner armor. The whole person was nailed to the ground by the arrows, and it seemed that he would not survive. Kill. Charge forward. Don't panic. Kill them all. Hundreds of people rushed down from the mountain, and another Daogang cultivator had already leaped up, calling out loudly, asking the rest of his men not to panic. This group of casual cultivators were all fierce, and they had been fighting for years, so they reacted very quickly. After being attacked by Lin Xiao, they did not retreat but advanced instead, and fought with the cultivators of Tiansheng Sect. And Lin Xiao was naturally fighting with the Daogang cultivator. Lin Xiao was at the 7th level of Daogang, and he was also at the 7th level of Daogang. However, as soon as they fought, the Daogang cultivator was completely at a disadvantage and was suppressed by Lin Xiao. Let me show you my latest magic, the purple light divine eyes. Lin Xiao sneered, and a purple light shot out from his eyes. The purple light hit the magic weapon of the Daogang monk, and immediately the magic weapon of the Daogang monk was out of his control. This result made him extremely surprised. Lin Xiao laughed loudly and rushed up, hacking and slashing at the unarmed Daogang monk. When Lin Xiao used the golden divine light, the Daogang monk was directly split in half by Lin Xiao. The boss is dead. Run. Run. Retreat. Retreat. The death of the last Daogang made the rest of the cultivators completely terrified. They lost all their courage. Fear took over their bravery, and they turned around and ran away. On my island, how can you escape? Lin Xiao snorted coldly, took out a formation plate, and repeatedly pinched his fingers and hit the formation plate. Suddenly, all the fleeing cultivators felt a weight on their bodies, as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs, and fell to the ground. On Fenghe Island, Lin Xiao spent tens of millions of Zuan crystals, most of which were used on formations. This area had been covered by them, so it was equivalent to fighting in the formation set by Lin Xiao. They had no choice but to suffer losses. With a heavy burden on their bodies, those with low cultivation could not even climb up, and those with higher cultivation had difficulty walking. How could they be the opponents of the cultivators on the island? The brave and courageous were killed, and the remaining hundreds of people chose to surrender. Master Beizahua came from the market with a dozen people. He originally wanted to support Lin Xiao, but when he saw the surrendered monks, he was stunned. The master was too fierce. He solved the enemy faster than them. They were 2 Daogang monks. Zihua is here. Is the market okay? Master, the market has been pacified. All the rioting cultivators have been suppressed. 49 people have been killed, and 17 have been captured. Okay, then the matter is handed over to you. Appease the cultivators, bury the dead, clean up the battlefield, count the gains, and count the military merits. You know how to do it, right? Master, don't worry, but master, what about these prisoners? Hold them first, I'll think about it. Lin Xiao shook his head, then took the storage rings of the 2 Daogang monks and turned away, returning to the mountain. The disaster on Fenghe Island could be pacified so easily. First, Yi Xiao was very skilled and had a strong control over the market. Second, Lin Xiao's own martial arts value increased a lot. Especially the martial arts he has practiced in the past few years, which is extremely sharp. This martial arts is the first divine martial arts that Lin Xiao exchanged. Just this first level of martial arts cost Lin Xiao 15,000 points. Of course, this martial arts has only 3 levels in total, and the next 2 levels can only be exchanged after the system is upgraded. Lin Xiao wanted to exchange for an eye technique at first, because during the Beast Tide War, he found that his eyesight could not keep up with his archery. He could not see clearly beyond 3 kilometers, so he looked for it in the special commodity area until Lin Xiao saw this purple light divine eye technique, and he was immediately attracted. As the name suggests, this martial arts requires purple ki to assist in practice, and Lin Xiao has been busy on Fenghe Island for the past few years, and has no time to practice anything else. The only thing he persisted in was the purple ki technique he got in Xianan City, which accumulated a lot of purple ki in his body. Therefore, this martial art is not very difficult for Lin Xiao. After several years of practice, the first level is completely mastered. After mastering it, this martial art has 2 major benefits. The first is that the eyesight is greatly improved. Now Lin Xiao's eyesight is not worse than that of eagle monsters, and he can see small things more than 10 miles away. The second benefit is to seize people's weapons. The purple light divine eye can emit 2 purple lights, which can hit the enemy's weapons, and cut off the enemy's control of the weapons. For those who are below Lin Xiao's cultivation, it is almost 100% accurate. For those who are higher than Lin Xiao, it depends on the strength of the opponent's soul. If the weaker one has low control over the magic weapon, he will be deprived of control. If the soul strength is high, then the control can only be weakened. With Lin Xiao's cultivation level, in the Daogang period, I'm afraid that very few people can resist Lin Xiao's move. The purple light divine eye has become Lin Xiao's secret weapon. Of course, this move is also very costly. In the battle tonight, Lin Xiao used up the purple energy accumulated by Lin Xiao for several years. It is estimated that he will have to practice hard for at least 3 or 4 years to use it next time. Beizhe was already used to Lin Xiao's hands-off behavior. For his subordinates, if they wanted to train themselves and make achievements, it was most comfortable to be with this kind of leader, without too many rules and restrictions, and with complete decentralization. So Beizhe quickly asked the disciples to clean up the battlefield, seal the meridians and anshan of a prisoner, and then tie him up with a special rope and artifact to guard him. He also had to count the spoils, and was very busy. Chapter 241 Waste Utilization. The news of the attack on Fenghe Island soon spread to the surrounding forces. The monks of the 8 alliances who operated the treasure ships began to turn around and prepare to patrol the waters near Fenghe Island for a period of time. After Lin Xiao received the news, he flew directly to Fenghe Island. It took only half a day to travel 3,000 miles. He rushed there at the fastest speed. However, when he arrived, it was already dawn. The market on Fenghe Island was still open for business. Even the bloodstains on the streets were washed clean. If it weren't for the heads of several scattered cultivators hanging next to the market gate, everyone would have thought that the turmoil last night was an illusion. Dao Zhao, are you okay? I heard that Fenghe Island was attacked. Yes, 3 groups of independent cultivators joined forces and wanted to seize Fenghe Island. We calmed them down, and the matter has been resolved. So fast. A bunch of rabble. Isn't it very easy to deal with them? It seems to make some sense, but I feel something is wrong. Lin Xiao replied. That's what he said, but the 3 groups of independent cultivators dared to take action, so there must be Daogang cultivators among them. At least the power on the surface must make those independent cultivators feel that they have the upper hand, otherwise they would not dare to take action. But they were dismissed with just a word of rabble. When did independent cultivators become so easy to deal with? Aren't Luo Xinghei's independent cultivators known for their fierceness and unruliness? Fellow Daoist Lin, you've come at the right time. I have something else I want to ask you. Oh, please go ahead, fellow Daoist Xiao. I captured more than 100 prisoners last night. What should I do with them? It would be a pity to kill them, but it would not be appropriate to let them go. Lin Xiao replied. He really didn't know what to do with the prisoners. Killing them was easy, but it was not necessary. Fenghe Island had already demonstrated enough strength to deter those independent cultivators. If they killed them again, it would be bad for their reputation, and would make some people think that the people of Fenghe Island were too cruel. But if they really let them go, it would be tantamount to letting a tiger go back to the mountain. That's it. It's simple. Just squeeze them clean. Although they are independent cultivators, they definitely have a place to stay. They may have mortal relatives and finances. Force them to tell us, and kill them all. You can even make a small fortune. The mortals who have nothing to do with them will move to Fenghe Island. The direct relatives of those independent cultivators will be directly demoted to slaves. Fenghe Island can use them if it wants, or just sell them if it doesn't want them. Many islands have minerals, and mining requires young and strong people and is dangerous. Therefore, although slaves are not supported by the alliance, they are very popular in private. You can't let your people do such a dangerous thing. The same goes for these monk captives. If Fenghe Island needs them, they will use them. If not, they will be sold as slaves. However, the buyers of the monks must be distinguished. They must find those who are extremely vicious and make these people do hard labor until they die. You can even destroy their danshan before selling them. Otherwise, some forces buy monk slaves to enrich their own strength. Maybe they will give them freedom in a few years. This is letting the tiger return to the mountain. Does this happen in the Luoxinghe Islands? That's about right. No one does this openly, but everyone does it privately. There are even groups of independent cultivators who specialize in capturing cultivators on the sea and selling them as slaves. Okay, let's do this. Does your Lin family want to get some slaves? I'll give you the land price. Haha, then I won't be polite. I want 30 people. You can't offer me a high price. That's no problem, of course. Fellow Daoist Lin, take a rest for half a day, and then you can take the people away. Lin Xiao nodded. Since everyone did this, he didn't feel guilty. If someone was a little more ruthless, it wouldn't be impossible to kill them all. Not long after, Beizahua came to report what happened last night. Master, after counting, in the battle last night, 7 of our disciples were killed, 16 were injured, 5 innocent cultivators were implicated, and we killed 196 enemies, including 2 Dao Gang, 12 Zifu, and the rest were condensation and opening meridians cultivators. We captured 154 people, and no enemy escaped. The property we lost last night is equivalent to about 200,000 black crystals, and the property we captured is more than 600,000 black crystals alone. Various magic tools, elixirs, talismans, storage bags, and various spiritual materials, with a total value of about 1 million. We won a great victory. But, are the rewards and pensions ready? Ready. The rewards are divided into merit points and physical rewards, and the pensions are according to the sect's rules. If there are relatives, they will be given to relatives, and if there are no relatives, they will be given to brothers and so on. The sect has records. Beizahua nodded. After leaving the Disciple Academy, all disciples of the sect would sign a will. If they died in battle for the sect, their belongings could be designated to someone, usually to their parents or children. If they were alone, they could be designated to fellow disciples. Moreover, this will could be modified. As long as the sect confirmed that the disciple was not forced, it could be modified. 10 black crystals would be required for each modification. Therefore, compensation became simpler and there would be no messy things. Very good. Have you found out the origins of these independent cultivators? I have found out. These independent cultivators come from 3 independent cultivator gangs, and the information is similar to what Night Owl found out. They are active on the sea all year round, mainly hunting monsters, and occasionally robbing passing cultivators. After years of development, they have become quite powerful, and they are in urgent need of an island to gain a foothold. As soon as the 10-year protection period after the beast tide was over, they took action. Before, the 3 independent cultivators had jointly conquered an island, but that island was only more than 100 miles in radius, which was not enough for their development, so they had their eyes on Fenghuo Island. In that case, then Zahua, you will take the trouble to destroy their lair, is that okay? No problem. They only have 3 purple mansions and 30 or 40 cultivators left behind. They are very weak. I can just lead a team of people. Okay, you just get 2 flying boats, and bring their mortals here. Try not to kill anyone. Sell the direct relatives as slaves, and separate the ordinary mortals, and integrate them into the island. Also, have someone inquire about the price of monk slaves. Sell all the captives, destroy all the purple mansion monks Tiansheng, and the buyers must be extremely vicious, preferably those who own mines. This, yes, master. After finding out the price, sell 30 people to the Lin family. They can choose whatever they want. We will give them 20% off the market price. No problem. Beizahua agreed immediately. Fenghuo Island made a lot of money in this incident. Now it has made more than 1 million Zuan crystals. After raiding their nest and selling people as slaves, it is estimated that there will be a large amount of Zuan crystals. Beizahua quickly did it. There were many casual cultivators in the market who knew the market price of slaves. After a little inquiry, they found out. Then he asked Lin Zongjin to take away 30 people. The price was very cost effective. After that, Beizahua quietly left Fenghuo Island with 50 disciples to raid the nest of these people. The rest of the things were taken over by the other disciples. A few days later, a disciple reported to Lin Xiao that a middleman had come to pass on the message. He was very interested in these captive cultivators and asked Lin Xiao if he was interested in selling them. Lin Xiao was actually not very interested in this kind of bloody money. The reason why he did this was just to adapt to the local customs. Only by integrating into this rule can he gain a better foothold here. So Lin Xiao agreed to it and didn't raise the price much and sold it almost immediately. However, those purple mansion monks had to destroy their danshan just to be on the safe side. Even if the value was less than 1% of the previous one, it was worth it. Half a month later, Beizahua came back and brought back more than 20 monk captives, as well as more than 5,000 mortals and 3 treasure ships. The level was not high, only one was level 3, but it was also very valuable, at least more than 1 million Zuan crystals. These 3 treasure ships were used when they went to sea, and they were notorious in the Tao. Lin Xiao found someone to renovate them, and after they were done, they could be used by Fenghe Island. Among the more than 5,000 mortals, more than 1,000 were the direct relatives of those monks. Lin Xiao basically sold them, and most of them went to Wanhe Island. The upper and lower ones were disrupted, and then placed in the mortal villages and towns on the island. Lin Xiao did not treat these ordinary mortals unfairly, and still gave them land according to the number of people, 10 acres of land per person. As long as they worked honestly, there would be no problem in supporting themselves. After dealing with this matter, Fenghe Island became more famous. No one blamed Lin Xiao for selling slaves. This was an unspoken rule in Luoxinghe. Instead, they felt that Fenghe Island was strong and a place that could protect them. The market became more prosperous. Half a year later, 3 treasure ships were decorated and operated by Fenghe Island disciples. They began to cruise the waters around Fenghe Island. In addition, Lin Xiao built 2 new docks, one for foreign monks' shops, and one for his own people. He also built a bunker on the dock, and bought black crystal cannons and god-killing crossbows from the big islands of Dafeng Island, to strengthen the island's defense. After the rectification, Fenghe Island has entered a normal development trajectory. The island began to have a steady stream of income output. Although it has not yet reached a balance between income and expenditure, the source of income is also growing steadily. 2 years later, Lin Xiao asked Beizahua to follow the treasure ship of the 8 Alliance to trade on Dafeng Island. At the same time, he asked Beizahua to take a letter to Huakangji or Huakangchang, asking them to help arrange Beizahua's breakthrough. The Dao Foundation Pill and the Heavenly Dao Law Fragment have been prepared for Beizahua. Of course, Beizahua's accumulated merit points cannot be exchanged for the Heavenly Dao Law Fragment, and he is still a little short of the Dao Foundation Pill. However, with Lin Xiao's support, this is not a problem. Fenghe Island is in urgent need of a Dao Gang cultivator to take charge, and Lin Xiao also has the idea of returning to Tiansheng Sect. He has been out for more than 30 years, almost 40 years. Before that, Jia Mengren's Disciples Chapter 242 The Prodigal Son returns home. Beizahua went into seclusion to break through, and Lin Xiao promoted a young purple mansion monk named Sufiayu to manage Fenghe Island. Anyway, Lin Xiao would not waste time on worldly affairs. 3 months later, the disciples who went to trade brought back a large amount of raw materials and treasures to improve the spiritual veins. After more than 10 years of Lin Xiao's investment at all costs, the spiritual veins of Fenghe Island finally rose to the level of the 3rd level middle grade. Lin Xiao planned to raise the spiritual veins to the ultimate 3rd level upper grade before leaving. Fenghe Island was peaceful at this time. The vast land and safe environment brought mortals the opportunity to recuperate, and the monks under Lin Xiao also established effective management among the mortals. Especially the reward for mortals' childbearing is the top priority. Regardless of whether a mortal has a boy or a girl, once a child is born, he will be rewarded immediately. From fields, houses, elixirs and spiritual medicines to taxes and corvée, a layered reward mechanism has been set up, which makes those mortals burst out with a great desire to have children. Thousands of children are born every year. In more than 10 years, the mortal population has exceeded 130,000, and every 3 years, it can bring about 10 monks to Fenghe Island. In another 10 years, the disciples trained by Fenghe Island will be able to take charge of their own affairs and form the main force among the new disciples of Fenghe Island. Without external threats, Lin Xiao can concentrate on the development of Fenghe Island. As the population of Fangxi increases, the income also increases greatly. Lin Xiao has established 20 alchemy rooms and equipment refining rooms to meet the needs of those low-level equipment refiners and alchemists. With the arrival of alchemists and weapon refiners, the materials they needed for alchemy and weapon refinement increased. In addition to the part that could be provided by casual cultivators, all materials were provided by shops. Under Lin Xiao's suggestion, Wanhe Island and other 7 islands invested heavily in setting up shops on Fenghe Island. Moreover, their cultivators began to go to the outer sea to hunt monsters, collect spiritual medicines, and mine minerals, and then put them into the shops on Fenghuo Island to maintain operations. Similarly, with the increasing number of elixirs and magic tools refined by alchemists and weapon refiners, casual cultivators were increasingly attracted to come and buy items. The ecological environment of the entire Fenghuo Island has developed in a benign manner, and has become more and more prosperous. For this reason, Lin Xiao continued to improve the safety level on the island, and refined many formations, turning half of Fenghuo Island into a war fortress. Many idle places were ambushed with killing formations. If all of them were activated, even thousands of cultivators would not be able to attack them easily. After doing all this, Lin Xiao started to accumulate Zuan crystals to build a treasure ship. A third level treasure ship, including all weapons, would require about 2 million Zuan crystals, and a fourth level treasure ship would cost about 3.5 million. To protect Fenghuo Island, at least 2 fourth level and 2 third level treasure ships would be needed. Fenghuo Island now only has one stolen third level treasure ship, and the gap is about 9 million Zuan crystals, which is a very large number. Even the Tiansheng Sect headquarters will need several years to accumulate it. As for Fenghuo Island, Lin Xiao estimated that it would take 100 years to deal with it. Now Fenghuo Island spends about 500,000 Zuan crystals a year, but the income is less than 300,000. Among them, Cunling wine costs about 100,000, and the market also costs more than 100,000. The rest is the contribution brought by the 300 disciples. The rest of the gap is made up by Lin Xiao using talismans and formations. The Lin family has a treasure ship, which is the result of the whole family's frugality and hundreds of years of accumulation. In the final analysis, it is also because Fenghuo Island lacks the foundation. So Lin Xiao asked his disciples to go out to sea on 2 second-level treasure ships to hunt monsters. Although the level of the treasure ships was low, as long as the cultivators were high, they would be fine. Lin Xiao asked them to go out to sea with at least 5 purple palaces every time to ensure safety. Lin Xiao himself continued to study the level of making talismans. Under the condition of using the reduced version of the Enlightenment Pill at all costs, his level improved rapidly. In 1 year, he broke through from the original 3rd level upper grade to the 4th level lower grade. The price of the 4th level talisman is already very expensive. Even the worst 4th level lower grade talisman costs hundreds of thousands of black crystals, and some special ones even cost up to 1 million. However, the raw materials for making talismans are even more difficult to collect. The 4th level talisman pen, talisman paper, the essence and blood of the 4th level monster and various minerals are all treasures, and the inheritance of the 4th level talisman is even more difficult to find in the outside world. Although the system has these things, Lin Xiao is reluctant to spend too many points. In addition to the inheritance, most of the items still need to be purchased from outside, and the partner is still the Hua family of Dafeng Island. After these years of cooperation with Hua Kanji, Lin Xiao has become deeply entangled with the Hua family. Every year, the economic exchanges between Lin Xiao and the Hua family have reached more than 1 million Zuan crystals, from various basic materials to kindling wine, to treasures for improving spiritual veins and the 3rd and 4th level treasures used by Lin Xiao. The profit that the Hua family makes from Lin Xiao is more than 200,000 Zuan crystals every year. It is precisely because of this economic exchange that the relationship between the two families has become much closer than before. The Hua family also provides Lin Xiao with economic convenience, and the things that Lin Xiao buys are relatively cheap. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years have passed. Beizahua lived up to everyone's expectations and broke through the Daogang period, becoming the 6th Daogang cultivator of the Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao also held a major banquet for Beizahua on Fenghuo Island, and people from the 7 forces including the Lin family came to congratulate him. Zihua, now that you have broken through the Daogang, I will hand over Fenghuo Island to you. I have to go back to Loot State. Ah, master, I just broke through. That's enough. There are so many islands in Luo Xinghe that don't have a Daogang. They still have to survive, but the way of survival is different. After I leave, Fenghuo Island must keep a low profile. Apart from the affairs of the 8 Alliance, don't get involved in other matters. Yes, master. In addition, I have arranged enough backup on the island. I will give you the formation control center. You only need to be responsible for the market and the training of new disciples. Slowly accumulate strength and build a treasure ship. I hope that, when I come back, I can see the fleet belonging to Fenghuo Island. Master, a treasure ship costs millions of Zuan crystals. We haven't even broken even now. That's your business. I'm not in Tiansheng Sect. Doesn't Tiansheng Sect make money? You have also got involved in the relationship with the Hua family. You decide what to do. There are some 4th level talismans and an empty talisman. You need to accumulate some talismans and put them in. You can use them as a trump card when the time comes. Master, don't try to escape. Also, don't think I don't know that when I'm not in Tiansheng Sect, you went to kill Wu Gang, right? No, master, really? You still dare to hide it from me? Well, after Zichen broke through, he and Basic C went to the north of Chen State and ambushed Wu Gang, but they didn't win. They only killed many disciples of the Wu family and suffered a little loss. Wu Gang's injury healed. Beizhe had to confess honestly under Lin Xiao's intimidating gaze. When Lin Xiao was not there, the people of the Bei family were indeed daring and presumptuous. They ambushed Wu Gang, but they didn't gain any advantage and even suffered a small loss. HMPH, it seems that you are really bold when I'm not here. If I don't go back, will we have to change the leader? We dare not. Leader, we don't dare. Really, you will always be our leader. It's useless to show your loyalty here. Take practical actions. I will be back in 30 years at most. You can decide for yourself. Yes, leader. I will announce to the public that I'm going to travel and leave next month. Lin Xiao said lightly. If he didn't put some pressure on Beizhe and others, they wouldn't know how to be independent. What's the point of relying on Lin Xiao for protection? Afterwards, Lin Xiao announced that he was going to travel, and the power of Fenghuo Island was handed over to Beizhe. After that, he went to the Lin family and other friendly forces to inform them and let them take care of Fenghuo Island when Lin Xiao was away. After that, he went to Dafeng Island. Night Owl had already taken root in Dafeng Island and was developing peripheral members. He had already achieved great success. Lin Xiao met with Night Owl's station master in Luoxinghe and gave him some encouragement and funding. Now Night Owl has not produced a Daogang cultivator, which should not be the case. Lin Xiao's purpose of going back this time is to train some Daogang cultivators from Night Owl's people. After leaving Dafeng Island, Lin Xiao went to Tiansheng Island, where he took the teleportation array to the south of Qin. Lin Xiao did not stay, except after meeting with Night Owl's people. He flew all the way and arrived in Qi after a month. Lin Xiao met with Qi's Night Owl station master Pou and learned about the situation in Qi. Under Lin Xiao's ambush decades ago, the power of Beiyu City has changed dramatically. They went to the desert to find the relics of the 5 Elements sect and invested huge manpower and material resources for this. More than 20 years ago, the Lingguang ancestors of the 5 major families found various excuses to retreat or travel, but actually went to the desert. Night Owl's insider only developed to the level of Purple Mansion cultivators, which was barely considered middle level in the 5 major families, but he also got enough information. It was unknown whether the 5 major families had found the relics of the 5 Elements sect, but they really got a great opportunity in the desert. It was a pity that the 5 major families first fought among themselves for this opportunity and then were ambushed by the local forces of the desert with heavy casualties. 2 of the Lingguang ancestors died on the spot, and the other 3 ancestors were seriously injured and escaped back. Only 1 in 10 of the Daogang Purple Mansion cultivators they brought out survived. For this reason, the 5 major families were injured, and the Lingjian sect also took the opportunity to clean up the 5 major families. Except for the Wei family, which was not seriously affected, because one of its clansmen was an elder in the Lingjian sect. The other 4 families were suppressed very harshly by the Lingjian sect. Their disciples who worshipped the Lingjian sect were marginalized one after another, and even their share in Beiyu City was reduced a lot. In addition, the Lingjian sect began to support the other families to take over. As long as the Lingjian sect supported the family to produce Lingguang cultivators, the status of the 4 major families would be lost, including the Bei family. the ancestor of the Bei family, returned from the desert with serious injuries, which had damaged his foundation. He had no hope of becoming a god in this life, and it was said that his lifespan would be greatly reduced. It was not known whether he could live to be 800 years old. Pou suggested to Lin Xiao that he should prepare to introduce the power of the Tiansheng Sect into Beiyu City again. Of course, it was not possible now, and he had to wait until the four major families were completely weakened. Chapter 243. Everyone loves Master Lin. Lin Xiao was very moved by Pou's suggestion, but he still asked Pou to continue to be patient. After all, the four major families are deeply rooted. Even if the status of Beiyu City is cancelled, it is still a behemoth. And the key is the Wei family. The Wei family escaped this time because they had clansmen with sufficient status in Lingjianmen. It is hard to say whether the Wei family will feel grief for the death of their abbot. So now is not the time for Tiansheng Sect to take root in Beiyu City, but Lin Xiao can increase support for Xiao. Xiao also has a large number of people who have retired or are about to retire. Lin Xiao can turn them into public personnel, but they are not in the sequence of the sect. That is to say, the kind of vassal relationship on the surface. Tiansheng Sect will invest to let them gain a foothold in Beiyu City, develop openly and honestly, and protect the sect from wind and rain in the future. This made Pou very happy. Xiao has hundreds of core members, and not everyone can break through the Zifu Dao gang. Many people have married and had children, and they are in urgent need of a public identity. Lin Xiao asked Pou to come up with a plan, and then Lin Xiao would ask the General Affairs Hall to support him. After the discussion, Lin Xiao got up and left, and drove the flying boat away directly. A month later, Lin Xiao returned to Tiansheng. Lin Xiao did not restrain his momentum. When he passed by Tiansheng Sect, he was discovered by Wang Dao, and Wang Dao flew out directly. "It's really you, Lin Xiao. You finally came back, fellow Daoist Wang. I haven't seen you for 40 years, and you are still as elegant as ever. Humph. Are you mocking me? How dare I, fellow Daoist Wang. I haven't seen you for 40 years. Why don't you treat me to a cup of tea? Come down, okay." Wang Dao landed in the mountain gate of Tiansheng Sect, and with a sweep of his spiritual sense, he found that Tiansheng Sect had not been idle in recent years, and its strength had developed well. There were more than 30 purple mansion cultivators in the sect alone. The spiritual vein at the mountain gate of Tiansheng Sect is of the 4th grade, right? Fellow Daoist Wang is quite good at managing it. Master Lin, I find you so hateful. Your Tiansheng Sect is about to have the 4th grade spiritual vein, and you still blame my Tiansheng Sect? Blame me, fellow Daoist Wang. I haven't been back for many years and I can't speak anymore. Don't mind it. Tell me, where have you been all these years? I've been wandering in Nan's house for a few years, Zhang's house for more than 10 years, and Luo Xinghe for almost 20 years. I've traveled thousands of miles, and I can't finish talking about it in one night. You went to Luo Xinghe? But I heard that it's very chaotic there and much more dangerous than Nanzhao. It is indeed very dangerous, but there are many opportunities too. Well, let's not talk about it. By the way, fellow Daoist Wang, I have done what I promised you. Lin Xiao said with a smile, then took out a brocade box from the storage ring. When he opened it, a strange fragrance wafted to his face. Daoji Dan, did you really get the Daoji Dan? I'm not lying to you. I told you before, I have the connections to get it. This is something I gained at the cost of many favors. Give it to you. Here you go. What do you like in the Tiansheng Sect? Tell me quickly. I haven't decided yet. It's up to you. I can still live for another 20 years. You can think about it slowly, and when I die, I will default on my debt, and not give you a single piece of Zuan crystal. Haha, that won't do. I'll ask the General Affairs Hall to make a list then. The total price will be between 1.2 million and 1.3 million. Is that acceptable? Okay, if I can buy one for 2 million outside, I will risk my life to buy it. Wang Dao sighed. It's not that he didn't want to buy one outside over the years, but there were very few Daoji Dan on the market, and once they appeared, they would be snatched up by major forces, and it would never be the Tiansheng Sect's turn. Even if he really bought it, he might not be able to bring it back. There were really too few of them. In the past 40 years, several cultivators of the 12th level of the Purple Mansion in Tiansheng Sect have tried to break through, but all of them failed. The lightest outcome was serious injury, which was very tragic. I haven't been back for 40 years. How is Tiansheng? Except for your Tiansheng Sect, it's still the same. Tiansheng Sect is almost at its limit. Tiansheng Sect, Tiansheng Sect, and Shan Sect have no Daogang cultivators. The development of the sects has reached its limit. Each sect has about 20 purple mansions. The rest of the sects are even weaker. Without sufficient financial resources, it is difficult to cultivate even purple mansion cultivators. Tiansheng is remote and the spiritual veins are low. It has indeed reached its limit. It is too difficult to cultivate spiritual veins. Lin Xiao nodded. In the past, they could still use the connection of Tiansheng Sect to go to Beiyu City, to buy treasures to improve spiritual veins. Later, Tiansheng Sect also withdrew, and they became more and more difficult. Relying on Zuanjing cultivation alone is not only costly, but also takes a long time, which is calculated in decades or hundreds of years. Now is not the time. We are having a hard time, but your Tiansheng Sect is having a much better time. Now that you are gone, your chief Zhang is so stingy. He refused to give us some goods through the channels of Beiqing Commercial House, and insisted on purchasing them. It really pissed me off. Don't be angry, fellow Daoist Wang. I will scold him when I get back. He has no sense of the overall situation, and doesn't even understand the fellowship of Xianan province. HMPH. Fellow Daoist Wang, how is the southern part of the Chen Kingdom? Lingning has been in charge there for more than 10 years. I haven't paid much attention to it, but it's not a big problem. We have been bleeding them for the past 40 years, killing at least dozens of them every year. They have been under our mouths. If we want, we can swallow them up at any time. Their Dao gang can't stop us. Wang Dao replied. He and Lang Dao are both old, with no hope of spiritual light. They have a higher level of cultivation in Dao gang, so this is the most dangerous time. They can sacrifice themselves for the sect at any time, and it will be no problem to drag their Dao gang cultivators to die together with them, so they are also very worried. I understand. Let's not talk about this. Let's drink. Lin Xiao nodded. In the past few years, when he was in Luo Xinghe, the news of the sect was only passed on by Yi Xiao bit by bit. He didn't really know much. He had to go back and ask carefully, especially the issue of the spiritual light cultivator. When Wang Dao was a guest in Tiansheng Sect for a day, he called many young juniors to come and let them get familiar with Lin Xiao. After all, Tiansheng Sect was different from before. A day later, Lin Xiao returned to the territory of Tiansheng Sect. His momentum rose, and the momentum of the three paths also rose at the same time, but it soon subsided. They had recognized Lin Xiao. Master, greetings. Master, return to your positions. I will return to the sect first. Yes. Master. Lin Xiao waved his hand, and the two returned to their positions. Li Muxu followed Lin Xiao back to the mountain gate of Tiansheng Sect. Zhang Mingtang got the news and rushed to see Lin Xiao as soon as possible. Master, you are finally back. Why? Are you afraid that I will never come back? You have been gone for more than 20 years and there is no news. Everyone is worried about you. Okay, I know you have worked hard. I will give you a big gift when the time comes. Master Zhang. What big gift, Master? You will know when the time comes. You go and do your work. I will chat with my apprentice. Yes, Master. Zhang Mingtang took his leave, feeling a little worried. He has been the master for 60 or 70 years. He wondered if Lin Xiao would replace him when he came back. Master, you are finally willing to come back. Haha. Muxu, how come you are the same as them? Well, not bad. You have reached the 6th level of Dao Gang. Lin Xiao checked Li Muxu's cultivation level and found that she was already at the 6th level of Dao Gang. On average, she would only rise one level every 10 years. Moreover, she also took care of alchemy and spiritual plant husbandry. She was really a natural talent. Of course, Lin Xiao also used the system to rise one level not long ago. She had reached the 8th level of Dao Gang, which was not bad in front of Li Muxu. Master, I also want to go out and travel. I'm bored of staying in the Tiansheng Sect. It's not interesting at all. Okay, I'll arrange it in a few days. Master, did you bring me any gifts when you came back? Yes, look. The youth pill. What kind of gift is this? I don't need it. When Lin Xiao heard this, he immediately realized that the youth pill was an incredible treasure for other female cultivators. One youth pill could keep them young and energetic for 200 years, but Li Muxu was different. She was only a little over 100 years old, but she was already at the 6th level of Daogang. Why did she need this thing? Haha, yes, I was careless. How about this? I'll give you a flying sword. Lin Xiao quickly took out a 4th level flying sword, which belonged to a certain unlucky casual cultivator, and was Lin Xiao's trophy. The 4th level flying sword was still a very precious thing in Lu State. There were not many 4th level weapon refiners in the entire Lu State, and there were no more than alchemists. Li Muxu was happy. Then Lin Xiao asked Li Muxu about the situation of the sect. Lin Xiao needed multiple voices to have a new understanding of the sect after 40 years. Li Muxu's mind was relatively simple, and she was immersed in alchemy and cultivation, so she didn't know much. Generally speaking, the sect developed quickly, covering up many problems, but Li Muxu was not without resentment, especially in the employment of people. The sect has already had a trend of familiarization. It has been more than 100 years since Lin Xiao took over the Tiansheng Sect. Many disciples have been passed down for 3 or 4 generations, and even 5 or 6 generations. This has led to the formation of many families. In addition to the Bei family, some people have already raised a team of more than a dozen Purple Mansion cultivators in the sect through marriage and other means, becoming a huge force. More or less, they have to take care of their own people and occupy some easy and good positions. Lin Xiao did not express his opinion, and then asked Li Muxu to go down to rest, and then found the 3 disciples one by one, checked their cultivation, and asked them about the situation of the sect. Jia Mengren, Yuan Royan and Yu Xiangxiang have all reached the 12th level of the Purple Mansion. They have been cultivating for several years. In a few years, they can consider breaking through to the Daogang period. In fact, the 16 disciples with excellent spiritual roots have all developed well. The lowest one has the 10th level of the Purple Mansion, and the more diligent ones have reached the 12th level of the Purple Mansion. They are all under 100 years old. For example, Jia Mengren is only in his 80s and can break through to the Daogang before he is 100 years old. The requirement after the system upgrade was 10 Daogang cultivators. This requirement seemed to Lin Xiao to be as difficult as ascending to heaven at that time, but now it seems not so good. With the current reserve number of 12th level Purple Mansion cultivators in the Tiansheng Sect, it is easy to break through 5 more people. It can definitely be achieved within 20 years. After a brief question, Lin Xiao found Bei Zixi, who was still in charge near the sect. Li Mingyang came to talk, and Bei Zichen took a rotation to the south of Chen State. After rounds of conversations, Lin Xiao finally had a sufficient understanding of the current Tiansheng Sect. The development of Tiansheng Sect is still good, and many problems have been covered up by the trend of rapid development. These problems will only be exposed when the development stagnates. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, Giant. After talking with the senior leaders, Lin Xiao did not take any measures. If he intervened in the development of the sect, as soon as he came back, people would misunderstand that Lin Xiao was dissatisfied with the current senior leaders, which would cause some people's psychological turmoil. In the evening, Lin Xiao held an internal banquet. In addition to the guards, most of the middle level and above personnel of the Tiansheng Sect participated. At the banquet, Lin Xiao fully affirmed their work and verbally encouraged them. When the next day began, Lin Xiao began to inspect the sect's industries according to his previous habits. The first stop was naturally the Tiansheng Sect Mountain Gate. At this time, the Tiansheng Sect Mountain Gate also upgraded the spiritual veins to the level of the 4th grade upper grade, but in the Mountain Gate, except for the spiritual medicine garden, no spiritual fields were opened. The spiritual medicine garden has also become one of the most important sources of income for the Tiansheng Sect. A large number of 3rd and 4th grade spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines are planted in it, and there are even many 5th grade ones. After nearly 100 years of development, the scale of the spiritual medicine garden has expanded to more than 2,000 acres, occupying 3 hilltops. The person in charge is Lin Xiao, but the specific management is still in the hands of Wang Xiaoxi. Wang Xiaoxi accompanied Lin Xiao and explained the details of the spiritual medicine garden to Lin Xiao. Now the main ingredients of the 3rd level elixir in the sect are all produced by the spiritual medicine garden, and a large part of the 4th level elixir used by Daogang monks can also be produced. Before leaving, Lin Xiao specially exchanged several main ingredients for Daojidan, which have also been successfully cultivated. Because of the help of Lin Xiao's system, the maturation time of those main ingredients has been shortened by more than half, and it is estimated that they will mature in another 10 or 20 years. At that time, Lin Xiao's alchemy level can also be improved to the 4th level upper grade, and Tiansheng Sect can even refine Daojidan by itself. This has also become the biggest secret of the spiritual medicine garden. Daojidan is a strategic elixir for major forces. Even those major sects in Zhongzhou will not release it easily. Once exposed, Tiansheng Sect will definitely become the target of public criticism, so Wang Xiaoxi is still very worried. What if Chunayang Palace comes to rob it? Lin Xiao did not answer her question, but just let her rest assured that, even if the sky falls, he, the head of the sect, will hold it up first. What is there to be afraid of? After inspecting the spiritual medicine garden, Lin Xiao went to inspect the Sutra Pavilion, the treasure house, the trial field, and other places. In the Sutra Pavilion, Lin Xiao met Bai Chengxi. Bai Chengxi had given up on the path of Taoism. For a long time, his wish was to have a place to stay, then slowly develop, and avenge the Bai family. Now all his wishes have been fulfilled. Many people in the Bai family have achieved Daogang, and the Wu family is no longer a concern. In addition, his cultivation has reached a bottleneck, so he no longer struggled and accepted his fate. Bai Chengxi now holds the position of the elder of the Sutra Pavilion, and occasionally refines pills, but all the resources are given to Bai Zixi. He hopes that his daughter can go further. Elder Bai is not young anymore, is he? Master, he is 167. There are not many years left. Nonsense. Elder Bai, don't give up on yourself. You can still try again. Forget it. I'm old. I can't compete with those young people. Let's leave the opportunity to them. After inspecting the Sutra library, Lin Xiao chatted with Bai Chengxi for a few words, and found that he was very old, so he didn't say much. They each had their own ideas, and could not reach a consensus. The path of cultivation was too difficult, so it was normal that they could not persist. Master, these are newly established reserve warehouses. According to your previous instructions, the reserve warehouses must meet the needs of the entire sect in the first and second half of the year. They have been expanding for decades, and the total value of the resources here is not less than 10 million. How many black crystals have been accumulated in the treasure house? Lin Xiao asked more. After experiencing the beast-tide battle, Lin Xiao knew how fast the black crystals would be consumed when a real beast-tide battle started. The sect, Beiwu Mountain, and Gangming City all have 2 million, the other 3-level spiritual mountains have 1 million, and the daily consumption reserves have 1 million, a total of 10 million too little, 30 million, it must be 30 million, and there must be a certain amount of mid-grade and high-grade Zuan crystals. Can we do it within 10 years? I'm afraid it won't be easy, Master. Our annual surplus is about 500,000 Zuan crystals now. We can't make that much in 10 years. Why is the surplus so small? Li Muxu and Bai Zixi are both 4th level alchemists. It should increase significantly, right? Master, our income has increased, but our expenses have also increased. We now have more than 100 purple mansion cultivators. The annual expenditure of purple mansion cultivators alone is about 1,300,000 Zuan crystals. There are 5 Daogang cultivators, and they need another 300,000 a year. In addition to the low-level disciples, night owls, etc., the annual expenditure is no less than 2,700,000, and the income is only more than 3 million. Does the southern part of Qin Kingdom still need blood transfusions from the sect? No, it was profitable 20 years ago, and can bring hundreds of thousands of income to the sect every year. I understand. Just do it, based on the savings of 30 million, and I won't set a time limit for you. Lin Xiao nodded. He already had an idea in his mind. There was a problem with the income and expenditure of the sect, but he didn't know where it was. Before he traveled, the income of the sect had exceeded 2 million. It was impossible for it to increase only this much in 40 years, and the expenditure was estimated to have increased a lot more than before. Then Lin Xiao went to the alchemy room and other places to inspect. There were many more talents in the 4 arts of cultivation. Unfortunately, there was no 4th level weapon refiner. Now the only one who could really spare was an alchemist. Although Lin Xiao had 2 skills that exceeded the 4th level, it was impossible for Lin Xiao to become a full-time talisman maker or a ray master. After inspecting the mountain gate, Lin Xiao went to Beiwu Mountain again. After the spirit vein of Beiwu Mountain was upgraded to the 4th level, the whole mountain also expanded a lot. After years of exploration, the area of spirit fruit in Beiwu Mountain did not increase, but the area of planting white fog tea increased. Moreover, the planting disciples found that the reason why Beiwu Mountain's white fog tea had such a unique taste was because of the fog in this mountain, so they had already taken away the suppressed red sunstone. Now Beiwu Mountain has restored the scene of white fog again. After Li Muxu's careful cultivation, the highest grade of white mist tea has reached the 4th level, but there are too few that can reach this level. There is only 1 acre of planting area, less than 30 plants, and it is very difficult to expand. The annual output is only about 2 or 3 pounds, and all of them are divided up by the Daogang monks of the sect. The focus of white mist tea is the 2nd and 3rd level varieties, which have high output, large scale, and no shortage of sales. Basically, as many as there are outside, they have been exported to more than 10 countries in Nansao. The trouble now should be those white mist teas without grades. The output is too high, tens of millions of pounds a year. Today, the tea drinking culture under the rule of Tiansheng Sect has become established, and even mortals can afford it, but the domestic sales are only about 1 million pounds a year. The real big head is still sold by Xianlang country, but Xianlang country has also reached its limit. The white mist tea without grades has already involved hundreds of thousands of mortals under the rule of Tiansheng Sect, and they dare not easily withdraw it. Now the sect's policy is to cultivate people's habit of drinking tea, and start to spread it to the entire Xianan state. There are millions of mortals in the entire Xianan province. If the habit of drinking tea is really cultivated, it will greatly stimulate domestic demand. Maybe Xianan province can solve half of the inventory. Lin Xiao did not make any judgments on this. He only grasped the general direction of the sect, and the disciples were responsible for the specific implementation. He could not interfere too much. The disciples of Beiwu Mountain had been replaced several times, and Lin Xiao did not see any acquaintances, so he went to Gangming City not long after staying there. The permanent population of Gangming City has already exceeded 10,000 people, and there are calls for the sect to expand the city again, but Zhang Mingtang did not dare to make a decision easily. The previous small city cost more than 4 million. If it is expanded again, it is estimated that it will cost more than 7 or 8 million. This is not something he can decide. Lin Xiao also felt that it was not time to expand yet. The status of Tiansheng Sect was not stable. There was suppression from Chunayang Palace inside, and coveted by the God of Thorns outside. If it really expanded on a large scale, and made Gangming City the same as Yujing City, then these two families would have to take action. Therefore, there will be no such plan before the system is upgraded again. When the system is upgraded, Lin Xiao will have the confidence to resist Chunayang Palace, and then he can take action. Gangming City has become a little crowded because of the huge increase in population, but it is also because of this that Gangming City looks very busy and lively. Gangming City has become a distribution center for materials in the south of Lu State, and its influence has expanded to several surrounding countries, which has also posed a certain challenge to the safety of Gangming City. Tiansheng Sect has always stationed heavy troops here. Every day, there will be at least one Dao Gang cultivator, more than 10 Zifu, and no less than 500 cultivators who can condense and open meridians. If the disciples of various shops such as restaurants and inns are added, the total number will not be less than 1,000. Gangming City's income is also very considerable. With the rapid increase in population, the price of land has also increased. Gangming City has not sold an inch of land, all of which are rented out, and the rent increase is decided by Tiansheng Sect. Another point is to prevent other forces from taking root here. No matter whether it is an external force or a family of a sect disciple outside, they can't take root in Gangming City. Their residences are all rented. As long as the Tiansheng Sect gives an order, they have to get out. Li Muxu took Lin Xiao to inspect the Shengbao building, which is also the sect industry directly managed by Li Muxu. The pills she refined are all sold in the Shengbao building. Shengbao building is undoubtedly the largest pill shop in Gangming City. In fact, Li Muxu and Basic C have monopolized half of the 4th level pills in Lu State. When each family has mature 4th level spiritual medicines or various spiritual materials, the first thing they think of is Gangming City, not Yujing City. And because they have enough materials to practice, the two people's alchemy level has been improving. Li Muxu is already a 4th level middle grade alchemist and is striving for a 4th level upper grade. Once she becomes a 4th level upper grade alchemist, she will be able to refine Dao Jidan. That's when the Tiansheng Sect will really take off again. Of course, before Lin Xiao's system was upgraded, even if Li Muxu was able to refine the Dao base pill, he would not dare to make it public, because that would bring disaster. Lin Xiao also felt that the breakthroughs of several subsequent disciples should be kept low-key. After all, the Tiansheng Sect already had 5 Dao gangs in the open. If there were more, it would be bad for some people. Chapter 245, The Situation of the Thorn God. The Tiansheng Sect was extremely powerful in Gangming City, but they did not do anything too extreme. For example, the Tiansheng Sect only opened one restaurant and inn, and did not leave outside shops without a way to survive, just because of their advantage. As for low-level elixirs and magic tools, the Tiansheng Sect also took the initiative to give up a lot of market share, and only made a few fine and high-level items. It was precisely because of this that many low-level casual cultivators had a way to survive. After leaving the Tiansheng Sect, Lin Xiao flew to Qian Mountain. Now the name of Qingshan County has long been forgotten. Qingshan County has been occupied by Tiansheng for more than 100 years. During this 100 years, the original mortals of Qingshan County have long died, and their descendants also call themselves people from Tiansheng. Even the cultivators of that year have died 99% of the time, and the new cultivators have forgotten the former glory of Qingshan County. Some of the forces that had survived and surrendered in Qingshan County had already sincerely integrated into Tiansheng. The strength of Tiansheng was obvious to all. With their current strength, let alone a behemoth like Tiansheng Sect, even some of the sects ranked behind the 9 major sects could destroy them. If they did not integrate, it would be a very stupid act. Qian Mountain and Bailing Mountain were both focused on management. The Mountain Gate spiritual veins had been upgraded to the 3rd grade upper extreme. Even without those treasures, they could be upgraded to the 4th grade level in a few decades. They had become an important base for Tiansheng Sect. The spiritual rice, low-level spiritual medicines, and spiritual fruits needed by Tiansheng Sect were all produced in these spiritual mountains. In addition, the beast control department of Tiansheng Sect was also here. Now it can produce hundreds of dragon horses every year. The current more than 3,000 dragon horses of Tiansheng Sect are all the credit of the beast control department. In addition, the beast control department also began to cultivate other monsters. There were more than 20 flying monsters, and the strongest one was about to break through the 3rd level. Seeing this, Lin Xiao was very excited and decided to take the Iron-Winged Eagle away when the time came. In the original Qingshan County, Lin Xiao also had a very important thing to do, which was to inspect the mortal villages and towns. Among the mortal villages and towns, Tiansheng Sect had at least 600 or 700 retired disciples living in these places. Many of these retired disciples were injured in the sect's battles. Lin Xiao, the head of the sect, had to make a gesture to show that the sect had not forgotten their existence and remembered their merits. These retired disciples were an important means for Tiansheng Sect to manage mortals, especially in the area of land annexation. Tiansheng Sect had been stable for 60 or 70 years, and the descendants of many disciples had formed local mortal clans. Because these people had immortal cultivators as their backers, it was easy for them to annex land. And the wealth of these few people was to make more people poor, so the sect could not intervene in reasonable and legal means. But if they wanted to be that kind of bad gentry, that would not work. Tiansheng Sect must control more mortal money and food in order to stimulate mortals to actively increase their population. In short, all the foundations of mortals are in the two words of money and food, which Tiansheng Sect must control no matter what. At present, these mortal clans have not shown any extreme behavior, because it is still an era of vast land and sparse population. The territory controlled by the Tiansheng Sect is thousands of miles in radius, which is similar to Fenghe Island, but the mortal population is less than 2 million, far from saturation. According to the sect's estimation, in order to reach saturation, the number of mortals must reach at least 8 million. After the inspection, Lin Xiao returned to the cave residence. Zhao Zeng's was already waiting at the door. The first thing Lin Xiao did when he came back was not to discuss with Zhao Zeng's, the person in charge of Xiao. He was actually a little unhappy in his heart, thinking that Lin Xiao did not value Xiao. Of course, he did not dare to say these words. Zeng's, tell me about the work of Night Owl in these years, since I was away. Give us a general idea. Yes, Master, after decades of development, Night Owl has taken root in many places. Many peripheral members, even the second and third generations, are serving us. Among them, the greatest achievements are in Beiyu City and Yujing City, as well as the internal affairs of Xiaishen. Let me first talk about the general situation. Now Night Owl has 376 core members and controls nearly 4,000 peripheral members. Among these 4,000 people, 500 are very loyal to us. Some secrets have been authorized to them, and a 3-tier management model has been established, namely the Sect Core, Peripheral Core and Ordinary Peripheral members. Even if a large force investigates us, the most they can investigate is the Peripheral Core. This has been tested in actual combat. Over the years, we have fought against the secret department of many forces, with more wins than losses. Some organizations have been investigating us for more than 20 years and still cannot find out our details. Night Owl's annual expenditure is about 1.5 million Zuan crystals. Because of the support of the sect, we have industries in various places, and can raise about 1.2 million by ourselves. The sect only needs to spend 300,000 Zuan crystals every year. If the head of the sect wants to open another station, the sect will continue to allocate funds. Now let me talk about Yujing City. Our people have infiltrated the Chunayang Palace and its vassal families. They have controlled their middle-level personnel, and have hidden agents lurking. In Beiyu City, the hidden agents of the 5 major families were cut off, but they have just been renewed in recent years. The Lin Sect has also supported several Purple Mansion monks. The focus is on the Thorn God. Our 8-faced fox and Li Xiao have reached the level of Thorn God in the middle and high levels of Nansao. 5 years ago, we allocated a special fund of 500,000 Zuan crystals to the 8-faced fox, allowing the 8-faced fox to win the internal competition of Thorn God. He has been trained by Thorn God, and is expected to break through to the Daogang period this year. Li Xiao's cultivation has reached the 12th level of the Purple Mansion for many years, and he has become the 3rd person in the official business of the God of Thorns. Next, we have to support Li Xiao, and send him to the top of the God of Thorns. Among the 7 alliances in the south of the Qin Kingdom, there are also 5 of our spies, all of whom are in the Purple Mansion. They can obtain important intelligence, especially the anti-infiltration of the God of Thorns against us. In recent years, it is all thanks to their intelligence that we have been able to thwart the actions of the God of Thorns. Xiao did a good job. What is the God of Thorns doing now? After the failure of the action in Uyghur, the God of Thorns did not evacuate Uyghur. More than 20 years ago, the ancestor of the Wei family passed away, and Uyghur was leaderless. The descendants of the Wei family were unable to rule Uyghur. At this time, Uyghur was also in chaos. There were neighboring countries that intervened, but because Uyghur was not valuable, they did not intervene with all their strength. After decades of hard work, the God of Thorns' official people still occupy 1/3 of Uyghur's territory. The 7 alliances in the south of the Qin kingdom can maintain the current situation, all thanks to the blood transfusions from Uyghur. What about their spiritual monks? Do you know what the situation is now? The spiritual cultivator of the god of assassination in Nanzhao is codenamed 001. He nearly died in the battle with the ancestor of the Wei family and suffered serious injuries. It took him 20 years to recover. Now 001's main activities are in Wei state, where he pursues the Wei family relentlessly and intends to unify the Wei state. Has his identity been resolved? It's solved. They are all the kind of people who cannot be found. They are just fooling around. Chunhyang Palace, Kang country, Tiansheng country and other countries are watching coldly. I guess they have the same plan as us, which is to make the Thorn God reveal more of his troops, so that they can be decisive in one fell swoop. Besides, it is our Xianan province that is confronting the Thorn God. Naturally, they will not interfere easily. Then how many troops has the Thorn God exposed now? Have you counted them? We have counted part of them. Now we know that the people exposed by the Thorn God in Nanzhao include 1 Lingguang monk, 8 Daogang monks, and more than 70 Zifu monks. However, only more than 30 Zifu survived, and the rest died in the battles over the years. 1 Daogang also died. If it is just this number of people, even our Xianan province can't deal with it. There must be many more people. Yes, according to the news from the 8-faced fox, the Thorn God has taken away at least 3,000 children with spiritual roots during his years in Uyghur. No one knows where he took them, and the 8-faced fox is not qualified yet. The 8-faced fox predicts that the Thorn God should have a secret base in Nanzhao. There must be a secret base, but there must not be no trace at all. How many Zuan crystals are needed in a year to support 3,000 children? You have to check their finances and find clues. Find a way to leak the news of this base. You must not let the Thorn God continue to train new people. Yes, Master, Zhao Zeng's replied. Some of their people have investigated in this regard, but there has been no progress. Now that Lin Xiao has spoken, they naturally have to mobilize more manpower and resources to investigate. Is there any movement over at Tiansheng country? How is its relationship with Chunhyang Palace? Tiansheng country is now headed by Lin Xiao. Previously, Lin Xiao and the Hao family were promised great benefits when they married. The Hao family wanted to occupy a sacred mountain for development, but the war did not go well that year, so the Tiansheng Sect ceded a lot of benefits to the Hao family as compensation. In recent years, Lin Xiao has delegated power to the head of the Tiansheng Sect. After he recovered from his injuries, he devoted himself to cultivation. It is said that his cultivation has broken through to the 3rd level of Lingguang, which is very powerful. On the other hand, Lu Muiyang of Chunhyang Palace has broken through to Lingguang for more than 40 years, but is still at the 1st level of Lingguang. The comparison of their potential can be imagined. As for the relationship between the two sects, it is a bit mysterious. On the surface, there are still constant wars of words, but secretly there is still a lot of cooperation, especially since the two countries are bordering each other, and there are still covetousness from other countries. Of course, Lin Xiao has become a qualified person in charge. He will not easily lose his interests for the sake of face. Lin Xiao is enduring. Once Patriarch Lu Yan fails to break through the Shengsu period, the end of Chunhyang Palace will come. Lin Xiao nodded. Lin Xiao is indeed a genius. His endurance is very scary now. Lu Yan only has about 200 years of life left. If Lu Yan dies, Chunhyang Palace will not have new spiritual cultivators. Lu Muiyang alone cannot be relied on. Master, speaking of Lu Muiyang, there is another important thing to report. Mu Dezeng is missing. Missing? Didn't he follow Lu Yan to Zhangzhou? How could he be missing? We don't know. We only know that about 20 years ago, Lu Yan came back and broke into the Mu family ancestral hall, which is where the family tree is stored. Our spies estimated that Lu Yan was checking Mu Dezeng's life and death. Afterwards, the Mu family kept it strictly confidential, so we haven't found out the conclusion yet. Interesting, really interesting. Chapter 246, Kinglian Hall. Everyone with a discerning eye knows that Mu Dezeng's disappearance is very strange. There are only two possible results. Either Mu Dezeng is dead, or he has found a way to escape from the control of Chunhyang Palace, and it is even possible that he has eliminated the traces of his soul left in the Mu family tree. This secret technique is not unheard of. It can be said that Mu Dezeng has completely broken with Chunhyang Palace, which has also buried a great hidden danger for Chunhyang Palace. As long as the ancestor Lu Yan is alive, Mu Dezeng probably can't do anything, but if he dies, then Lu Muang may not be able to suppress him. After all, his potential has been exhausted by the Lingguang period, and he has not broken through a level in 40 years. Zhao Zhengs, next you have to increase your infiltration into Chunhyang Palace. Lu Yan is a very powerful person. He will not sit still and wait for death. He may take some action. Yes, master, but Yu Xiao also has some difficulties. What difficulties? Our cultivation is too low. Even if we get the handle of the Daogang cultivator, the other party's first reaction is to kill us, to silence us, rather than being threatened by us. If we want to infiltrate to higher levels, our people must have higher cultivation. Master, I'm not threatening you. This is really the case. I understand. When I came back, I told POU that some of Yu Xiao's people will become open forces and work for us in secret, forming spies, and the top leaders must be more powerful. You make a list. First, they must be loyal and reliable. Second, they must have superior qualifications. Third, they must have the cultivation of the 12th level of Zifu, and have been polished and precipitated. I will support you to break through the Daogang period. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Zhao Zhengs was immediately ecstatic. He knew Lin Xiao very well. Since Lin Xiao said so, he would definitely give him strong support and even directly grant him the Dao Jidan. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Now that you have achieved a higher level of cultivation, you will have bigger things to do. Tiansheng Sect will sooner or later break away from the control of Chunhyang Palace. You will have to play an important role when the time comes. Otherwise don't blame me for replacing you. I promise, Sect Master, if Chunhyang Palace dares to send troops to attack us, I will let them cause chaos in the rear first. That's good. By the way, you have to select a group of new people from the sect and train them in secret. My requirement is that these new people must not have messy relationships. It's best if they are of mortal origin, with both parents dead, helpless but passionate and energetic young people. The training should focus on investigating cases and analyzing situations. Sect Master, you'll know when the time comes. Lin Xiao shook his head and did not immediately explain what he was going to do. However, this matter was of great importance, and it would probably cause a lot of discussion at that time. Zhao Zhengs didn't dare to refuse and quickly agreed. Lin Xiao chatted with him for a while and let him leave. Soon after, Lin Xiao went to the south of Chen State, met Beizichen, and inspected the puppet family supported by the 5 sects. After decades of development, the puppet families have grown a lot in strength, but they are still tightly controlled by the 5 sects. Each family can only control one sacred mountain at most, so in fact, there are more than 10 puppet families supported by Tiansheng, but the 5 sects are still good to them. Although they have lost their freedom, they have not given less than what they should give. The permanent elite troops of the 5 sects in the south of Chen State are 4,000 people, 800 for each sect, but this is a great burden for the other 3 sects, so they gradually reduced their manpower, and Tiansheng Sect and Anyang Sect increased their manpower. Of course, Tiansheng Sect and Anyang Sect also occupied more benefits. Beizichen and Lengning, 2 Daogang monks, alone need a subsidy of 100,000 Zuan crystals a year. The strength of the 7 alliances has also increased accordingly. Although Tiansheng will provoke some small battles every year, overall, there is still some development, otherwise they will not be able to hold on. After returning from the south of Chen State, Lin Xiao began to refine the formation and strengthen the mountain protection formation of Gangming City and Beiwu Mountain. Among them, Lin Xiao did not need to do anything at the mountain gate, which was blessed by the system. It was definitely the most powerful and safest formation. Lin Xiao's formation level has naturally improved a lot compared to 40 years ago, especially in the more than 10 years on Fenghe Island. Half of the time was spent on refining formations, which greatly improved Lin Xiao's level, and he has begun to refine 4th level medium quality formations. After a year of hard work, Lin Xiao upgraded the formations in the 2 places, and left some 4th level formations in the sect treasury for backup. During this year, Lin Xiao also appeared frequently among the crowd. For those new disciples, the head of the sect is no longer a legend, but a real person around them. Seeing that the time was almost right, Lin Xiao convened the sect meeting again, and this time the sect meeting had only one theme, which was to set up the Qinglian Hall. Everyone, by the order of the headmaster, from today on, the sect will set up a Qinglian Hall. As the name implies, the Qinglian Hall is the internal affairs hall of the Tiansheng Sect, specializing in corruption and malfeasance, and strengthening the sect's rules. However, it is different from the law enforcement hall. The law enforcement hall only manages disciples, while the Qinglian Hall manages all personnel matters in the sect. The Qinglian Hall is headed by Patriarch Li Mingyang, and Elder Zhao Zhengs is the deputy head. The rest of the members are composed of elite disciples of the law enforcement hall and disciples of some sects. The rules of the Qinglian Hall are as follows. Zhang Mingtang presided over the meeting and explained the rules of the Qinglian Hall one by one. The law enforcement hall investigates whether the disciples have violated the sect rules, but rarely includes matters related to integrity. The Qinglian Hall is specifically investigating this matter. This was established by Lin Xiao, based on the model of the Independent Commission Against Corruption in a certain place in the previous life. The Qinglian Hall is directly under the jurisdiction of the headmaster, and has the right to investigate anyone below the headmaster, including Zhang Mingtang, the first elder of the General Affairs Hall. However, the Qinglian Hall only has the right to investigate, but not the right to deal with. After investigating someone, the evidence must be handed over to the Law Enforcement Hall and the General Affairs Hall for joint trial, and they will deal with it according to the rules of the sect. This is Lin Xiao's decentralization and centralization measures. After being the head of the sect for hundreds of years, this kind of power control has been perfected. Many people can see clearly that the Qinglian Hall is targeting the families that have already formed in the sect. The first to bear the brunt is the Bei family. The Bei family is now the largest family in the Tiansheng Sect. There are 3 Dao gangs and several Zifu people, and they are in high positions. In addition, the Bei family members who migrated back that year have also developed very fast. The mortal population has reached thousands of people, and there are also 20 to 30 entry-level monks. In addition to the Bei family, there are some Zifu monks who are intermarried. Through group warmth, these people's power is not small. Although it has not posed a big threat to the sect now, Lin Xiao has to guard against it. Lin Xiao is in charge personally, and naturally no one dares to directly oppose the higher level officials. As for what they think in their hearts, Lin Xiao doesn't care. Now he still has the final say in the Tiansheng Sect. Master, I come to bother you so late at night. I hope you will forgive me. Elder Bei is here for the Qinglian Hall. That's right, Master. My Bei family is loyal to the sect. Since you know we are loyal, then what are you afraid of? The Qinglian Hall only has the power of investigation, not the power of disposal. The trial must go through the General Affairs Hall and the Law Enforcement Hall. If the Bei family is loyal, there is nothing to be afraid of. Yes, Master, you are right. I misunderstood. Elder Bei has been a disciple for 100 years. Naturally, I can trust him. Elder Bei didn't come here on his own, did he? Master. Elder Bei, go back and tell the descendants of the Bei family that the sect treats everyone equally. If you want to get benefits, take action. Don't think of crooked ways. Yes, Master. Bei Chengxi was somewhat depressed and retreated timidly. When the Qinglian Hall announced it, the Bei family had the biggest reaction, because most of the Bei family's younger generations relied on Bei Zixi and Bei Zixian, and got a lot of benefits. As soon as Bei Chengxi left, Bei Zixi came, and Lin Xiao also met her. Master, Bei Zixi comes to apologize. What crime has Ancestor Bei committed? Zixi used her status in the sect to gain many benefits for the disciples of the Bei family. Please punish her, Master. The Law Enforcement Hall has not received any report. Ancestor Bei, please don't misunderstand. Master Zixi, you have followed me for almost 100 years. Don't you know why I do this? I trust you old people, but I can't trust the younger generations. They haven't experienced the most difficult days of the sect, so they don't know that these good days are hard-earned. It is normal for you to support the younger generations. It is human nature, but if this kind of thing is regarded as a habit, they will take it for granted, generation after generation. What will happen to the sect, you should know. Zixi understands. After returning, I will ask them to resign and transfer to other positions. Zixi, I heard that people from Beiyu City have contacted you. Master Bei, Zixi exclaimed in surprise, staring at Lin Xiao with wide eyes, feeling a little panic in her heart. Don't be afraid, I'll just ask. Bei Qianzhao told me this decades ago, and I also answered them at that time. If you want to leave, I will not stop you. Just return the benefits the sect has given you. For a Daogang cultivator, tens of millions of merit points are enough. You can do it in 10 years. Master, how can you do this? The Bei family has never thought of leaving the Tiansheng Sect. It was the master who took us in and trained us. Without the master and the sect, there would be no Bei family today. Zixi, don't get excited. I don't mean anything else. I said, I trust all of you old people. It's late. You should go back and rest first. Lin Xiao waved his hand and let Bei Zixi leave. Yi Xiao had already reported to Lin Xiao that the Bei family in Beiyu City had sent people to contact Bei Zixi and the others, and they were living in Gangming City and had not left. When the Bei family was strong in the past, they naturally looked down on Bei Chengxi's branch of the Bei family. But now that the Bei family in Beiyu City is weak, and Bei Zixi is not only a Daogang cultivator, but also a 4th level alchemist, she is extremely precious to them, and is definitely worth their efforts to win over. Lin Xiao does trust Bei Zixi and others, but he cannot trust the younger generations of the Bei family. These people did not grow up with the Tiansheng Sect, so it is hard to say how deep their feelings are. Moreover, they do not have a far-sighted vision, and cannot see the decline of the Bei family and the potential of the Tiansheng Sect, so it is easy for them to make some stupid choices. Chapter 247, The Art of Balance. The Qinglian Hall's affairs caused the disciples of the Tiansheng Sect to discuss for a while, but most of the disciples supported it, because an honest and fair environment is definitely beneficial to their grassroots disciples. If they all rely on relationships and favors, how can they compete with the power of the Bei family? The Bei family reacted the fastest. The next day, several people who occupied favorable positions, but had mediocre abilities resigned under Bei Chengxi's order, and were transferred to other places. The Bei family's behavior also set an example for the others. The Bei family with 2 Daogang cultivators could not compete with the head of the sect. What were their dozen purple mansions? The Tiansheng Sect was not short of purple mansions now, so they also withdrew their hands and feet. This made the newly established Qinglian Hall have no chance to do something big. The disciples were very depressed. What was there to do without anything to do? A few days later, Lin Xiao also received the news. Bei Zixi personally beat up the Bei family of Beiyu City, and then threw them out of the territory of Tiansheng, which was regarded as a statement to the Bei family of Beiyu City. The Bei family of Tiansheng had no intention of returning to the Beiyu City family. This news made Lin Xiao very happy. At least his efforts were not in vain. If the disciples he had cultivated with great effort were fooled away by the Bei family, he would have nowhere to cry. The balance of the sect is almost there now, but Lin Xiao is still not satisfied, because sooner or later he will leave Tiansheng Sect to travel. What if he travels for 100 years next time? So after thinking about it, he still thinks that he has to solve it from the high-end combat power. At this time, like the Bei family, Tiansheng Sect has 6 Daogangs, and they account for half. This is a very dangerous thing, but if there are more than 10 Daogang monks, their strength will be reduced. In the final analysis, they still have to cultivate Daogang monks. The balance of points is now 130,000. Lin Xiao exchanged 5 Dao base pills and 5 heavenly Dao lore fragments again, spending a total of 90,000 points. Lin Xiao took 2 of the 5 Dao base pills for the exclusive use of Night Owl personnel, and the remaining 3 were placed in the treasury. With the remaining one, the treasury now has 4 Dao base pills and heavenly Dao lore fragments. In addition, Lin Xiao also provided 3 points of Lingyiang Jade and Zuanhuang Gem, which are also treasures that can break through Dao Gang. Although they are not as valuable as Dao Jidan, they are the mainstream breakthrough treasures in the immortal cultivation countries such as Luguo. After all, they have no place to get so many Dao Jidan. Dao Jidan is 500,000 merit points, while Zuanhuang Gem and Lingyiang Jade are only 350,000. The disciples will compete for the exchange to see who can accumulate so many merit points first. If the supply is insufficient to meet the demand, it will be jointly judged by the General Affairs Hall and several elders. In principle, they tend to favor younger and better qualified disciples. As soon as so many strategic treasures were released, the senior staff of Tiansheng Sect immediately fell into a carnival, especially the cultivators above the 10th level of Zifu, who stared at those treasures. There are many people and few things, so there is naturally competition. The sect's merit points can be borrowed and lent, as long as the General Affairs Hall proves that both parties are willing, and even the management fee does not need to be paid. So the sect's several merit point holders immediately became the focus of many Purple Mansion cultivators. Even Jia Mengren's 3 disciples personally looked for Lin Xiao. However, Lin Xiao only agreed to support each person with 100,000 merit points. It was not that Lin Xiao was unwilling to give more, but it was too unfair to do so. He still had to maintain this face. After giving each of the 3 of them 100,000 merit points, Lin Xiao immediately announced that he would go into seclusion. At the same time, Bai Zixi, Li Muxu and others followed suit and immediately went into seclusion. It was a very difficult and offensive thing for the top leaders to intervene in their competition. If they funded one person, the other person would lose the opportunity. They would offend people for no reason, so they naturally went into seclusion and fled. Junior brother Jaya, what should we do now? Master and senior sister are in seclusion and refuse to help us anymore. Senior sister Yuan, you can't tell others about this. Master and senior sister are in seclusion to take care of their influence. After all, they are the top leaders of the sect. If they fully support us, who in the sect will be our opponent? The other disciples will not accept it. I know, but Master told us that if we want to go further on the path of Taoism, we have to exchange for Dao Jidan and Heavenly Dao lore fragments, which will cost 1 million merit points. How can we afford it? Yuan Royan said with a bitter face. 1 million merit points are equivalent to 1 million Zuan crystals. For people like Lin Xiao, it is nothing but a drizzle, but for ordinary Purple Mansion cultivators, it is an astronomical figure. The average Purple Mansion cultivator only earns more than 10,000 Zuan crystals a year, and this is still with the support of the sect. Poor casual cultivators may not even earn half of this, but they have to swallow pills and buy magic tools and talismans. Normally, they only have a surplus of about 1 or 2,000 a year. The real time to save money is after reaching the 12th level of the Purple Mansion. Your cultivation level will no longer improve and will enter a period of polishing and settling. You can save 10,000 to 20,000 black crystals a year and 200,000 to 300,000 in 10 years. Of course, this only works if you are frugal. If you change your magic tools and live a more extravagant life, you will have nothing, including the merit points given by Master and the 50,000 borrowed from senior sister. I only have a little over 300,000 now. It's far from 1 million. Yu Xiangxiang, what about you? I have even less than junior brother, only 280,000. Why is it so little? Aren't you an alchemist? Second senior sister, in order to improve my alchemy skills, I changed the alchemy furnace and bought a lot of materials to practice, but the cost is too high. I'm not a genius like senior sister. Then how is your alchemy level now? I can refine 17 kinds of 3rd grade mid-grade elixirs, with a success rate of between 60% and 70%, and less than 30% of 3rd grade high-grade elixirs. Junior brother, I have an idea. How about we pick one of the 3 of us and give full support to the other 2? This, senior sister, that's not a good idea. We'll draw lots, and whoever gets drawn will be the one. I've thought that the merit points of other people may not be more than ours. We're all Purple Mansion cultivators and know everyone's ins and outs. The three of us will work together to push one person out and first determine a Dao Foundation pill. Then the three of us will go hunt down monsters and get the fragments of heavenly Dao laws. As long as that person breaks through the Dao gang period, he can help us in return. This way, the success rate will be the highest. I don't believe that the three of us can't beat them. I think that makes sense. If you're willing to support me, I promise to increase the production rate of third grade high quality pills to more than 60% within a year. Then I can earn at least 200,000 Zuan crystals a year, and it will only take 5 years to get enough merit points. What senior sister said makes sense too. In that case, there's no need to draw lots. I'll fully support third senior sister and help her improve her alchemy skills. I can also find a few more Purple Mansion junior brothers and borrow their merit points. But the prerequisite is that after third senior sister breaks through the Dao gang period, I'll be responsible for their pills, and they'll be at least 80% cheaper than the price within the sect. The internal price of the sect is 80% of the market price. If it is 80% less, it will be more than 60% of the market price, and the profit will be around 10%. But it's not impossible to do it. Second sister, what about you? I agree, but you have to swear that once you break through the Dao gang, you must support the two of us at the first time. Okay, I agree. Without saying a word, Yu Xiang immediately swore a solemn oath to the two of them, swearing that after achieving the Dao gang, she would return to support the two of them at the first time. After swearing the oath, Yuan Royan and Jia Mengren immediately went to the General Affairs Hall to borrow merit points. The three of them had more than 900,000 points in total. Jia Mengren persuaded several monks of the 7th and 8th levels of the Purple Mansion to borrow another 100,000 merit points. Yu Xiang immediately exchanged for the Dao Foundation pill and the Heavenly Dao Law fragment. However, Yu Xiang could not retreat to make pills immediately. She had not polished and precipitated enough, so Yu Xiang used the remaining merit points to exchange for a batch of alchemy materials and began to earn Zuanjing again. Yuan Royan and Jia Mengren did not stop. They summoned a group of Purple Mansion monks to form a hunting team, rode dragon horses out of the Blackwind Valley, and went to the wilderness to hunt monsters. The Blackwind Valley was a buffer zone between the wilderness and the human race, which was a great threat to the Tiansheng Sect. Therefore, a long time ago, the disciples of the Tiansheng Sect had been clearing the monsters in the buffer zone. Over the years, they have made great achievements. The monsters within 1,000 miles have basically been killed and driven away, so Yuan Royan and others have to go deeper into the wilderness. This was originally a very dangerous thing, but now they had to take the risk. If they wanted to break through Dao Gang, 1 million merit points were real, and they had to pay back what they borrowed, so they had to take the risk to go deep into the wilderness to hunt monsters. In the Tiansheng Sect's Sutra Library, Bai Ziyu sat opposite Bai Chengxi. He came to borrow merit points. Yu Xiang exchanged a Dao Foundation pill and a fragment of the Heavenly Dao Law, which made the 12th level Purple Mansion cultivators very anxious. After all, the Taoists only had so many. If they didn't exchange them, they would have to exchange for the lower level Zuan Huang Baoigu and Lingai Nuki. I don't have many merit points left. I handed over my position as the head of the alchemy hall a long time ago. Now I only have a position as an elder in the Sutra repository. Plus the annual income from alchemy, I make only 50,000 to 60,000 Zuan crystals. In the past few years, I have been paying off debts for Zixi and Zichen. I just paid them off not long ago. How many merit points do you have left, second uncle? 50,000. What about Zichen and Zixi? Each of them has prepared 150,000 merit points for you. They are in seclusion now to avoid suspicion. It is the greatest injustice to ordinary cultivators for Dao Gang monks to directly intervene in this matter. Don't forget the affairs of Kinglian Hall. I know, I won't disturb them. If I had your 350,000 merit points, I would have enough Dao base pills, but not enough Heavenly Dao Law fragments. Then there is nothing I can do. We can only take out this much. I understand, second uncle. Don't worry, I won't let the Bei family back down. Ever since 7th brother passed away, the Bei family. Enough, I'm tired, go away. Bai Chengxi shook his head. He felt heartbroken when he thought of the person who failed to break through the purple mansion and passed away. In fact, Bai Zixi arranged a good position for him because of his descendants. Bai Xiao left the Sutra library and saw Zhu Zongsheng on the way back. He talked to him for a few words and knew that Zhu Zongsheng was also going to Gangming City, so they went together. Zhu Zongsheng was honest and loyal. He quickly told his purpose. He was going to Gangming City to sell the formation. He had already completed the task of submitting it to the sect. The price would be much lower if he handed it in again. He had to sell it outside. Zhu Zongsheng was also ready to exchange for a Dao Foundation pill. Bai Xiao realized that Zhu Zongsheng was also a strong opponent of his. Chapter 248. Who will be the winner? The appearance of Dao Jiden caused competition among the disciples of Zifu in Tiansheng Sect. However, with Lin Xiao and other high-level leaders in charge, vicious competition would not easily occur. Basically, they competed within the rules. Those who had connections would use their connections to borrow merit points from others. Those who had no connections would fight alone. For example, Zhu Zongsheng, who knew nothing else but to refine arrays, began to refine arrays crazily and buried himself in the arrays. The large number of arrays he refined could even impact the market price. A large number of arrays were sold in exchange for a steady stream of black crystals, and these black crystals were exchanged for merit points in the General Affairs Hall. Those who had no skills entered the wilderness to hunt monsters. Monsters were full of treasures, including fur, flesh, bones, inner elixir, claws, horns, and tendons. All of them could be used by cultivators. The price of a third-level monster was basically around hundreds of thousands of black crystals. Even if several people shared it, they could still get a lot. However, hunting monsters was also a dangerous thing. People with low skills did not dare to enter the wilderness easily. After about 5 years of competition, the 3 Daoji pills have been taken by someone. In addition to Yu Xiangxiang at the beginning, the second one was exchanged by Zhu Zongsheng. The reason why Zhu Zongsheng was able to exchange this Daoji pill was also due to a certain opportunity. The reason is that after decades of hard work, the Tiansheng Sect of Tiansheng, which ranked relatively backward, finally cultivated more third-level spiritual veins, so they urgently needed a third-level mountain protection formation. Zhu Zongsheng's crazy refining of formations has long been famous, so those sects came to Tiansheng Sect to ask Zhu Zongsheng to arrange the mountain protection formation, and Zhu Zongsheng took over all the sects that needed to arrange formations at a price 10% lower than the market price. A third-level mountain protection formation requires hundreds of thousands of Zuan crystals. The price of large formations and small formations is very different. Even a formation master can make a profit of 70,000 to 80,000 Zuan crystals when arranging a large third-level mountain protection formation. Zhu Zongsheng had already raised his formation level to the extreme of the 3rd grade upper grade. If it weren't for his cultivation, he could even set up a 4th grade formation. He was more talented than Lin Xiao in formation. So Zhu Zongsheng worked almost non-stop for 4 years, setting up the mountain protection formation for the 6 sacred mountains of the 6 sects. He was rewarded with more than 400,000 black crystals and exchanged for a Dao Foundation pill. As for the fragment of the heavenly Dao law, Zhu Zongsheng didn't exchange it. He had no money and no energy. He was too tired in the past 4 years, so he decided to take a good rest for a while and then find a way to retreat. The 3rd Dao Foundation pill was exchanged by Bai Xiao. After all, with the help of the Bai family, it was much easier than others, especially Bai Chengxi. He gave up his own path a long time ago. In the past few decades, he has been helping people pay off their debts. Bai Zixi paid off Bai Zichen's debts and now funded Bai Xiao. However, Bai Xiao was not in a hurry to break through in seclusion. He would rather waste more time in the Purple Mansion stage to exchange the fragments of the heavenly Dao law. With his keen sense of touch, he already knew the importance of the fragments of the heavenly Dao law. Only one Dao Foundation pill was left, and the competition for the rest became even more intense. The disciples who were qualified to compete showed their magical powers one after another, wanting to take down the Dao Foundation pill as soon as possible. However, no one was interested in the 2 treasures, Zuan Huang Baoai and Lingying Yuzu. After learning this result, Lin Xiao couldn't help shaking his head. The disciples of Tiansheng Sect were really spoiled by him. In other sects, even treasures like Zhuanghuang Baoai were extremely rare. 2 years later, the last Dao Foundation pill was also exchanged, and Zhu Zongsheng also began to retreat to prepare for a breakthrough. This time, Lin Xiao personally asked Zhu Zongsheng to retreat at the mountain gate, and Lin Xiao transformed the mountain gate's formation through the system. When Zhu Zongsheng broke through, he could conceal the secrets, and not let people find out. Tiansheng Sect could not have more Daogang cultivators in the open. However, before Zhu Zongsheng broke through, Hong Shenman first received a piece of good news. Lin Xiao's old friend Mo Yaoi successfully closed the death gate and broke through the Daogang period. Mo Yaoi was already 180 years old when he closed the gate, and there were only 20 years left before the deadline. He was really the kind of person who wanted to break the jar, but he didn't expect that 10 years later, he succeeded and became a Daogang monk who lived for 500 years. For this reason, Lin Xiao and Wang Dao and others went to Hong Shenman in person to congratulate. At the banquet, Mo Yaoi and Xiao Minghe of Shianheimen asked Lin Xiao for the Daojiden. Lin Xiao replied to them with one sentence, "The Daojiden is given to you. Who are you going to give it to?" After hearing this, the two stopped talking about this matter. There are still several 12th level cultivators in their sect's purple mansion, but there is only one Daojiden. Who will it be given to? If this causes a split in their sect, it will be a disaster. Of course, Lin Xiao also gave them an answer. If they handle the relationship well, Lin Xiao is willing to provide the Daojiden at the price of Danliang Sect, and they all agreed. In fact, Lin Xiao didn't have many points left. He had spent 90,000 points to exchange for so many Daoji pills and heavenly lore fragments. After that, he spent more than 20,000 points on Lingying Jade Marrow and Zhuanhuang Gemstone. In total, he only had more than 10,000 points. In the past 2 years, the sect recruited a group of new disciples and provided Lin Xiao with more than 10,000 points, which added up to just over 30,000. However, all the pills used by Lin Xiao for cultivation were exchanged by the system. He had spent several thousand points in the past few years, so he had to wait for a few years. Later, Lin Xiao also asked Wang Dao how to deal with the Daoji pills given to him. Wang Dao told Lin Xiao that he had arranged for his disciples to break through in other places. He was more sensitive to the current situation. There were 5 Daogangs in Tiansheng Sect and 3 in Danliang Sect, which was already 8. If there were more, Chunhyang Palace would have to take action against them first. Lin Xiao was very satisfied with this. He was also afraid that Wang Dao would let his disciples break through publicly. In that case, Xian'an Cao would be more feared. Afterwards, Lin Xiao asked again who the Daojidan was given to. Wang Dao did not say, but replied to Lin Xiao that it was not given to Pan Crossing. Pan Crossing was only a few years younger than Mo Yaoi and would soon pass away. Wang Dao would not risk giving it to him. Fellow Daoist Wang, may I ask you a question? Within 20 years, can you break through to the 12th level of Daogang and reach the extreme of the 12th level, or even complete the polishing and sedimentation? Lin Xiao, why are you asking this? Answer me first, can you? No, at most you can break through to the 12th level and reach the extreme. Yan Xiaowang is a genius, and he also spent 20 years polishing. I don't have enough time. I have at most 35 or 36 years. What about Lang Dao? Lang Dao can't do it either, he is older than me. Then there is no way. Lin Xiao, you are talking to me halfway, is that interesting? Wang Dao, if I tell you that in about 20 years, Chunhyang Palace will take action against our Xian'an province, do you believe it? You can't reach the 12th level of Daogang in 20 years, why would they attack us? Because within 20 years, there will be more than 10 Daogang cultivators in my Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao said calmly, in fact, by that time, there will definitely not be only 10 Daogang cultivators in Tiansheng Sect. Although there are 5 Daogang cultivators in Tiansheng Sect now, Beimianhu and Beizahur are not counted, and the candidates for Yixiao's 2 Daojiden have been determined earlier than Zhu Zongsheng's retreat. People like you Xiang will definitely retreat within 20 years, and the success rate cannot be guaranteed, but Daojidan is already one of the best pills for Purple Mansion cultivators to break through Daogang, much better than Lingying Yuki, and the success rate is definitely not low. I'm very curious about where your Daojidan came from. I've never heard of a certain force being able to provide so many Daojidan, unless it is a first-class sect in Zhongzhou, but I don't believe you can get a relationship with a first-class sect. What's impossible about this? Fellow Daoist Wang, you can take a look at this. Lin Xiao smiled and took out a brocade box for Wang Dao to see. Wang Dao took a deep breath. He naturally knew the symbol of Dangsha sect. The brocade box you just gave me was made of 5th level immaculate wood. It contained 5th level elixirs. Don't tell me it was Lingmingdan. Guess what, fellow Daoist Wang? If I had known, I would have followed you to Zhongzhou. Who would have thought that in just a few decades, you would have such an adventure? That's off topic. So in 20 years, Xianan province will be in a catastrophe. Am I right? That's right. The emergence of high-level cultivators depends on the base number of the next level cultivators. If Xianan province has more than 10 Daogang cultivators, then the probability of the emergence of Lingguan cultivators is very high. Chunhyang Palace will not wait for you to reach the 12th level of Daogang before taking action. It will definitely be in advance. But Lin Xiao, have you ever thought that in 20 years, Chunhyang Palace may have a third Lingguan cultivator, and our Xianan province will not be a match? Wang Dao replied that Chunhyang Palace could obtain 700,000 Zuanjing from Qinqing Valley in Xianantao every year. The large fertile land in the north of Chen State has also been occupied by Chunhyang Palace for decades. The sect's financial resources have greatly increased. Now it is 3 times stronger than 40 years ago. In another 20 years, it is not impossible for another Lingguan cultivator to appear. I know, but Tiansheng Sect can't stop on its own. Even I can't control this matter. Lin Xiao shook his head. Tiansheng Sect already has more than 100 Purple Mansion cultivators. They also need to grow and become stronger. It is impossible to let them stagnate. Even Lin Xiao, the head of the sect, can't do it. Then what do you mean? I haven't thought about it yet. Give me about 10 years, and I will give you an answer at that time, but I hope you can make some preparations in advance. When it really comes to the point of no return, we can still fight to the death. Lin Xiao replied that 10 years is the time for his system to upgrade again. Now the conditions for upgrading the system are all met, except the number of Daogang cultivators, and even exceed the standard by a lot. In 10 years, there will be 10 Daogang cultivators, and then Lin Xiao can upgrade the system. Lin Xiao would see what benefits the system could bring him. If he was sure that he could deal with 2 or 3 spiritual monks, he would directly make it public and let Xianantao break away from the control of Chunhyang Palace. If not, he would continue to recuperate for a while. Chunhyang Palace took away more than 10 million Zuan crystals in Xianantao. Lin Xiao had been enduring this for a long time, and could no longer endure it. Chapter 249. Upgraded system again. Lin Xiao's words made Wang Dao silent for a long time. He also knew that the Tiansheng Sect, which was on the rise, could not stop and no one could control it, otherwise the entire sect would collapse and fall apart. But 20 years later, could the entire Xianan province withstand the attack of the Chunhyang Palace? Not to mention whether the other states and counties of the Lu Kingdom would obey the orders of the Chunhyang Palace to join the war. He could mobilize at least 15 Daogang monks, more than 300 Zifu monks, and more than 50,000 troops from the Chunhyang Palace alone. As for Xianan province, even if the Tiansheng Sect could take out 10 Daogangs at that time, there would only be 15 people. But there was a difference between Daogangs and Daogangs. How could Daogang monks who had just broken through a few years ago fight against those old Daogang monks of the Chunhyang Palace? The army also exhausted all its potential, which was about 50,000 people, and Xianan province had to guard against the south of the Qin Kingdom. More importantly, there were not 1, but at least 2 Lingguan monks. I understand. I will arrange it when the time comes. Don't tell other sects about this for the time being. It's a serious matter. The fewer people know about it, the better. I know. Wait for my news in 10 years. Okay. Lin Xiao nodded and said nothing more. After attending the banquet of Tiansheng Sect, he returned to the sect. In the following years, good news continued to come. First, Lin Xiao, who had infiltrated the Thorn God, was secretly supported by the sect, and was also trained by the Thorn God. He has begun to retreat, and has a great probability of breaking through Daogang. Then Zhao Zeng's broke through. He broke through earlier than Zhu Zongsheng, and broke through in another country. Then he secretly sneaked back to the sect, suppressed his cultivation, and still showed himself as a purple mansion cultivator. 3 years later, Zhu Zongsheng broke through. Lin Xiao handled it in a low-key manner, and sent Zhu Zongsheng to Qian Mountain to take charge. He gave him the inheritance of a 4th level formation master, and asked them to concentrate on their research, and not show up. 5 years later, Li Hou and Poyu broke through in the same month. The number of Daogang monks in Tiansheng Sect has reached 10. At the same time, the Zhuanhuang Gem Jade and Lingying Jade Marrow of Tiansheng Sect were also exchanged. In 10 years, there will definitely be more than 3 Daogang monks. Ding dong, the system has been tested, and the conditions for system upgrade have been met. Host, do you want to pay 100 points to upgrade the system? Upgrade ding dong. System upgrade begins. Estimated time is 10 days. Host, please wait patiently then. The system in Lin Xiao's eyes turned black, and the countdown was displayed on the screen. 10 days later, the system reopened, and notified Lin Xiao. System, display page ding dong. The system has been upgraded again, and has more complete functions. It can be divided into real person mode and page mode. Please choose. Host, didn't the real person mode appear in the last upgrade? It's different. The last real person mode was only visible to the host. This time the real person mode can be seen by others. The real person mode is composed of pure energy, and cultivators below the Shengsu period cannot detect it. Is that so? Then what is the price of the real person mode, and what is the use of it? Ding dong, the host needs to pay 1000 points every day to appear in the real person mode. If the host is in danger, the system can help fight, and the combat ability can be adjusted. The Daogang level is 1000 points per minute, and the attack power level is the full force of an ordinary Daogang 12th level cultivator. The Lingguang level is 5000 points, and the attack power level is the full force of an ordinary Lingguang 12th level cultivator. This is the benefit of the system upgrade. Before, there was only a protective shield, but now there is an attack method. Can it be added to me, and the two are compatible at the same time? Yes, the price remains the same. That's amazing. Lin Xiao suddenly became excited. This meant that, as long as he had enough points, he could fight against 2 Lingguang monks at the same time. He would not be afraid of even veteran Lingguang monks like LV Yan. After all, LV Yan had not reached the 12th level of Lingguang. Page mode. Open the system page ding dong. The system page is open. Host level, Daogang, 7th grade, sect name, Tiansheng Sect, 7th grade, number of disciples, 7438. Host rights, points mall, summoned system real person mode to assist sect rights, all institutions are open, set up branches, 4, disciple loyalty. 65.3, qualified, side quests, disintegrate the assassin god, unlimited time, record system blank, unlimited time, branch plan, unlimited time, points balance, 45,678 inches. Lin Xiao looked at the system page, it was still the same. There was no big difference. Needless to say, if you want the system to actively explain the changes, you have to pay points. Lin Xiao will not waste this point. You will know it by thinking about it yourself. After spending a few days, Lin Xiao figured out a lot of things. For example, he could set up 4 strongholds like Fenghuo Island, which were all reward giving. It was estimated that the number of bases could be increased as the cultivation level increased. The point small was also refreshed at the same time. In the area of martial arts, the number of earth level martial arts was no longer limited, and the martial arts of Xianji also appeared. This time, each was also limited to 10 books, and the word divine power appeared at the same time. After consulting, Lin Xiao found that divine power was different from martial arts and martial arts. It was a more mysterious and powerful spell. For example, Lin Xiao's purple eye divine light was a simple version of a divine power. When the system was upgraded next time, divine power would appear. This was also something that cultivators above the 6th realm could practice. In addition, 5th level items have appeared, including Lingming pills, but the price of Lingming pills is extremely expensive, requiring 30,000 points per pill. Lin Xiao has exchanged so many items and gradually figured out the rules of commodity prices. 10,000 system points is about the value of 1 million Zuanjing, but the price in the mall will only be calculated based on the cost price. For example, the cost of one Lingming pill is about 3 million, at least when the system is priced. As for buying it outside for 10 million, it is also due to the current situation. The system only calculates the cost. However, this price is already difficult for Lin Xiao to accept, because the next system upgrade requires the sect to have 10 Lingguang monks, which will have to be exchanged for 9 Lingming pills, which is more than 200,000 points. Of course, if this can be achieved, the strength of Tiansheng Sect will become the top in Nansao. According to Lin Xiao's knowledge, there are very few sects in the entire Nansao that can have 10 Lingguang monks. There are many Tiansheng Sect, the first in Qi State, and Tiansheng Sect, the first in Qin State, but even Lin Xiao Sect does not have it, with only 9 Lingguang. This kind of strength can become a small third-rate force even in a place like Zhongsao. If there are 7th level cultivators, they can become a powerful sect among the third-rate forces. Tiansheng Sect and Tiansheng Sect are both third-rate powerful sects. Lin Xiao flipped through the special product page again. The variety increased again, and there were many more things, but Lin Xiao had no time to check them one by one. Then Lin Xiao learned the complete upgrade conditions. In addition to 10 spiritual light cultivators, it also requires that the 8 skills of elixir, talisman, formation, instrument, spiritual plant, beast control, puppet, and earthmaster all be upgraded to the 4th grade upper level. The same is true for institutions such as the Sutra Library and the Spiritual Medicine Garden. Among them, the trial field has an additional secret realm requirement. In addition, Lin Xiao was forced to continue to collect system blanks, and the level of 10 items must not be lower than the 4th grade upper level. Lin Xiao smiled and re-understood the newly appeared Earthmaster and Secret Realm. The Earthmaster is a very niche profession in the world of immortal cultivation, because the Earthmaster can also be said to be a Feng Shui master. But it is not really used for Feng Shui. The best skill of geomancers is to find mineral veins and spiritual veins. Many mineral veins and spiritual veins are buried deep underground. Even if you walk in front of them, you may not be able to find them, but geomancers have this skill. Of course, it is very difficult to cultivate geomancers. Only a few large sects have inheritance. Lin Xiao knows nothing about the content of the inheritance. It is estimated that he will have to exchange it from the system when the time comes. However, geomancers are also extremely valuable. Let alone the 4th level top grade, even the 3rd level top grade is regarded as a treasure in the major sects. If he finds a large mineral vein or spiritual vein, he will make a fortune. In addition, there is the secret realm. The secret realm is a trial field. As the name suggests, it is to open up a space separately for disciples to enter and train. The requirements for opening up a space separately are very high. The first is to be able to break the space. The space near Nansao is extremely stable. It takes at least the 6th realm to shake it a little. To really cut the space, you must be above the 7th realm. Opening the space is not enough. The space must be stabilized, which requires the skystone, and it must be a very high level skystone, and the quantity is not small. According to the system requirements, the size of this secret realm must be more than 10 kilometers in radius, and to create such a large secret realm, at least more than 100 standard skystones must be used. Lin Xiao thought about it. According to the news released by Lin Xiao and Xiang Xiao, a standard-sized skystone is sold for more than 5 million, and the quantity is scarce. Moreover, it is not enough to create a secret realm with skystone alone, but also requires many natural treasures. Lin Xiao estimates that it will take more than 1 billion Zuan crystals to build this secret realm. Of course, the secret realm also has great advantages. For example, if the sect encounters a strong enemy, it can let the disciples enter the secret realm to hide. As long as enough resources are left inside, they can survive. If the enemy is not proficient in space-related magic, it is also difficult to find the entrance and exit of the secret realm. This kind of secret realm is usually only available to powerful forces above the second-rate level in Zhongzhou. It can be seen that, even if Lin Xiao really created a secret realm, he would not dare to use it openly. If it is exposed, he will wait for the powerful forces in Zhongzhou to come and rob him. After understanding the requirements for system upgrades, Lin Xiao felt that he was going to be depressed. The requirements were too high. Without more than 700,000 or 800,000 points and billions of Zhuan crystals, don't even think about it. It took about 100 years from the last upgrade to this upgrade, but the next time, it might not be completed in 300 years. Lin Xiao thought for a long time and slowly withdrew his thoughts. This matter still took a long time, so he didn't care. He should first deal with the things in front of him, such as what to do with the increasing number of Daogang monks, where are they hiding, and whether to turn the table and turn against Chunhyang Palace. These are all problems that Lin Xiao needs to solve. Chapter 250, Chunhyang Palace Strength Report. As the leader of a sect, making a decision that concerns the survival of the sect requires extreme caution. If you are not careful, the thriving sect will perish, so this decision needs the support of external intelligence. After breaking through Daogang, Lin Xiao's confidant Zhao Zeng secretly hid in Yujing City for a year and took over all the Night Owl personnel and external members of Yujing City. In a year, they only did one thing, which was to investigate the strength of Chunhyang Palace in all aspects. Master, this is the report I wrote overnight. Please take a look. Read. Yes, Chunhyang Palace's strength report. Investigator, Zhao Zeng's report as follows. The strength of Chunhyang Palace is 13,500 to 13,800 people, including 2 Lingguang ancestors, 7 Daogang monks, one of whom is at the 12th level of Daogang, and has been there for 16 years. There is hope to break through the Lingguang period within 20 years. There are 272 Purple Mansion monks, including 28 at the 12th level of Purple Mansion, all of whom have the possibility of breaking through the Daogang period. There are more than 5,800 Ningmei monks, and no less than 1,000 Ningmei 12th level monks. According to the statistics of Chunhyang Palace in the past 20 years, the average number of people who can break through to the Purple Mansion in Chunhyang Palace every year is also 5. 2 people have fallen and sat in meditation, and the actual average number of Purple Mansions can be increased by 2. There are also 6 major families that are extremely loyal to Chunhyang Palace. These 6 major families are inextricably linked to Chunhyang Palace, and their interests are tied together. There is almost no possibility of provocation, which can be proved by the Mude sect incident. The 6 major families have a total of 15 Daogang cultivators, of which 3 are at the 12th level of Daogang. 2 of them are extremely old and have no chance of breaking through. The other one has 50 years left to live, so the probability of breaking through is very small. There are also 252 Purple Mansion cultivators, 18 of whom are at the 12th level of Purple Mansion. The probability of breaking through Daogang is unknown. Among them, the 3 of the Lu family at the 12th level of Purple Mansion have the highest probability of breaking through. The 6 families have a total of more than 17,800 cultivators and more than 4,200 condensing veins cultivators, excluding the old, weak, sick, and disabled, as well as the young and strong below the 5th level of Kame. There should be about 10,000 people. In addition to the 6 major families, there are 28 families of the second class, with a total of 13,000 cultivators, 120 Purple Mansion cultivators, and more than 900 condensing veins cultivators. The third class vassal forces of 56 families and 7 small sects, with a total of more than 20,000 cultivators, about 100 Purple Mansion cultivators, and more than 1,000 condensing veins cultivators. This is all the forces that Chunhyang Palace can directly mobilize, with an accuracy rate of over 90% and a very small error. The statistical data is that there are 2 Lingguang cultivators, 22 Daogang cultivators, more than 740 Zifu cultivators, 12,000 Ningmei cultivators, and about 60,000 below Ningmei. Lin Xiao listened to Zhao Zeng's words and nodded slightly. The authenticity of this report is still quite high. Chunhyang Palace is very strong, but not that strong. Even if Chunhyang Palace has some hidden power, it will not be too much, at most an increase of 1/10. This report is about the daily situation of Chunhyang Palace, but once the war breaks out, or even during the armament period, there will be a situation of sudden increase of troops. Have you made any predictions? Yes, the sudden increase of troops is closely related to the financial resources of the sect. A poor sect will not be very strong, no matter how much it increases its troops. According to our investigation, the financial resources of Chunhyang Palace headquarters, including Yujing City and all other existences, are about 7 million Zuan crystals a year, with an error of 300,000 Zuan crystals. In addition, the offerings of Xianan Province and Xinqing Valley are 700,000 Zuan crystals, and Beian Province and Xianan Province add up to 200,000 Zuan crystals. In total, their annual income is not less than 8 million Zuan crystals. Expenditure cannot be counted. In addition, they have many minerals. The two offset each other. It is estimated that the surplus each year is between 1.5 million and 2 million. There is also an uncountable amount of sect heritage. If they are given 5 years of armament time, it is estimated that Chunhyang Palace will be able to burst out a condensed vein army of 20,000 to 30,000 people, with all weapons and equipment complete. Master Zhang, yes, tell me about the situation in Xianan Province, and Dao Gang doesn't need to be mentioned. Yes, Master. After statistics, the open forces of Xianan Province are as follows. Our Tiansheng Sect has 162 purple mansions, 20 of which are outside. Danjiang Sect has 68 purple mansions. Hongshan Sect has 41 purple mansions. Qianhe Sect has 38 purple mansions. Shan Sect has 31 purple mansions, and the remaining sects have 17 purple mansions, a total of 337 people, with an error of less than 10 people. In addition, our Tiansheng Sect has more than 7,400 people. Danjiang Sect has more than 6,000 people. Hongshan Sect and Qianhe Sect have more than 4,000 people each. Shan Sect has more than 5,000 people, and the 5 major sects have a total of more than 27,000 people. The total number of the remaining sects and aristocratic families is about 35,000, with an error of less than 300 people. Have you heard me? Even if we mobilize all of them, squeeze out their potential, and adopt a defensive position, we will only have a little over 50,000 people. Chunhyang Palace can crush us with half of its mobilized strength. Lin Xiao sighed. The rise of the entire Xianan province was almost 100 years after the Three States War. In 100 years, Xianan province has developed a strength equivalent to the sum of the other 10 states and counties of Lu State. This speed is not slow, but compared with the accumulation of Chunhyang Palace for thousands of years, there is still a huge gap. Master, forgive me for being blunt, these data are not very meaningful now. The development speed of our entire Xianan province is much faster than that of Chunhyang Palace. As long as we are given another 100 years, we can definitely surpass Chunhyang Palace. I also want to have 100 years, but will it be possible? Ancestor Lu Yan is already more than 600 years old. Whether he can break through the Shengsu period or not, it will not give us the possibility to threaten him. Lin Xiao shook his head. If there is really 100 years, or even not 100 years, 60 years will be enough. He and Li Muxi can break through to the Lingguang period. At that time, they may not be afraid of Chunhyang Palace. Master, needless to say, I have already made up my mind. Originally, I planned to start a war with Chunhyang Palace in more than 10 years, and get rid of their control, but now it seems that it is not possible. So the plan must be changed. From today on, all disciples who have exchanged for Daojin, Zuanhuang Gemstone, and Lingying Jade must leave the sect. Let Beizichin come back, and Li Muxi will be transferred to the south of Chen State to take charge. Then let Beizichin escort these disciples to Qin State, and let Night Owl secretly guard them to help them break through in Qin State. After the breakthrough, they will go to Qi State to develop, and by then they will be equipped with a 4th order high quality flying boat. It will only take less than half a month to come back, and it will be enough to support if a war really breaks out. Yes, Master. In addition, we will do our best to train weapon refiners. We must have 4th order weapon refiners to refine the god-destroying crossbow and the black crystal cannon. In terms of war methods, our Lin Xiao is not as good as Liu Xinghe, let alone competing with Zhang Cao. Take the black crystal cannon as an example. A 4th level black crystal cannon can be controlled by a cultivator with open meridians, but its power can scare purple mansion cultivators. If we have enough financial resources, we are not afraid of going to war with Chunhyang Palace now. Therefore, the next task of Zhang Xiaozhou is still to expand the financial resources of the sect and accumulate black crystals. If we go to war with Chunhyang Palace, 30 million will not last long. Don't worry, Master. If there is no war within 30 years, I will definitely leave 50 million black crystals and savings for the sect. Okay, do as I say. In another 30 years, I want the Tiansheng Sect to have more than 10,000 disciples. Is that a problem? No problem. The mortal population under our rule has been growing at the fastest rate in the past 20 years. It will be no problem to increase the population to 1 million within 30 years, and the corresponding number of disciples will also increase significantly. Very good. The rest of the things remain the same. Remember to tell the disciples below that the whereabouts of those disciples who have broken through must not be discussed and must be kept confidential. Yes, Master. Master Zhang agreed and then left tactfully, leaving Lin Xiao and Zhao Zeng's behind. The sect has its own tasks, and Yu Xiao cannot sit idle either. You have 2 important tasks next. Please give your orders, Sect Master. The first task is to block all intelligence agencies around the Tiansheng Sect. Our Tiansheng Sect is developing so rapidly, it is impossible for others not to send people to infiltrate. As for the Chunhyang Palace and its vassal forces, either counter-infiltrate or eliminate them all. As for the rest of the forces, no matter who they belong to, all must be expelled. I want the Tiansheng Sect to become clean. No problem. We, Yu Xiao, have fought against the intelligence agencies of many forces many times. Except that our cultivation strength is not as good as theirs. They are not our opponents in other aspects. Okay, the second task is to deal with the 12th level Daogang cultivators from the Chunhyang Palace and the 6 major families. You are responsible for dealing with them. The only goal is to prevent them from breaking through to the Lingguan cultivators. Do you know how to do it? Yes, assassination is only the lowest and stupidest means. Apart from assassination, there are countless ways to destroy a person. This is what the sect master said in the training class. Just remember, there is no bottom line for this matter. You can use it at will. If you get rid of one person, I will give you a special Zuan Huang Bao Wuling Yuki. Get rid of them all. If Chunhyang Palace does not have any new Lingguan monks before the war, I will give you 2 Daojin at that time. Yes, I promise to complete the task. Zhao Zeng immediately became excited. He was already a high-level member of the sect. He thought differently from other members of the Night Owl. If the Night Owl had more Daogang monks, they would have more say and higher status in the sect. Similarly, they would get more resources in the future, and they would go further on the road of Taoism. A few days later, Lin Xiao went to see Wang Dao and told him that Tiansheng Sect would continue to delay time, but for a maximum of 30 years. 30 years is a very delicate number, because Wang Dao and Lang Dao's lifespans are only more than 30 years, and there are a group of Purple Mansion monks in Tiansheng Sect whose lifespans are also only 30 or 40 years. Lin Xiao must use their power before they sit and die. Monks whose lifespans are approaching are very scary, because many people will not care about death. This kind of thing is cruel, but as a superior, Lin Xiao must do this. The ancestors shed their blood to pave the way for the younger generations. This is a common thing in every world, and it is the same in the world of immortal cultivation. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.